Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Home Again by Kristin Hannah, performed by Tanya Eby. Chapter 1. Reporters had been circling the event for days now. Headlines flourished. Innuendo about drug use and illicit behavior nipped at the heels of the celebrities who'd congregated in the small Oregon town. It was a wrap party for a major motion picture, and things like this didn't take place in LaGrangeville. The Elks Hall hadn't been used for anything other than quiet meetings in years, but tonight it pulsed with loud, discordant music. Townspeople and photographers swarmed the narrow main street, seeing themselves in the mirrored windows of the limousines that prowled past, waiting for something explosive, something totally Hollywood to happen. But even so, even with all the articles and interviews and paparazzi, no one knew how close to the truth the Enquirer's headline sentence would be. It was a party to die for. Angel DeMarco emerged from the temperature-controlled cocoon of the limousine. Through a blur of cigarette smoke and drizzly rain, he saw the crowd gathered across the street. Faceless bodies huddled behind a long, yellow police line. "It's him! DeMarco!" Cameras erupted in buzzing bursts of light. The rain looked surreal, streaks of prismatic silver, puddles of impossible light on the black street. "Angel, look this way! Angel, Angel, Angel!" Their adoration swept through him in an exhilarating wave. God, how he loved his fame. He took a long drag off his cigarette and exhaled slowly, then flashed them the smile. The grin that just last week People magazine had labeled the 20,000 megawatter. He waved. The gray trail of his cigarette smoke snaked through the air. He stepped sideways to allow his date, he couldn't remember her name, to get out of the car. She surfaced slowly. A high-heeled black leather shoe and long, slinky leg shot out of the darkness. Her heel clicked hard on the pavement. She leaned forward, thrust her teased pile of peroxide yellow hair forward, followed it with a magnificent amount of cleavage, and thrust out of the car. Instinctively, she turned to the crowd, adjusting her pink rubber dress as she smiled and waved. Angel had to give her credit. The woman knew how to make an entrance. He took her hand and pulled her toward his adoring fans. Her ridiculous heels clicked and skidded on the slick pavement, but the sound was soon drowned out by the roar of the crowd when they realized that he was coming toward them. Young girls screamed and reached out for him. A few of them he recognized. They were the same freckle-faced small-town teenagers who had skipped school to watch the filming of his movie. They'd stood on the perimeter every day, bunched together behind the barricades, screaming and giggling and crying when he emerged from his trailer to shoot a scene. They asked nothing of him, this crowd of admirers, nothing except his presence. He could be wild and immature and selfish, and they didn't care. They only cared that he gave his all to the screen. He gave them his biggest, sexiest smile, allowing his gaze to scan the crowd. He presented each girl a moment, a single heartbeat of time when he was looking at her alone. "Angel, can we have your autograph? What do you think of LaGrangeville? When will the movie be out? Will you show it here first?" The questions came as they always did, shooting from the rain like darts. Some he heard, others he didn't, but he knew it didn't matter. They didn't expect an answer. They just wanted to be around him, to see if a few drops of his Hollywood glitter would dust their ordinary lives for a second. "Angel, could I get a picture taken with you?" He glanced up from the autograph he was signing and looked at the young girl who'd asked the question. She was short and round, with cheeks that looked like china plates, and waves of frizzled brown hair. He knew her in an instant. She was the girl who never got invited to the best parties, and tried desperately not to care. He knew all about that. Even now, years later, he could remember what it felt like to be a teenaged boy on the outside looking in, how much it hurt. He smiled at her, and her eyes widened in surprise. She stared at him as if he'd hung the moon, and that was all it took. That one look from a stranger shot through his bloodstream like a drug. "Why, darlin', I'd be honored." He pulled away from his date and ducked under the police tape. He felt hands all over him, smoothing along his jacket, tangling in his hair. It used to bother him, that unsought intimacy, but he'd learned to live with it, even enjoy it if they didn't go too far. He slipped an arm around the girl and drew her close, huddling beneath the overhang of the old brick building. Another girl, tall and gangly, flashed a quick photo of them. "You look awfully pretty tonight," he said. The girl was wearing a floor-length white satin dress. "It's homecoming," she lisped, almost blinding him with the silver from her braces. Homecoming. It was a word he hadn't heard in a long time, a lifetime, and suddenly he felt old. If he were this girl's father, he would have watched her get dressed in sparkles and beads for a school dance. He wondered what that would have felt like. He brushed the vague sense of regret aside. "Where's your date?" A blush crept up her fleshy cheeks. "I don't have one. Me and some girlfriends thought we'd just watch. We were on the decorating committee." For a split second, he wasn't Angel DeMarco, movie star. He was Angelo DeMarco, the kid from the wrong side of the tracks. "Where's the dance?" he asked softly. She pointed down the street. "At the high school? The gym?" Before he had time to think about it, he grabbed the girl's hand and led her down the street. The crowd hushed, then parted for them. "Angel!" He heard his name and paused, turning around. Val Leitner, his agent and friend, was standing alongside Rubber Dress. They were both waving at him. "Where are you going?" Val yelled, flicking his cigarette into the street. "They're waiting for you inside." Angel grinned. That was the greatest thing about fame. They always waited. "Be right back." Still smiling, he led the awestruck girl across the street. Together they slipped into the gymnasium. The place was decorated with what must have been 10 reams of toilet paper. Up on stage, the band was pounding out a horrible rendition of Madonna's "Crazy for You." He heard people gasp as he led the girl onto the dance floor. Fingers pointed, drinks fell, giggling stopped. But he didn't look around. He looked at the girl, only the girl. "May I have this dance?" She opened her mouth to answer, but nothing came out except a high-pitched squeak. He took her in his arms and danced with her for the last 30 seconds of the song, and when it was over, he drew back. Feeling surprisingly good, he strode from the auditorium. The kids were swarming their new queen. "How very touching," drawled a voice from outside. Angel forced a grin. 11 to 17, he said harshly. "It's my audience." Val clapped Angel on the back and pulled him out into the rainy night. "You'll have women sobbing on hard copy, for God's sake, and teenaged girls sending you invitations to the prom." Yeah, I know. Now let's get to the goddamn party. I need a drink." They raced back across the street. Angel's date was standing exactly where he'd left her, in the rain. For a split second he wished he'd brought someone else, someone who mattered, but he couldn't think who the hell that would be. Irritated by the thought, he grabbed the woman's hand and pulled her toward the Elks Hall. Together, ducking from the rain, they surged into the building and climbed the rickety stairs to the huge lobby. Weak overhead lighting pushed through the murky interior, creating pockets of marshy gold amidst the shadows. Upstairs, a heavy metal band rocked the floorboards. Dust filtered from the cracks. Along the far wall, a makeshift bar had been set up, and dozens of celebrities mingled with wannabes and slurped up booze. Angel felt as if he'd come home. He drew in a deep, satisfied breath, loving everything about this moment. The raucousness of the music, the sickly sweet scent of marijuana, the humid odor of too many bodies in too small a space. Val muttered a quick goodbye, something about getting laid, and disappeared into the crowd. "You thirsty?" his date asked prettily. Angel started to answer, but before he could get the word out, he felt a tightening in his chest. He winced, rotated his shoulder to work out the kink. She frowned. "You okay?" The pain eased, and he smiled at what's-her-name. "My body's reacting to a lack of alcohol," he said easily, slipping his hand down the rubber-coated curve of her waist. settling on her hip with a familiarity he didn't need with a woman like her. She flashed him a bright, cap-toothed smile. "Tequila?" He grinned. "You've been reading the Enquirer, naughty girl." He pulled her close. The gardenia scent of her perfume filled his nostrils. "Have you heard what I do to naughty girls?" She wet her lips and all but purred. "I've heard." He stared into her eyes, heavily mascaraed, blue-shadowed, and saw his own reflection. For a second he was disappointed that she was so easy, that it was all so easy, and then the moment was gone. He was too sober, that was the trouble. He thought too much when he was sober, wanted too much. When he was drunk or high, he was Angel DeMarco, Academy Award-nominated actor. He was somebody, and he needed that feeling like air. "Get me that drink, will you, darlin'?" She gave him a quick peck on the cheek and wiggled away from him, oozing across the room toward the bar. Her surgically enhanced body was perfect, all dips and swells coated in pink rubber. His heartbeat sped up, his throat went dry. He leaned against the splintered wooden wall and started to think of ways to use that delicious body of hers, thought of them tangled together, buck naked and stoned, and going at it like... Nausea prickled his stomach. At first he thought it was nothing, a lack of booze. Then his vision blurred, his stomach lurched, and he knew what was happening. Oh, God. He pulled away from the wooden wall and felt it, the invisible fist squeezing his chest. Warning bells sounded in his head, loud enough to drown out the throb of the music. He sucked greedily at the smoky air, gulping, gasping, trying to fill his lungs. Pain chewed across his chest, bled down his left arm until his fingers were tingling and hot. He clutched the slick wooden handrail, but it was as loose as an old tooth and wobbled in his grasp. Oh, Christ. Not now. Not here. Sweat slid in a cold streak down his hairline. The rickety wooden steps that led up to the dance floor seemed to magnify before his eyes. The dark slats blurred into one another, elongated like the hallway in that movie Poltergeist. For a split second he saw JoBeth Williams racing down the doorless expanse, screaming. What had she been screaming about? He tried to concentrate on that single meaningless question, anything to still the racket in his chest. Angel? It took a moment to recognize his own name. When he understood, he tried to look up, but he could barely move. His heart clattered and pounded, an unoiled gear slipping on and off its track. He wet his powdery lips and tried like hell to smile as he slowly lifted his head. The woman, Judy, he remembered suddenly, stood in front of him, holding a bottle of tequila and 2 shot glasses. A shaker of salt lay cradled in the V of her cleavage. Her pretty, made-up face scrunched in a thoughtful frown. Angel? Don't. The word shot out on a wheezing breath and hung there. He tried to add to it, but he couldn't think straight, couldn't see. Christ, he couldn't breathe. It hurt so bad. Don't feel good. Get Val over here. Panic darted across her face. She glanced quickly up the stairs, to the throng of partygoers, uncertainty pulling at her penciled brows. He let go of the handrail and grabbed her slim wrist. She made a quiet, gasping sound and tried to pull away. He wouldn't let her. He held on with everything inside him. He stared at her, trying to remain calm, trying to breathe. Get. It hit. Red-hot pain, exploding, crushing his chest. He couldn't do anything except stand there, swaying, gasping, his hand clamped over his heart. Hurting. Oh, Jesus, hurting like he hadn't hurt in years. Please, he wheezed. Don't let me die, he wanted to say. Don't let me die. But he couldn't get the word out before the world went black. He woke to the electronic blip, blip, blip of the cardiac monitor. Computer-generated sound, electrical and inhuman. And beautiful. Christ, so beautiful. He was alive. He'd done it, beaten the son of a bitch Grim Reaper again. He could sense the drugs in his bloodstream, the blurry softness of Demerol that made him feel as if he were drifting on a warm, soothing sea. He knew that soon the drugs would wear off, and the pain would be back, tightening his chest, stabbing through his lungs and heart, but right now he didn't care. He was alive. The door whooshed open with a whining creak. Rubber-soled shoes squished across the floor, speckled white linoleum, no doubt, and paused beside the bed. "Well, Mr. DeMarco, you're awake." It was a deep, masculine voice, no nonsense. "Doctor, cardiologist." Angel slowly opened his eyes. A tall, undernourished man with a deeply etched face and flinty black eyes stared down at him. Untamed gray hair stood out in a dozen different directions around his face. Einstein on Slim Fast. "I'm Dr. Gerlain, head of cardiology at Valley Hospital here in LaGrangeville." He bent and pulled up a chair, sitting down as he flipped through Angel's charts. Here it comes, Angel thought, the stand-up routine. Gerlain closed the chart. So goddamn symbolic, that quiet closing. "You're a very sick young man, Mr. DeMarco." Angel grinned. He was still alive, still breathing, and he'd heard this doctor's shtick for years. "You're playing on borrowed time, Mr. DeMarco. You need to change your life. Change your life. Change your life." The conversation lived on tape in his brain, winding, rewinding, replaying a million times in the darkness of the night. But he didn't want to change his life, didn't want to eat right or exercise or play by the rules. He was 34 years old, and years ago he'd started down a dark road of rebellion for rebellion's sake. He knew it was a useless, meaningless existence. That's what he liked about it. No one counting on him or needing him. He flitted from party to party like an acrobat, swinging through, swilling booze, having sex, and moving on. Yeah, he answered. "No shit." Dr. Gerlain frowned. "I've spoken with your doctor in Nevada." "I'm sure you have." "He told me you were a cardiologist's nightmare." "That's why I like Kennedy. He's more honest than your average doctor." Dr. Gerlain slipped the chart back into its sleeve. "Kennedy says he told you 6 months ago that if you had another episode of heart failure, you were going to, in his words, be in deep shit. And son, it doesn't get much deeper." Angel laughed. "Slow down. I can't keep up with the technical jargon." "Kennedy told me you'd make jokes. But I don't think anything here is funny. You're a young man, rich and famous if the girls at the nurses' station are correct." Angel thought about the stir his presence must be creating and felt a jolt of adrenaline. "They're right. I'm both." There was a pause before the doctor spoke again. "You're not taking this seriously enough, Mr. DeMarco. You've been sick for a long time. The viral infection you had as a young man weakened your heart. And still you drank and smoked and used drugs. The cold, hard truth is that you've been using up that heart of yours at a very rapid rate, and if we don't do something soon, we may not be able to do anything at all." "I've heard that before, but I'm still here, Doc. You know why?" Gerlain eyed him. "It's certainly not because you listen to doctor's orders." "Nope." His voice fell to a conspiratorial whisper. "Here's my secret, Doc. Only the good die young." Gerlain leaned back in his chair, studying Angel. Minutes clicked by on the rhythmic tide of the monitor. Finally, the doctor spoke. "Do you have a wife, Mr. DeMarco?" Angel gave him a disgusted look. "I think she'd be here if I did." "Children?" He grinned. "Not that I know of." "Dr. Kennedy said in all the years he'd treated you, he'd never seen anyone visit you in the hospital except your agent and a horde of reporters." "What is this, Doc? Some macabre, this is your life? You going to bring out my high school guidance counselor to confirm that I never played well with others?" "No. I'm asking who will grieve for you if you die." It was a mean question, designed to hurt. and it succeeded. He thought suddenly of his brother, Francis. All at once his childhood was inside him, and the nostalgia was so sharp and sweet he could smell the grass and the rain and the sea. Thinking about the past made him feel disconnected. He knew that his Hollywood acquaintances were just that, not the kind of friends his brother had once been. They didn't see him, that group of hangers-on who drifted through the movable feast that was filmmaking. For a split second he felt a stinging regret, a sense of loss for all he'd walked away from, the brother he'd left behind. Ruthlessly he shoved the emotion aside and stared hard at the doctor. He wanted to tell him to go to hell, but damn it, he needed the man. It was time to turn on the charm that had gotten him so far, so fast. Hey, you're right, of course. This must be where they got that famous line, serious as a heart attack. Well, you can bet your ass I'm going to take my health seriously from now on. No drugs. Or hardly any. And I'm going to give up booze. Just beer. Beer's okay, right? Jerlaine stared at him in obvious distress. If you don't do something quickly, you're going to die, Mr. DeMarco. Soon. And whatever dreams and hopes you have will die with you. No second chances. Angel smiled. Same old shtick. Define soon for our viewers. Jerlaine responded with the expected shrug. Angel smiled triumphantly. That was always the way of it. That shrug was doc body language for some time between this second and 2010. They didn't have any real answers, just advice and more advice. I'll die someday is what you mean. Well, pal, so will you. No, that's not what I mean, Jerlaine answered evenly. If you don't do something, Mr. DeMarco, I think you'll die this year. Angel's cocky smile faded. This year? But it's almost October. Yes, it is. Angel couldn't comprehend what he was being told. Something was wrong. His hearing was going. Are you shitting me? Jerlaine gave him a superior look. I don't shit patients, Mr. DeMarco. I inform them. This year. No one had ever said anything like that before. It was always a bunch of hemming and hawing about some days and future times. Lectures about alcohol abuse and the accumulated effect of cigarette smoking and fat in your diet. Angel wanted to hit something, punch his fist into a solid brick wall and feel the familiar pain radiate up his arm. So fix me, he snapped. Cut me open and repair the damage. It's not that easy, Mr. DeMarco. The damage done by this last episode is too extensive. I've spoken to Chris Allenford at St. Joe's, and he concurs that repair isn't a viable option. Damage. Too extensive. Bad words. Very bad words. Are you telling me I'm going to die and you can't do anything to save me? No. I'm telling you that standard heart surgery isn't an option. It's too late for that. You need a new heart. No, you don't mean transplant. For a split second, Angel couldn't breathe. Ice-cold fear stabbed deep, deep in his heart. Jesus, he said on a breath. Jesus. Transplant. A new heart. Someone else's heart in his chest. A dead person's heart. Beating. Beating. He stared at Jerlaine, trying to sound normal, unafraid. He forced a weak smile. No way. I don't even buy used cars. This is no joke, Mr. DeMarco. Your heart disease is in end stage, and that is as bad as it sounds. You're going to die unless you receive a healthy heart. We'll put you on the transplant list and hope a donor is found in time. A donor? Angel thought for a second he might puke. And give me a life as what? Frankenstein's pet project? It's a surgery, Mr. DeMarco, not unlike other surgeries. There will be guidelines, of course, restrictions on activity and diet, but with a few lifestyle changes. Angel was almost speechless. Jesus Christ. There are excellent psychiatrists who are trained to help in times like this. Really? Angel shot the word back. He knew he should be charming right now, try to get what he wanted with honey instead of piss, but he couldn't manage it. He felt as if he were falling off a cliff into a deep, dark pit, and the helplessness of it made him want to scream out in anger. How many heart transplants have you done, Mr. Head of Cardiology for LaGrangeville Hospital? None, but nothing. I'm not taking your word for anything. Anything. Do you understand me? Make arrangements to fly me to the best transplant center in the country. He glared at the doctor. Now. Jerlaine slowly pushed to his feet. Kennedy told me you'd take this poorly. Take it poorly? Angel mimicked. Take it poorly? What is that, some kind of joke? Jerlaine pushed the chair aside and sighed deeply, shaking his head. I'll make arrangements for a transfer. St. Joseph's Hospital in Seattle would be your best bet. Allenford's probably the top cardiovascular surgeon in the country. Seattle? His heart hammered out of control, sent that idiotic monitor clicking and blipping. He was so furious he could barely breathe. Jesus Christ, it's a comedy of errors. You're sending me home. Jerlaine brightened. Really? I didn't realize you were from Seattle. Well, if anyone finds out about this, anyone, I'll sue this goddamn hospital so fast, you'll be emptying bedpans at a nursing home. You got that, doctor? Mr. DeMarco, be reasonable. You came here from a Hollywood party. People saw you arrive. Nobody is gonna think I need a new heart. You figure out a way to hide it, Doc. Jerlaine stared down at him, frowning. You have strange priorities. Yeah, bite me. Now get out of my room. Jerlaine shook his head and shuffled wordlessly to the door. He turned, gave Angel a long, worried look, then left the room. The door clicked shut behind him. Quiet descended, settled uncomfortably onto the blank walls and speckled linoleum. The monitor blipped on and on and on. Angel stared at the closed door, feeling the blood hurtling through his body, pounding at his temples, catching and releasing on the tired old valves of his heart. His fingers were cold, so cold, and he couldn't draw a decent breath. A transplant. He wanted to laugh it all off, to tell himself that he was in some backwater, low-rent hospital getting bad advice, and part of him even believed it. But not all of him, not deep, deep inside of him where the fear had always lived, the dark spot in his soul where even the booze and drugs couldn't reach. Transplant. The word circled back on itself and returned. Transplant, transplant, transplant. They wanted to cut his heart out. Drugs swirled soothingly through Angel's body. He couldn't keep his eyes open, and his body felt weighted and tingly. Consciousness came and went with the ticking of the wall clock. Home. They were sending him home. He tried not to think about it, but the memories were persistent. He didn't have the pills and the booze and the women to keep them away this time, and without his narcotic armor, he was so damned vulnerable. He closed his eyes, and slowly, the antiseptic smell of the hospital was blown away by a rain-sweet breeze. He no longer heard the monitor, but the growl of an engine. He was 17 again, riding his motorcycle, the Harley-Davidson that had cost him his soul. The engine throbbed and purred beneath him. He drove and drove, not knowing where he was going until he reached the stoplight. The sign hovered above him at a cockeyed angle, Wagon Wheel Estates Trailer Park. He urged the bike forward, inching past one trailer, then another and another, each mobile home huddled on a thin strip of asphalt, living room shored up with piles of concrete blocks, backyards a 6x6 square of gravel. Finally, he came to his boyhood home. The trailer, once butter yellow, now grayed by time, sat in a weed-infested patch of meadow grass. Trash cans heaped with garbage lined the chain-link fence that separated the DeMarco estate from the Watchell's domain next door. A dilapidated Impala was parked at a suspicious angle in the driveway. He pulled up alongside the chain-link fence and cut the engine. He sat there a second, uncertain. Then very slowly he set the kickstand and got off. He walked along the fence and up the split asphalt driveway, across the necklace of aggregate gravel stepping stones that led to the front door. As he passed it, Angel glanced at the garbage can, saw the crushed paper bags and bent pop cans that peeked over the rim. It was his job, never Francis's, to carefully construct the rubbish facade. The real garbage, the weekly allotment of gin and vodka bottles, had to be hidden at all costs. As if the neighbors didn't know. For years they'd heard the raucous, drunken fights that emanated from the piss-colored trailer, had heard the slamming doors and breaking glass every Saturday night. The music of Angel's youth. He climbed the creaking metal steps and stopped at the top, staring at the dirty door. For a second he didn't want to go in. It was crazy, he knew, to be 17 years old and afraid to enter your own home. But it had been that way for as long as he could remember. There was a rustle of movement from within. The trailer shifted and whined on its blocks as footsteps thudded toward the door. Suddenly the knob twisted. The door arced open. His mother stood in the doorway, a cigarette in one hand, a glass of gin in the other. Her skin had a sick, yellow-gray tinge, the mark of chain smoking, and accordion-pleated wrinkles creased her cheeks. Black hair, a color too severe to be found in nature, lay in frizzled disarray around her pudgy face. Puffy, purplish bags underscored her bloodshot brown eyes. Eyeing him, she took a long drink of her gin, draining the glass and tossing it back onto the brown shag carpet. "Where you been?" "What do you care?" She burped, wiped the moisture from her mouth. "Don't you sass me, boy." Angel sighed. Why was he here? What had he hoped for? A smile, a welcome, a "come on in"? When would he stop wanting something from his mother? "I got a problem, Ma." One bushy gray eyebrow shot upward. "You're in trouble." She said it without a hint of emotion, just a flat statement of fact. "Yeah." She took a deep drag off her cigarette, then blew the smoke in his face. "What do you want from me?" He felt a stab of disappointment, and it pissed him off. Nothing. She flicked the still-burning cigarette onto the driveway. "Francis brung me his report card yesterday. It was the best present a mother could get." Angel fought the immediate resentment, refused to let it get the best of him. It had always been this way with his mother, and it always would be. Francis was her golden boy, her fair-haired child. Francis the good and pure, Francis the altar boy, her ticket to heaven. And Angel was her shit-kicking, hell-raising mistake. How many times had she told him she should have had an abortion? "You want a drink?" she asked, still eyeing him. "Sure, Ma," he said tiredly. "I'll have a drink." "Martini?" He knew what her martini was, 8 ounces of gin and 2 ice cubes. "Fine." Without another word, she turned away from him and headed for the kitchen. Reluctantly, he followed her into the murky interior. Pale light shone through a dirty beige lampshade, reflected on the shag carpet. A faded bronze velour sofa was pressed against the fake wood-paneled wall. Pressboard end tables were littered with celebrity magazines and piled with ashtrays. There was a fine dusting of ash on the floor beside a black Naugahyde lazy-boy. Angel sat down on the sagging sofa. Within seconds, his mother was bustling back toward him, drinks clanking in her hands. He tried not to care that she didn't speak. She didn't want to talk with Angel, didn't want to be with him, but she always had time to drink with him. Back when he was a kid, 10, 11, she'd started him on the road to alcoholism with a motherly shove. She'd wanted someone to drink with, and she'd never ask pious Francis. Angel was the perfect choice, as long as he didn't talk much. It was pathetic how much he'd valued that time with her. For a while, it had felt as if she'd chosen him, wanted to be with him. By about 7th grade, he understood the truth. She'd share a drink with Adolf Hitler if he stopped by at cocktail hour. Anything or anyone to prove to her soggy brain that she was a social drinker. For the longest time, they sat there, he on the sofa, she on the lazy boy, drinking silently. The rattling ice and swallowing gulps seemed inordinately loud in the quiet room. Angel wanted to tell her what he came to say, goodbye, but he couldn't face the look in her eyes when he said the word. She'd know instantly that he was running from trouble, and her triumphant smile would confirm everything she'd ever said about him. After a while, he heard a car drive up. The engine roared, sputtered, died. Footsteps clanged up the metal steps. Ma put down her drink and flew to the door, wrenching it open. She threw her arms wide and squealed with delight. "Frankie!" Angel put his drink down and got to his feet. Anxiety twisted his gut into a knot. He stood there, waiting. His heart started beating hard in his chest. He wasn't ready to tell his brother goodbye. Not yet. Ma moved aside and ushered her savior inside. Francis came into the trailer and dropped his book bag on the sofa. "Hey, Angel," he said. Ma thumped Francis on the back so hard he stumbled forward. "You're just in time for dinner. I'll go to the kitchen and make sure I got your favorites. Franks and beans for my Frankie." With a final squeak, she hustled down the hallway and disappeared into the kitchen. Francis looked at him. "There's a brand new Harley-Davidson in the yard." Angel shifted nervously. "I'm in trouble, Franco. I gotta leave town. To his humiliation, he felt tears burn his eyes. "I just came to say goodbye." "Don't do it, man," Francis said softly, shaking his head. "Don't just run away. Whatever it is, we can talk about it, figure out what to do. Don't go. Please?" "I have to." He turned away from the disappointment in Francis's eyes and ran out of the trailer. Jumping on the motorcycle, he started the engine and roared out of town. He never let himself look back. He was afraid that if he did, he'd start crying and wouldn't be able to stop. The antiseptic smell returned, sharp and bitter. The hospital lighting stabbed through his watery eyes. He'd stayed away from Seattle for 17 long, lonely years. Now, after all this time, he was going back. Going home. Chapter 2. Angel stared at the puck-marked ceiling. It was too damned quiet in here. The stillness grated on his overstretched nerves. He wanted suddenly to fill the silence with noise, loud, boisterous noise that said, "I'm here, I'm still alive." He wanted to take strength from that simple sentence, pleasure from the knowledge that his lungs still pumped air. But it wasn't enough anymore. Not nearly enough. Now there was a vial of liquid nitrogen inside his chest, a dark, ugly splotch that could explode at any second. Any second. Just a blip on the screen and it was over. Flatline. He closed his eyes, trying to ignore the headache pulsing behind his eyes. He didn't want to think about this crap anymore. He wanted it all to just go away. "You look like shit." Angel heard the drawling, southern-fed voice and almost smiled. Would have smiled if he hadn't felt so damned low. He cracked his eyes open, blinked hard as the fluorescent lighting stabbed through his brain. "Thanks." Angel inched his way to a sit. The needles in his veins pinched with every movement. By the time he was upright, he was winded and his chest hurt like hell. Val stood in the doorway, his thin, designer-clad body angled against the doorframe, his tangled blonde hair tucked self-consciously behind one ear. He pushed away from the door and glided into the room in that slow, loose-hipped walk that always drew attention from the media. He reached out, grabbed the bedside chair with long, delicate fingers, and twisted it around, slumping casually onto the hard seat. Leaning forward, he rested his chin on the chair back and dangled his arms over the mustard-colored fake leather. A slow frown pulled at his eyebrows as he studied Angel. I mean, you really look like shit. Even worse than last time. Angel didn't have the strength to smile. Give me a cigarette, will you? Val reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of Marlboros. Flicking the hard pack's top, he checked the contents and shrugged. Empty. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. He pulled a pint of tequila from inside his coat and grinned. But I'm not completely useless. He set the bottle down on the bedside table. I just watched the dailies for yesterday. That death scene of yours was unbelievable. Even I didn't know you were that good. That writer went ape shit. When you get out of here, we're going to start the Oscar hype immediately. The publicist thinks... Blah, blah, blah. Val's voice droned on, but Angel stopped hearing, stopped listening, anyway. He stared at the man who'd been his friend, and then agent, for 16 years, and tried to summon a smile, to act like a film performance mattered right now. But he couldn't do it. He wasn't that good an actor. He remembered suddenly the night he'd met Val. It had been in New York, the middle of a winter's night in a seedy tavern, when they'd both been cold and hungry and lonely. Angel had been just a kid then, barely 18, and already on his own for over a year. They became friends almost instantly and spent the next year moving from town to town, running and running until it wasn't fun anymore. Just a series of flea-bag motels in towns with no names, swilling booze, and eating from dumpsters. Amazingly, it had turned around in a single day. A day that started with old tuna. Val had gotten violently ill from a tuna sandwich he'd stolen from a hot Arizona lunch counter. At the hospital, he'd called his parents. Within hours, the two boys were ensconced in the Leitner's gorgeous New York penthouse apartment. Val's mother was the most beautiful woman Angel had ever seen, cold as ice, hard as diamonds. Val delighted in telling her where they'd been and what they'd done. She was horrified, of course, and Val made her promise to give them an apartment and put them in college. But you haven't even finished high school, she said in a nasal, white-bread voice. Val only laughed. Please, Mother, you're rich. She'd wagged a ringed finger at him. Life will not always go your way, Valentine. He'd given her a disarming smile. You can always hope, Mother. Angel shook his head to clear the memories. Then he looked at Val. They want to cut my heart out. Val patted another pocket, still looking for smokes. They'll have to find it first. I mean it, Val. They want to do a heart transplant. Val's smile faded. You mean take your heart out and stick in a dead guy's? Angel felt sick. Close enough. Jesus. Val slumped forward. Angel sighed. Somehow he'd expected more of Val, but he didn't know what that more was. I need a donor, he said, forcing a smile. A really good agent would offer. I'd give you my brain, buddy. God knows I don't use it. But my heart? He shook his head. Jesus. Unless you're praying, Angel snapped. Try to say something more helpful. I need advice here. Hell, if I'd known a transplant was in my future, I'd have quit smoking and drinking years ago. It was another lie. Another in the long string of lies he'd told himself. He'd known for years that his heart was bad, and it hadn't stopped him from drinking or smoking. His only lifestyle change was to drop a heart pill before snorting a line of cocaine. He had never wasted time thinking about the future. His life had always been a roller coaster ride, with him strapped willingly in the front seat. The days and nights hammered forward at blinding speed, turning, dipping, plunging, never slowing, never coming to a bump stop. Until now, until yesterday, when the coaster had rammed into the brick wall of his own mortality. And as if death weren't bad enough, they wanted him to go to Seattle for the surgery. Christ, what a mess. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It wasn't fair. He didn't deserve this. Sure, he'd been an asshole in his life. He'd hurt people and lied to them. But he was supposed to go to hell for that. He'd been raised Catholic. He knew the rules. Hell was after death. Not hell on earth. Not a heart transplant. Not half a life. "This is stupid," Angel said. "I refuse to worry about it anymore. What does some low-rent doctor in a backwater hospital in the middle of nowhere know about cutting-edge technology? He probably wouldn't know a heart transplant patient if he backed over one with his car." "Oh, and you would." Val crushed the empty cigarette pack. "So, when do you have the surgery?" "I'm not going to." Val frowned. "Don't be a jerk, Angel. If you need a new heart, get one. It's probably a breeze now. Hell, they separate Siamese twins and turn men into women. What's the problem?" "I may not be Albert Schweitzer, Val, but I think a new heart would change your life just a little." "Death might be a harder adjustment." Val tried to look casual, but Angel could see the fear in his friend's eyes. It was frightening, that look, for Val was fearless, the only person Angel knew who played as close to the edge and lived as recklessly as Angel did, a dilettante bad boy who handled the careers of some of Hollywood's most famous people. Angel wanted to look away, but he couldn't. "Did you see that movie, The Hand, with Michael Caine? The one where he was a pianist, I think, and he lost his hand? They sewed a donor hand onto the end of his stump. Catch was, it was a serial killer's hand. Caine went around killing everyone he saw." "Oh, for God's sakes, Angel." "Well, could be true. It could happen. What if I get some namby-pamby heart, and after the surgery, my biggest dream is to dress like Doris Day?" Val let out a bark of laughter. "I don't know. You've got a hell of a pair of legs. I could probably book you in some La Caja Fall nightclub. You could be Liza Minnelli." As soon as the words were out, Val stopped smiling. Then he leaned forward and drilled Angel with a hard look. "The point is, your heart's a goner. That's a fact." "Easy for you to say." "Easy?" Val echoed the word, a small frown tugging at his full lips. "You're my best friend. None of this is easy." "What about my career? The New York Times said my acting had heart." Val didn't look away, though Angel could tell that he wanted to. "Acting is the least of your worries. I got you more money than God for that piece of shit action picture." Angel stared at the empty cigarette pack in Val's hand. He wanted a cigarette, a shot of tequila. Anything that would magically take this moment and transform it into something else. He wanted it to be yesterday, last month, last year. He wanted not to be dying. But with every breath, every aching, pain-riddled breath, he felt the truth. His heart was throwing in the towel. The realization brought a gnawing sense of loss and frustration. "I don't want to go public with this man. I'll feel like a freak. I'll leak a story that you're exhausted. They'll think you had a drug overdose, but that's no big deal." Val waited a minute, obviously thinking. Then he leaned toward him, looking as serious as Angel had ever seen him. "But Angel, you've got to get your head straight. Image is not your biggest problem." An uncomfortable silence fell between them. Angel didn't want to say anything, didn't know what to say, but the quiet ate through his nerves until he couldn't stand it. "I want to be mad at God, you know. But if there's a God, there's a hell. And if there's a hell, my whole life has been a race into the fire." Val winced. "Let's not get philosophical. I've got 2 women and a bag of coke in the limo downstairs." He smiled, but the look in his eyes was sad. And suddenly Angel knew what Val was thinking. The 2 of them had done the same drugs, screwed the same women, walked the same razor's edge. If Angel was dying, Val wouldn't be far behind. What would this do to their friendship? Angel felt a fluttering of panic. Suddenly he understood the price of his recklessness, and for a second he wished he could take it all back, change the way he'd lived. Anything so that he had friends right now, real, honest-to-God friends who cared about him. "Sorry, pal," Val said in a quiet voice. "But it's over. Over. The booze, the drugs, the parties, they're gone. I don't care if you have the operation or not. Those days are gone. I'm sure as hell not going to party with you again. Christ, you could snort a line and drop dead on the coffee table." He shivered at the thought, then moved closer to the bed. "I know you're scared. And when you're scared, you get belligerent and pissed off. But you need a clear head about this, Angel. We're talking about your life." "Some life. And you haven't heard the best part. They're sending me to Seattle for the procedure." "Seattle? Good." Angel frowned. "What the hell is good about it?" "You'll have your brother. I was afraid you'd be alone. I have to go to the film festival, and I have the Aspen house booked for 2 weeks." "By all means, don't let my death screw up your vacation plans." Val flashed a guilty look. "I could cancel." Angel had never felt so alone. He was world famous, and it didn't mean shit. His life was like his star on Hollywood Boulevard, a beautiful, glittering thing to behold, but frozen in the pavement and cold to the touch. "No, don't bother. I'll be fine." Finally, Val said, "You're stronger than you think you are, Angel. You always have been. You're gonna make it." "I know." After that, there was nothing left to say. Dr. Madelaine Hillyard entered the ICU in a breathless rush, her name still crackling over the paging system. The room was bright and impersonal. A single bed cut through the center of the small private room. Beside it stood a table, its surface heaped with pitchers and cups. Her patient, Tom Grant, lay in the narrow bed, a pale, motionless body, eyes closed, throat invaded by tubing that connected him to the life-sustaining ventilator. Intravenous lines flowed from his veins. 2 huge chest tubes stuck out from the skin beneath his ribs, suctioning blood from his surgical wounds to a bubbling, hissing cylinder. Susan Grant sat huddled against the bed, her arms uncomfortably looped over the silver metal bed rails, her hand curled tightly around her husband's limp, unresponsive fingers. At Madeleine's entrance, she looked up. "Hello, Dr. Hillyard." Madelaine gave the woman a gentle smile and moved toward the bed. Wordlessly, she checked the tubing, made a note on his chart that the canister needed to be emptied more often, and checked his medications. Pressors, immunosuppressants, and antibiotics. They were all working overtime to keep Tom's battered, cut-up body from rejecting the new heart. "Everything looks good, Susan. He should come to any time." Tears squeezed past the woman's lashes and streaked down her cheeks. "The children have been asking about him. I don't know what to say." Madelaine wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, would be better than all right, that Tom would wake up and smile at his wife and hold his children, and life would be good. But Tom was a very special patient. This was his second heart transplant. In the 12 years since his first operation, he had proven that transplants could truly give a patient a new lease on life. He'd fathered 2 more children, become a marathon runner, and been active in spreading the word nationwide that transplantation was an ever-increasing success. Still, the heart had finally given out, and now he was a pioneer again, one of the few patients ever to get a 3rd chance. "I don't know how to thank you," Susan said softly. Madelaine didn't answer. It wasn't necessary. Instead, she pulled up a chair and sat down. She knew that her presence would comfort Susan, give the woman an anchor in the silent, terrifying world of post-op recovery. Her gaze shot to the wall clock, and she made a mental note of the time. She had 45 minutes before her next appointment. She would be able to stay with Tom for a while. On the bed, Tom coughed weakly. His eyelids fluttered. Susan lurched forward. "Tommy? Tom?" Madelaine hit the nurse's button and got to her feet, leaning over the bed. "Tom, can you hear me?" He opened his eyes and tried to smile around the endotracheal tube. Reaching up, he pressed his hand to his wife's face. And then he looked at Madelaine and gave her a thumbs up. It was the kind of moment Madelaine lived for. No matter how many times she stood at a bed like this, she never got used to the adrenaline-pumping thrill of success. "Welcome back." "Oh, Tommy." Susan was crying in earnest now. Tears dripped down her face and plopped on the pale blue blanket. Madelaine performed a few quick tests on him before easing out of the room to give the couple their privacy. In the hallway, she stopped the head transplant nurse and quietly gave her an update, then grabbed her coat from her office and raced from the building. She drove out of the parking lot and sped down Madison Street toward the freeway. For the first few moments, she was flying high, exhilarated by Tom's progress. Soon he would be getting out of bed, kissing his children, holding them on his lap, twirling them in the air on a bright spring day. She, the other members of the transplant team, and the donor's family had all done their part to make that miracle. No matter how often it happened, she never failed to feel an incredible, humbling sense of awe. When a patient woke up after surgery, she felt on top of the world. Oh, she knew that it could end tomorrow, knew that his body could reject the heart and turn on itself like a rabid dog. But she always believed in the best, prayed for it, worked for it. She glanced up, saw her exit sign, and the good mood fled as quickly as it had come. She was on her way to a meeting with her daughter's high school guidance counselor. She did not expect it to go well. Madelaine sighed, feeling the first telltale pulsings of a migraine headache. Yes, the Tom Grants of the world were the reason she did what she did, why she'd spent years in college, years without sleep or a social life, working herself like a demon to become a cardiologist. But there had been a price. As she got older, it was the truth she'd come to understand. There was always a price. She was losing her daughter, watching Lena drift further and further away. Madelaine tried to be the perfect mother, just as she tried to be the perfect physician. But being a doctor was a snap compared to being a single parent. No matter how hard she tried, she failed with Lena, and it had gone from bad to worse. Lately, their relationship had been hanging by a thread. Madelaine wanted so badly to do the right thing, be the right thing. But what did she know of motherhood? She'd gotten pregnant as a teenager, much too young. She'd known she had to take care of her daughter, give Lena a good, stable life. Medical school had been a pie-in-the-sky goal at first. Madelaine had never believed she'd actually make it, but she'd kept plugging away, spending the trust fund that was her mother's legacy. She'd worked her ass off to become the best and brightest of the graduating class, and she'd finished early. But somewhere along the way, she'd gone wrong. At first, it was little things: a missed birthday party, an emergency call on family night, a field trip she couldn't make. Madelaine had been so consumed by her own ambition, she'd never noticed when her daughter stopped inviting her places, stopped counting on her to be somewhere or do something. Now she was paying the price. She pulled into the school parking lot, got out of the car, and strode through the school to the counselor's office. At the closed door, she knocked sharply. A muffled "come in" answered her. Exhaling steadily, Madelaine collected herself, then went inside. The counselor, a pert brunette named Vicky Owen, smiled broadly and extended her hand. "Hello, Dr. Hillyard. Come in. Sit down." Madelaine shook the woman's hand. "Call me Madelaine, please." Vicky took a seat behind her desk and pulled out a stack of papers. "I asked for this meeting because Lena is exhibiting some serious behavioral problems. She's skipping classes, forgetting to turn in homework, mouthing off. Frankly, her teachers are at a loss. She used to be such a wonderful student." Madelaine felt every word like a blow. She knew it was true, knew her daughter was in trouble, but she didn't know what to do about it. Vicky's face softened in understanding. Don't worry, Madelaine. It's not just you. Every mother of a 16-year-old daughter feels the same way. Madelaine wanted to believe the counselor's words, but she couldn't allow herself such an easy way out. Thank you, she mumbled. Would you like to talk about it? Madelaine gazed steadily into the counselor's dark eyes. She wanted to share her burden with this young woman, to lay her cards on the table and say, "Help me, I'm lost." But she didn't know how to be so open. She'd been taught from earliest memory to buck up and be strong. Showing weakness was incomprehensible to her. I don't think talking will solve my problem, she said evenly. Vicky paused for a moment longer, waiting, then she went on. Lena's teachers tell me that she responds well to discipline. Rules. Madelaine flinched at the subtle reproach. Yes, she does. She stared at Vicky. I just don't know how. I think she needs more time with me. Perhaps, Vicky answered doubtfully. I'll talk to her. Vicky folded her hands on the table. You know, Madelaine, some things can't be talked out. Sometimes a teenager needs to feel the wrath of God. Perhaps her father— No, Madelaine said quickly. Too quickly. She tried to force a smile. I'm a single parent. I see. Madelaine couldn't sit there another minute, couldn't take what she saw in the counselor's eyes. Her shame and guilt were overpowering. She lurched to her feet. I'll handle this, Vicky. You have my word on it. Vicky nodded. The supermom is a tough row to hoe, Madelaine. There are several outstanding support groups that can help out. Thank you. I appreciate your concern. With a final nod, Madelaine turned and walked from the office. When the door clicked shut behind her, she closed her eyes for a second. Perhaps her father— She groaned. God, she didn't want to think about Lena's father. For years she'd pushed him out of her thoughts. And if, sometimes, late at night, the memories came to her, she shoved them away with a cold shower or a run around the block. It had worked, too. After a while, she stopped thinking about him, stopped needing or wanting him. There had been a time when she'd almost forgotten what he looked like. Then Lena had begun to change. It had been subtle at first, the transformations. A few more holes in her ears, tears in her Levi's, dark mascara smudged around her beautiful blue eyes. As usual, Madelaine had barely noticed. Then, one day, she looked up at her daughter and saw him. She'd realized then what she should have seen since childhood. Lena was a spitting image of her father, a wild teenager who lived life at a full run, taking no prisoners, asking for nothing. Like her father, too, Lena saw through Madelaine's brittle exterior, saw the weak woman inside, a woman who couldn't make rules, couldn't enforce even the simplest conditions, a woman who was so desperate for love that she let people walk all over her. Lena Hillyard took a long, stinging drag off her cigarette and exhaled. The smoke collected against the windshield and hung suspended, mingling with the massive cloud that was already there. She held back a hacking cough by sheer force of will. Shifting uncomfortably on the narrow seat, she cast a surreptitious glance at the boy beside her. Jet was driving fast, as usual. His foot slammed onto the gas pedal, his free hand curled around a bottle of Jack Daniels he'd stolen from his parents. On the other side of her, Brittany Levin was sucking on a lime, the last stage of her tequila slammer. Everyone was laughing and talking and singing along with the radio. It was blasting a song by the Butthole Surfers. The song ended and something softer began. Jet cursed loudly and switched the radio off, then swerved onto the side of the road and hit the brakes so hard that all of them were hurled forward. Lena's hand shot out instinctively, slammed against the windshield. Her cigarette hit the dashboard and rolled toward the vent. The little Datsun's doors flipped open and everyone spilled out. Lena reached for her cigarette. By the time she'd retrieved it, the gang was already outside, milling beneath the huge cedar tree in the center of the clearing. It was their Saturday night party spot. Yellowed cigarette butts already littered the ground, alongside empty liquor bottles and roach clips and crumpled smoke packs. Someone had brought a boombox, and loud music vibrated through the air. Lena dropped her cigarette and ground it out beneath her heel, then headed toward the group. Jet was standing alongside the tree, guzzling Jack Daniels as if it were water. The golden alcohol trickled down his stubbly chin and dripped onto his t-shirt. She wished she knew what to say to him now. Just the right thing that would make him look at her, see her. She'd had a crush on him for as long as she could remember. He was so cool. And they had something in common. Jet had grown up without a father around. Lena was certain it meant something, some destiny thing, that their lives were so alike. But he never seemed to notice her. None of them did. She was like a ghost, hovering on the perimeter of their friendship, trying to find the words that would admit her. "Hey, Hillyard," Jet called out, wiping the back of his hand across his mouth. "You got any money? We need more smokes." Lena grinned and tucked a stray lock of black hair around her ear. It wasn't much, she knew, but it meant that he wanted something from her, needed something. She always had more money than the rest of the kids. It was the one cool thing her evil mother did. "Yeah, I got enough for a couple of packs," she answered, digging into her jeans pocket. Brittany gave her a stinging look. Then she flipped open her purse and pulled out the pint of tequila. "Here, Lena, have a drink." Lena grabbed the bottle's warm neck and took a burning drink. The tequila ignited along her throat and exploded in her stomach. Brittany ran a hand through her short-cropped hair and sidled up to Jet. Staring triumphantly at Lena, she reached up and planted a long, wet kiss on his mouth. Jet's hand slid around Brittany's waist and pulled her close. "You taste like tequila," he murmured. Then he looked around. "Who's got the pot?" Within seconds, the night air was thick with the sweet scent of marijuana. The kids drew together in a circle, passing the joint from one to another, laughing and dancing. Lena felt the effects of the stuff in her bloodstream. The world seemed to slow down. Her body turned to heavy syrup, and she sank slowly, slowly downward. She closed her eyes and swayed. God, it felt good to be zoned out. When she was like this, there were so many things she didn't care about. Suddenly it didn't matter that her perfect mother was meeting with the school counselor today. Nothing hurt her when she was high. Even the questions that had haunted her all day now felt as insubstantial as the smoke rising from her cigarette. Brittany plopped down beside her. "I saw your dipshit mom go into Miss Owen's office today." Jet laughed. "Ooh, you're in trouble now, Hillyard." "Yeah, I saw her too," someone cut in. "She may be a bitch, but your mom is hot." "She could be a model," Brittany said, then leaned close. "You sure don't look like her. Who do you look like in your family?" Lena flinched and reached for her smokes. Sometimes she hated Brittany more than she could stand. "My dad, I guess." Brittany gave her a cold, assessing look. "Course, that's just a guess." She took another huge gulp of tequila, laughing as she swallowed. Then she surged to her feet. "Hey, I got an idea." She raced over to Jet and whispered something in his ear, and they both started laughing. Jet dropped the empty bottle of Jack Daniels and made his stumbling, lurching way to the car. He opened the trunk and rummaged through the stuff in the back, grabbed a few things, then ran back to the clearing. A big, alcohol-soaked grin exploded on his face. "Hillyard, we're going to figure out who your dad is." Lena didn't answer. They didn't understand. None of them understood how much they could hurt her with their careless words. "What do you mean?" she asked softly. He squatted until he was eye level with her. "We're going to see who you look like. It'll be cool. You'll see." Before she could think of what to say, he'd slapped an old baseball cap on her head and whipped out a pair of scissors. "I'll cut around the outline of the hat. It'll be awesome." He hiccuped drunkenly and laughed. Alarm flared in her. "Wait a second. My old lady's a hairdresser. I know what I'm doing," Jet said. Brittany stared down at her. "You aren't chicken, are you, Lena?" The other kids closed in around them. Lena bit down on her lower lip to keep it from trembling, but she never looked away from Brittany's face. "I'm not chicken," she said. "Besides, short hair is way cooler." She turned to Jet, giving him her biggest, bravest smile. "Go ahead." Jet started snipping. Big clumps of jet black hair slid down her Levi's jacket. She flinched at each snip, 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 and felt as if pieces of her were falling away. Brittany fished a mirror out of her purse and handed it to Lena. There was a victorious gleam in her brown eyes. Slowly, Lena picked up the mirror and stared at her own face. For a second, she couldn't breathe. But after a minute, she wasn't looking at the shaggy, hacked-up haircut. She was staring at her own reflection. The questions came flooding back, and this time the booze and pot offered no sanctuary at all. Suddenly she was thinking of her father, the mysterious father who'd marked her face and imprinted her soul. As always, she wondered what he was doing right now. Was he coming home from work? Kissing some other child that he'd fathered along the way? One he'd stayed around to raise? "Everything would be different if I knew you," she thought for the millionth time. "She looks like Mr. Sears," Brittany said, laughing shrilly. "Hey, Hilliard, maybe the school janitor is your dad." Jet picked up a joint and took a hit. Smoke poured from his mouth as he said, "I don't know why you don't just ask your old lady. My mom gave me my dad's address a few years ago. She told me to go live with him and good riddance." Just ask. Lena shivered at the thought. Maybe she would this time. Her 16th birthday was coming up. The thought coalesced, took shape in her mind until her whole body was shaking. Anticipation blossomed into a living, breathing presence inside her. She knew suddenly what she wanted for her birthday. "It's time," she said to herself, feeling the beginnings of a smile. "What do you think, Lena?" Brittany's nasal voice broke into her thoughts. Lena's gaze jerked up. For a split second, she couldn't figure out what they were all waiting for. Then she remembered. The haircut. She looked first at Jet, then at Brittany, who was so clueless. She thought a frigging haircut mattered. "It's way cool. Thanks, Jet. Now hand me the tequila." Chapter 3. Madelaine dropped the expensive shopping bags on the creaky old dock and sat down. Salty air caressed her cheeks, tugged at the short strands that framed her face. The dark green water stared back at her, rolling gently, spanking the barnacle-studded pilings, coughing up foam. The dock groaned beneath her, shifted with each push of the tide, as if it were fighting to hold its place against the monumental force of the sea. "Hi, Mama," she said, her voice as soft and low as the wind whispering through the decrepit boards. The sea gazed back at her, waiting, rolling. She ached to feel close to her mother here, the only place on earth where such a feeling was even possible. But it was difficult, manufacturing a tie that had been broken so many years before. Yet still she tried. The first Sunday of each month, she returned and spoke to the woman who should have shaped her life. She'd first come here when she was 6 years old, a reed-thin, plain-faced child dressed like a tiny doll, her black patent Mary Janes pressed together at the ankles, her black satin dress billowing in the wind. She closed her eyes and let the memories flow, all that she had left. Her father, standing on the edge of this dock beside her, his Burberry coat flapping, his cheeks reddened by the cold. He'd seemed so big then, huge and indestructible, with a voice like a foghorn and eyes that never looked at her. Her mother's ashes floating on the surface of the water. "Don't cry, girl. It won't bring her back." Madelaine had done as he asked, as she always did, holding back the tears one breath at a time. The sea had blurred before her eyes, shimmered into a huge, endless swath of blue that once had meant nothing to her, and now held all that remained of her mother. It had taken her years to come back to this place, and once she did, she couldn't stay away. Behind her, the packages rustled again, reminding her of why she was here, of the reassurance she needed from her mother. "It's Lena's birthday tomorrow," she said quietly. The words were lost, taken and twisted and swallowed by the breeze. After a grueling workday, she'd gone shopping, agonizing over each purchase, wanting each one to be just right. The bridge that would bring her and Lena back together. A miraculous glue that would bind the fraying seam of their relationship. She wanted tomorrow's party to be a new beginning for her and Lena, the mother and daughter who'd slid so far apart. But how? That was the question she'd brought for her long-dead mother. How did two people who were supposed to love each other find their way back? How were wrong paths made miraculously right? "Help me find my way, Mama." She lifted her head, stared out at the sparkling water. As usual, no answer came to her. Nothing but the ceaseless rhythm of the waves slapping against the dock. The wind picked up, pushing the waves harder and harder against the pilings. Overhead, a gull wheeled and cawed and dove into the sea. "I thought I'd find you here." Frances DeMarco's voice was a warm, welcome balm. She should have known that he would show up. Smiling, she twisted around to see him. He stood a few feet behind her, tall and straight, his long arms dangling at his sides. He looked, as always, slightly awkward and unsure of himself in his severe priest's clothes, the jet-black cloth a stark contrast to his pale, clear skin. A lock of tangled, wheat-colored hair lay flopped across one eye. Impatiently, he shoved it aside, and it fell right back. Madeleine's heart swelled almost painfully at the sight of him. He stared at her as he always did, his eyes shining and intense, his mouth poised on the brink of a smile. "Hey, Frances," she said. He smiled in that boyish way of his whole face crinkling with emotion. He looked heartbreakingly naive for a man full-grown. "I missed you in church this morning." She grinned at the old joke. "I prayed in the OR, and at the cosmetics counter at Nordstrom's." He moved toward her, his heels clicking on the tired old wood. His knees creaked as he sat beside her, his gaze cut to the sea. She answer this time? From anyone else, the question would have stung, but not from Frances. Her Frances, who knew her better than anyone else in the world. Sighing, she leaned against him and slipped her hand in his. He'd been her anchor for so many years, her best friend. The strength she'd never found in her own soul, she'd always found in his. No answer. "You ready for the party tomorrow? I see you've cleaned out Nordy's and Tower Records." She laughed, and it felt good. She didn't laugh nearly enough. Classic single parent with a troubled teen syndrome. Bye, bye, bye. A companionable silence slipped between them. Madeleine stared out at the sea, listening to its rhythmic breathing, feeling its movement in the wood beneath her. When Frances started to speak, his voice was so quiet that for a second, Madeleine didn't even notice. "Old Mrs. Fiorelli. She's not doing well." Madeleine squeezed his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Frances. I know how much you care about her." "Yeah. I've got to go see her." Madeleine turned to him and saw with surprise that he looked sad. She reached out, grazed her knuckles along his cheek. "What is it, Frances?" He plunged a hand through his blonde hair. She waited for him to laugh, say it was nothing. But he remained uncharacteristically quiet, looking at her now with an unsettling intensity. "Frances?" He leaned forward, their gazes held. The moment spilled out, lengthened in an odd way that made her heartbeat speed up. Before she could say something, it was over. "It's nothing, Maddie girl. Nothing at all." She felt, crazily, as if she'd just let him down. I'm always here for you, Frances. You know that. Yes, he said, giving her a sad, gentle smile. I know you are. Lena climbed off the hard plastic seat of her 10-speed and set the kickstand. The lightweight bike slid to the left and locked in place. She whipped the helmet off her head and shook out her boy-cut hair, plunging her fingers through the damp, sweaty mass to make it look as spiky and unkempt as possible. Her mother had hated the haircut, of course. Like Billy Idol, Lena? Do you really want to look like Billy Idol? The truth was, her mother couldn't have paid her a higher compliment, and, besides, today was the perfect day to look like Billy Idol. It was Lena's 16th birthday, and she was ready to make some trouble. Heck, she was itching for it. Because there was only one present she wanted to receive, and when she asked for it, a truckload of turds was going to hit the fan. She reached inside her leather biker jacket and pulled out a crushed pack of Marlboro Lights. She lit one, then took a long drag. Her lungs burned and she coughed, but it was worth it. Mom hated it when she smoked. Smiling, she sauntered up the brick pathway through the Martha Stewart perfect front yard toward the white farmhouse with the huge wraparound porch. It stood alone at the end of the street, this house that had once been in the middle of 100 acres of farmland. Now it was the only old-fashioned home on a street of cookie-cutter tract houses. As always, every bush and tree was precisely trimmed, and the grass was a carpet of shaved green. Pots of autumn color lined the steps up to the porch. The only thing that looked out of place in this picture postcard of suburban domesticity was Father Francis's scruffy yellow Volkswagen Bug sitting in the driveway. She noticed a new dent in the rusted front fender and wondered briefly who he'd nailed this time. On the porch, she paused, running a hand through her hair again. She knew she looked especially bad today, cheap and sleazy and in trouble, exactly the way she wanted to look. 3 earrings in her right ear, 4 in her left, blood-black lipstick and blue mascara, skin-tight black Levi's with a dozen fraying holes, and a stained white men's t-shirt. She knew it was immature to dress this way just to irritate her perfect mother, but she didn't care. It was a good enough reason. Everything she did was designed to get her mother's attention. Dr. Hillyard, the Virgin Mary of medicine, who looked gorgeous after a 10-hour shift at the hospital and never seemed to do anything wrong. Every time Lena looked at her mother, she felt small and stupid and inept. It used to bother her. It used to make her cry herself to sleep, wondering why she wasn't more like her flawless mother. But it had gotten so boring, all that crying and wanting and needing. This year she'd realized that she'd never be like her mom, and the realization had freed her. Lena stopped trying to get good grades and make good friends and do everything well. She had flourished in her rebellion, reveled in it. After a while, though, even that wasn't enough. And finally she had begun to understand what was wrong. Daddy. It was ridiculous that she thought of him in such childish terminology, but she couldn't help herself. She remembered to the very day when she'd first started missing her father, not in a vague, I wish he were here way, but with a serious, gnawing in the pit of your stomach sense of loss. It had been in the 6th grade, a year before she started her period. She'd finally found the nerve to ask her mother about him, and Madelaine had looked startled at first. Then she'd gotten a sad, faraway look in her eyes and said that he had left them long ago, that he wasn't ready to be a father. But it had nothing to do with Lena, Madelaine said fiercely, nothing at all. Lena could still remember how that had felt, the loneliness of it. Now, every time she looked in the mirror, she saw a stranger's eyes, a stranger's smile. With every day, she felt lonelier and lonelier, more lost. It was then, that cold December of her 6th grade year, when Lena realized she was alone in wanting her daddy, alone in thinking that something was wrong with her family. That was when things started to change with her mother. Lena had taken her questions to her bedroom, huddled with them, embraced them as she'd once snuggled with her teddy bear. A cold wariness settled between her and her mother, a watchful distance that seemed designed to deflect more questions. Lena had cried herself to sleep so many nights. It felt as if she'd wept for him forever, this mysterious father who had never come for her, never asked about her, never called on her birthday. She'd grieved until there was no grief left inside her, and then slowly, insidiously, she'd begun to think. Maybe he didn't know about her. Once the thought was planted, it took root. Lena fed it daily with the water possibility until one day she believed it, wholly, completely. Her father didn't know about her. If he did, he'd be here beside her, loving her, taking her places, buying her all the things Mom wouldn't allow. He wouldn't demand so much of her, wouldn't shake his head and cluck his tongue in disapproval when she asked for a tattoo. He'd answer her questions and comfort her. He'd let her stay at her boyfriend's house all night. Maybe he'd even hold her after a bad dream and let her just cry. Clamping the cigarette between her teeth, she yanked the front door open and went inside. She tossed her coat on the rack and wandered down the airy hallway, turning into the kitchen. It was empty. She took another burning drag off the cigarette and looked around, uncertain suddenly of what she should do. The kitchen table was draped in color and piled with packages wrapped in bright foil paper. In their midst was a white cake in the shape of a Harley-Davidson lowrider. Balloons filled the small kitchen, winked at her from a dozen different locations. The backs of chairs, the chrome handle on the front of the stove, the refrigerator door. Big mylar balloons that all read, "Happy Birthday." There were 16 candles on the cake, those silly pink twisty candles that came 30 to a box at Safeway. Tears stung her eyes, blurring the cake and tablecloth into a white and red checked smear. Angry with herself, she wiped at the moisture with the back of her hand and spun away from the table. What was wrong with her? Who looked at a stupid old cake and wanted to cry? But she knew what it was. Her mother had tried to put up the right balloons, buy the right cake. Lena had no doubt that her mom had agonized over every present. She also knew that each gift would be wrong. Too young, too old, too late, too soon. It was just the way it was between her and her mom. They never got anything right. Not like the old days, back when You and Me Against the World by Helen Reddy had been her and Mom's song. When they'd sung it all the time, laughing, dancing, hugging. Now she looked at a stupid store-bought cake, and she missed it. Missed the nights she used to snuggle in her mom's bed, the mornings they used to make pancakes together and sing dopey songs. Jeez, it was embarrassing how much she missed it. "Happy birthday, honey." Her mother's throaty voice rang through the kitchen. Lena's head snapped up. She saw her mother standing in the open archway that separated the kitchen from the living room. Father Francis was beside her. They were both grinning. Lena couldn't believe she was crying. Crying. She threw her shoulders back and sniffed hard, then slumped lazily against the wall. She felt herself sinking into the image she'd created, the rebel in the black leather jacket. Back to a place where no one expected anything of her except a sharp mouth and a snotty look. A place where things like loneliness and missing your mom didn't exist. She drew on the cigarette, inhaling deeply, then smiled, just a twitch of the lips like Elvis, and mumbled, "Thanks, guys." Madelaine stared at the cigarette. Her bright smile faded, and disappointment darkened her hazel eyes. "I've asked you not to smoke in the house." "Then make me stop." Lena stared at her, unblinking. Almost smiling, she strolled forward, her motorcycle boots clicking on the hardwood floor. When she was directly in front of her mother, she took another drag. "Really?" For a heady second, she thought her mother was going to actually do something, say something. Lena leaned forward, waiting. Madelaine gave a helpless little shrug. "It's your birthday. Let's not fight." "Lena, put out the cigarette or I'll make you eat communion wafers," Father Francis said. "Geez, have a cow about it, why don't you?" Twirling, she strode to the kitchen sink and doused the cigarette under running water. When she turned back around, no one had moved. Father Francis and Mom looked like a pair from Madame Tussauds wax museum. They were standing side by side, together, as always. Best friends. Today Francis looked even more handsome than usual. He was tall and thin, built like a dancer, and though he always looked slightly out of place in his clerical clothing, he looked positively fine in civilian clothes. Like now, he was wearing a pair of faded blue Levi's and an oversized Gap sweatshirt, and there were 16-year-old girls across the country who would faint at his killer smile. Francis shoved a hand through his thick, unruly blonde hair and grinned. "So, Lena Ballerina, how does it feel to be 16? Lena shrugged. "Fine." Mom gave her a rather sad smile. "I remember 16. Francis looked at her mother, and Lena saw the same sadness reflected in his blue eyes. "Yeah," he said quietly. "It was just about this time of year." They were doing it again, leaving her out. "Hello," Lena interjected with a snort. "It is my birthday here, not old folks' memory day." Mom laughed. "You're right. What do you say we open presents?" Lena's gaze darted to the pile of packages on the table. Big, bright, beautifully wrapped boxes that didn't contain what she wanted. Couldn't contain what she wanted. She looked back at her mom, and suddenly she was afraid of what she'd planned to do today. Her mother had worked so hard, always worked so hard, and this would break her heart. Mom took a step toward her, hand outstretched. "Baby, what is it?" Lena stiffened and jerked back, away from the comforting sadness of her mother's touch. "Don't call me baby." Horrifyingly, her voice broke. "Honey? What's his name?" The question shot from her lips before she was ready, and it sounded harsh and ugly. She cringed. But it was there, hanging between them, and there was no going back. Her mother stopped. A frown pulled her thick, winged brows together. "Whose name?" Lena felt herself losing control. It started as a shaking in her fingers that she couldn't stop. She wished she had a cigarette or a glass of water, something, anything to hold on to stare at, any place to look except into her mother's confused, gray-green eyes. And that damned song kept going through her mind, "You and me against the world." It would change everything, her next question. Take what little she and her mother had left and rip it apart. "He doesn't know about you. He'd love you if he did." Lena seized the comforting thought until her fingers stopped shaking and the lump in her throat melted away. Slowly, drawing a deep breath, she closed her eyes, unable to look at her mother when she asked the question. "What's his name, Mom? That's all I want for my birthday. Just a name." For a second, everything went quiet and still. "Whose name?" Mom said at last, her voice soft, so soft as if she knew and was afraid. Lena opened her eyes and met her mother's gaze. She felt a little sting of conscience, knew how much her next words would hurt her mother, but she pushed the feelings aside. "My father." "Oh my God," Francis whispered. Lena didn't spare him a glance, just stared at her mother, who was so motionless it looked as if she weren't even breathing. She stood frozen in the middle of the room, her honey brown hair curled gently away from her face, her clear, pale skin flushed. The bright red silk of her blouse was a jarring smear of color against her throat. "Well?" Lena prompted. Color crept up her mother's long, slim neck. She brought a shaking hand to her forehead and pushed away a non-existent lock of hair. "Your father?" She stopped, threw an uncertain look at Father Francis. Lena had a sudden, horrifying thought. "Is it him? Father Francis and the Virgin Mary of medicine?" She laughed sharply, almost hysterically, but it wasn't funny. How was it that she'd never considered this possibility? Her middle name was Francesca. Oh, God, it was hysterical. Really, it was. Who better for her perfect mother than a man of the cloth? How many Hail Marys would they give you for that one? No, Frances said. I wish I were your father, Lena, but I'm not. Lena's breath exploded in a sigh of relief. He wasn't her father, hadn't lived beside her for all these years, a hidden liar, a father who wouldn't admit it. He was still her friend, the uncle she'd never had, the only extended family she'd ever known. All at once she remembered 100 moments in her past when he had been there for her, washing a scraped knee, playing Candyland, taking her to the father-daughter luncheons. She moved woodenly toward him, her eyes fixed on his face. Embarrassingly, tears filled her eyes, but she couldn't will them away. But you know who he is, don't you? You know. Frances paled. He shot a confused look at her mother. Mad? Don't ask her. Tears spilled down Lena's face. She grabbed Frances's hand and squeezed it. Please. Frances won't tell you, Madelaine said in a tired voice. Lena saw the truth in Frances's pale blue eyes. He might love Lena, but not enough to go against her mother's wishes. Never enough to cross the great and perfect Madelaine. Lena felt a sudden, blinding rush of anger. How dare her mother keep this information from her? How dare she? She spun around, surged toward her mother. Tell me. Her mother reached out and placed her ice-cold hand against Lena's cheek. Let's talk about this, baby. This isn't the way to do it, not so... Lena slapped her hand away. I don't want to talk about it. I want an answer. Her voice broke. Tears fell. You always talk, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of being loud and different. She stared up at her mother, blinded by tears, sick with confusion. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know. Mom's voice slid into a whisper. I should have told you years ago. Lena grabbed her by the shoulders. Fear and panic were coursing through her, obliterating everything except the need to finally have an answer. Tell me. Your father didn't want... Mom looked at Frances, gave a watery laugh. God, Frances, how can this still hurt so badly? Lena went cold all over. She could feel the answer swirling around her. She wanted to cry, wanted it so badly. Her mouth felt dry and her throat swelled. But suddenly the tears were gone. He didn't want me. No, that's not it. Madelaine moved forward, her gaze fixed on Lena's face. He didn't want me, baby. Me. She gave a brittle laugh. It was me he left. Lena jerked back. What did you do to him? What? She looked at Frances, then at her mother again, feeling panic rising in her blood, making her sick and dizzy and angry. You shoved him away, didn't you? Made him sick with all your goody two-shoes perfection. Her voice shattered, and she started to cry harder. You made him leave us. Lena, listen to me, please. I love you so much, honey. Please, let's... No! Lena didn't even realize she'd screamed. She backed up, her hands clamped over her ears. I don't want to listen anymore. She turned and ran for the door, yanking it open. As she stepped through into the bright sunlight of the day, her 16th birthday, she felt a strange calm descend. Her tears dried into a hard, cold knot in her stomach. Slowly she turned to her mother. Am I like him? For the first time, Lena would have sworn she saw the sheen of tears in her mother's eyes. But of course that was impossible. She'd never seen her mother cry. Lena, am I like my father? Madelaine stared at her for a long moment, then turned slightly. Her gaze softened. You're exactly like him. At first, the look in her mother's eyes confused Lena. Then realization washed through her in a chilling wave. Her mother was remembering him. Memories that ought to belong to the family, ought to be stored in Lena's heart, in that place where there was nothing but a dark hole marked Daddy. Lena had tried so hard to fill that void in her life, to conjure images of a man who'd walked away a long, long time ago and never looked back. And all she had to do was ask a simple question, and her mother remembered a million things about him. How he looked, how he smiled, what his hand felt like when it held yours. Everything Lena ached to know and could never find out. Lena looked at Madelaine, hating her more in that moment than she'd ever hated anyone. Then I know why he left you. Chapter 4. Francis stood frozen, unable to dredge up a coherent thought. He was breathing fast, too fast. He sounded like a marathon runner, but he hadn't taken a step. He glanced at Madelaine, who stood rooted in place, her hands fisted at her sides, her spine ramrod stiff. He couldn't see her face, but he didn't need to. He'd known her and loved her for almost 17 years. He knew what she was feeling. He moved awkwardly toward her. "Maddie?" She didn't seem to hear him. "Madelaine." Her voice, when finally she spoke, sounded thin and far away. "Well, that was certainly a bust." It broke his heart that she still had to pretend she was indestructible. "Don't," she sighed heavily. "I should have told her about him a long time ago, Francis." They'd had this discussion 100 times over the years, and he knew that now she was going to beat herself up over the choices she'd made. It was her way. She always took the blame on herself, took responsibility for the whole world's unhappiness. He stood beside her, holding her hand. He wanted to say something, but he felt uncertain, as he always did around her. She was so strong, so resilient, and yet so blind. She couldn't see that Lena loved her, couldn't imagine that Francis did. It was all her father's fault. Up in that big mansion on the hill, Alexander Hillyard must have done terrible things to his little daughter who'd lost her mother, because even now Madelaine believed she was unlovable, truly believed it. "Lena loves you, Maddie. I've told you this a million times. She's just confused." Madelaine shook her head, as he'd known she would. "No, I should have told her." "Yeah, maybe you should have, but that's water under the bridge now." "I can rectify it. I can tell her now." He stared at her, shocked. "You can't." "Of course I can." Francis shivered involuntarily. If Madelaine told Lena about her real father, it would all come crashing down. The make-believe house Francis had constructed to hold the family he wanted so badly to be his. He'd always thought of Lena as his daughter. He was the one who had bandaged her scraped knees and held her when she cried. And he was afraid, God have mercy on him, he was afraid she wouldn't want him any more if she found her real father. It was wrong, what he was about to say, an awful, horrible sin, but he couldn't help himself. "Let sleeping dogs lie," he said firmly. "You'd only break her heart anyway." "I'm so afraid of losing her, Francis. I can't seem to do anything right." She glanced away from him, stared at the open door. "I thought, after my own father, I promised myself I'd be a good parent." Her pain snagged his heart. She was standing beside him, close and yet distinctly separate. Alone as always, untouchable, daring the world to lay a finger on her, waiting to be blindsided and betrayed. He moved closer, took her face in his hands and tilted her chin. She felt fragile, so fragile. "Don't compare yourself to Alex, Madelaine. Alex was cruel and bitter and unfeeling. Lena thinks I don't feel anything. She thinks I'm cold and perfect and detached. She's not that stupid, Maddie. She's a garden variety teenager, mixed up and running on hormones. No, it's not like that. She's like him. You know she is." Francis wished he could lie, but Madelaine was right. Lena was just like her father, Rebellious, wild, free-spirited, the kind of person who lived life recklessly and sometimes hit brick walls. The kind of person who could walk away from everything at 17 and never look back. No, she's smarter than him, he said finally, wanting to believe his own words. And she might be mad now, but she loves you. Otherwise, she wouldn't try so hard to get your attention. He stared down into her huge, pain-darkened eyes and felt as if he were drowning in the need to hold her. God, he wished this were his moment, his daughter, his wife, his life. Without thinking, he leaned down and pulled her toward him, kissing her softly, slowly, on the forehead. Sensation swirled through him, made the blood pound in his head, and he knew he'd gone too far, kissed her too long. She drew back. Francis, what was... She loves you, Madelaine, he whispered against her skin. Like I do. The words slipped out, words he'd never had the courage to say before, but now seemed the most natural thing in the world. She drew back and stared up at him. He leaned forward, wanting to kiss her again, waiting breathlessly for her to speak. Suddenly she smiled. Oh, Francis, I love you too. I don't know what I'd do without your friendship. The words plunged into his gut. He stroked her silky hair and held her. Tears stung his eyes. He was such a coward. A man whose two loves couldn't possibly coexist, and between which he could never choose. A priest in love with a woman, a man in love with God. But never before had his love for Madelaine compromised his vows. He'd loved her with a purity that didn't taint his priesthood. Or, at least, those were the pretty lies he told himself as he lay in his lonely bed, thinking of her. Until now he'd kissed her, and not as her priest or as her friend, but as the man who loved her. He'd let the words slip out into the harsh light of day, and God help him, he'd waited breathlessly for her answer. And that wasn't even his greatest sin. He'd told her, begged her, to keep the truth from Lena. Lena, the daughter who was and wasn't his, whom he loved more than his own life. He'd furthered the lie that would break her heart. Angel was back in Seattle. He stared out the cheesy little window in his hospital room and watched the rain drizzling down the glass. Of all the places to be, a hospital room in Seattle was the worst. Last night they'd flown him in by helicopter, under cover of night, strapped like a slab of meat on a gurney, his face masked, his name hidden. He was a nobody in that helicopter, just another dying man being flown to a high-tech hospital. He'd been transferred under the strictest security to conceal his identity. Mark Jones, that's what they called him. A high-risk patient sent to a private wing in ICU. It was the way he'd wanted it, but still it angered him to be so anonymous. For years he'd been wined and dined and photographed wherever he went. For years he'd been somebody, and now he was just plain old Mark Jones, a nobody with a failing heart. There was a knock at the door, a quietly spoken, "Mr. Jones?" He tried to sit up, but the needles in his veins resisted, sending spikes of pain shooting up his arm. Muttering a curse, he ignored the pinching and kept at it. By the time he was upright, he was winded, and he thought for a humiliating second that he might puke. The room swam before his eyes. His heart pecked and stuck like a stutterer's words. His chest didn't hurt, but he knew that was a false sense of security. He was shot full of drugs, and when they wore off, he was going to hurt like a son of a bitch. "Come in," he said in a wheezing, breathless voice. The door opened, and a tall, gray-haired man in a white coat sauntered in. The door squeaked shut behind him. A new visitor sat down and scooted close to the bed, flipping through Angel's paperwork. "I'm Chris Allenford, head of the transplant team here at St. Joseph's." Angel concentrated on keeping his heart rate even, not easy with fear pulsing through his blood. He wanted to look casual and at ease right now, wanted to look healthy. This was the man he'd been waiting for, the man he'd tried to believe in ever since this nightmare began. The man who could take the horror of the last few days and make it all vanish. Angel used all of his acting skills and dredged up a cocky smile. "Hey, Doc. I've spoken with your doctors, Kennedy and Jerlaine, and they tell me you've been briefed on your condition. I've also consulted with Dr. Johnson at Loma Linda, and we all agree on your prognosis." "Jerlaine told me that corrective surgery was impossible. In LaGrangeville, it probably is. But here..." He let the sentence trail off, afraid to actually ask the question. Allenford frowned. "I'm not ready," Angel thought suddenly. "Not ready to talk about this." Not ready for a frown. Allenford laid the chart on the bedside table. "I could ramble on about how weakened and enlarged your heart is, but you've heard all this before. As a young man, you contracted a primary viral myocarditis, which damaged your heart. You were advised to change your lifestyle, advice which, apparently, you ignored." He shook his head. "The technical term for your present condition is end-stage cardiomyopathy. What that means is that your heart is shot, used up. If you don't have the operation, you'll die. Soon." Fury flashed through Angel so hard and fast he felt dizzy with it. "An operation. Christ, you doctors. You're all the same. You say, you need an operation, like it's no different than telling me I need a wisdom tooth pulled." He struggled to sit up straighter and couldn't. The failure increased his anger. "Well, Doc, you let him cut your fucking heart out and then tell me how it was. If you still endorse the operation, I'll think about it." Allenford never broke eye contact, but his wrinkles in his cheeks seemed to deepen. "I don't know. I've never been a very brave man." The words were quietly stated and honest. Angel lost his hold on anger. Fear slipped in to replace it, twisting his insides. "My heart," he whispered, wanting to sound cocky and sure of himself, and knowing that again he'd failed. Allenford stared down at him. "I can't pretend to know how you feel, Mr. DeMarco, but I can tell you a little bit about the surgery. Demystify it somewhat. Years ago, heart transplants were very risky ventures, very uncertain, and most patients died. But we've made great strides in the last decade. Anti-rejection drugs, tissue typing, and immunosuppressants. They've all played a tremendous part in making this type of operation successful. And you're one of the lucky ones. Only your heart has been damaged. Your other organs are functioning amazingly well, given the life you've led. This gives you a jump on long-term post-op prognosis. Approximately 90% of all patients live a relatively normal life afterward." "Relatively normal," Angel said, feeling sick at the thought. "Yes, relatively. You'll take medications for the rest of your life. You'll have to watch your diet and exercise. No drugs, no smoking, no booze." He leaned forward, smiling gently. "That's the downside. The upside is that you'll be alive." "Sounds like a great life. I can hardly wait." Allenford's hawkish gray brows pulled together slowly. "I've got a 70-year-old indigent apple picker down the hall who won't even be considered for a new heart. Then there's the 6-year-old girl who has been in constant arrest for the past week. All she wants is to live long enough to see 7 candles on her birthday cake. Either of them would take your condition in a second." Angel felt like shit. "Look, I'm sorry, Allenford wouldn't let it go so easily. "I know you're a celebrity, but believe me, that doesn't mean anything in here. I won't put up with your tantrums and your selfishness. In here, you're just another patient waiting for a new heart. The hard truth is, Mr. DeMarco, you're going to die. Without the surgery, you'll get weaker and weaker. You won't be able to move around much, and drawing a decent breath will seem like a gift from God. I know it's difficult, but you've got to understand what I'm telling you. Life as you know it is over." Angel knew he should shut up now and pretend to be a team player. But he was scared and angry. and his fame had given him license to misbehave for so long he didn't know any other way. I could get up, walk out of here, and take my chances. Of course you could. And you could get hit by a bus before you die of heart failure. I could die screwing some woman's brains out. Yes, you could. Maybe that's what I want to do. Maybe it is. Angel stared at the man. He'd never felt such a confusing jumble of emotions. His head was spinning with thoughts, possibilities, fears. Mostly fears. If I did decide to have the surgery. Let me tell you right now, Mr. DeMarco, it's not completely your decision. What do you mean? We're talking about a heart transplant here, not capping a tooth. There are only so many hearts available. Unfortunately, most families choose not to donate a loved one's organs. Thousands of patients die every year waiting for a new heart. Are you telling me I could die waiting for a heart? Yes. Jesus Christ, what a mess. Your condition is critical. If UNOS, that's the United Network for Organ Sharing, agrees that you're an acceptable candidate, they will put you on the top of their transplant list. The first heart that matches would be yours. But I couldn't guarantee anything. The words hit him like a sucker punch. Oh, now you're telling me I might not even be put on the list? A psychological profile is required. We all need to believe that you'll change your life and take care of the heart. The truth crept over Angel. He realized the significance of the doctor's words. For once, Angel couldn't storm or charm or buy his way out. All he could do was play ball, pretend to be worthy of this chance. And he didn't have a hope in hell that he was that good an actor. Oh, this is just perfect. I'm going to die because I've got a shitty personality. He gave a bitter laugh. My mother was right. Assuming you get on the list, and that will be up to your psychiatrist and your cardiologist, your chances of getting a new heart, in time, are running at about 50-50. He wanted to say, "Thanks for the morbid stats, Doc. I'll be sure to set my heart on the surgery." But he bit back the sarcasm. Instead, he asked, "How are you going to guarantee my anonymity while I'm here?" "We've put a lid on everything. You're just Mark Jones, in for a heart transplant. Only my oldest and most trusted team members will know who you really are." He sighed. "To be honest, I don't know how long it will last, but we'll do our level best to protect your privacy. If a leak occurs, I'll report simply that you're here for cardiac surgery." Angel knew from experience that sooner or later the news would get out. He hoped to hell it was later. Okay, I'll be a good boy. I'll change my life and cut out the booze and drugs. Where do I go to wait? You're not going anywhere, Mr. DeMarco. You're far too sick to leave the hospital. I'll set up a meeting with your team cardiologist for early tomorrow morning. After we've run all the matching tests, she'll fill you in on the rest of the details. Oh, no, he said. No women doctors. Allenford laughed at him. You're not famous in here, Mr. DeMarco. I pick the players for your team. Team. Angel said the word with disgust. No team is gonna get their heart cut out, is it, Doc? Just little old me on life support. Dr. Allenford closed the chart and set it aside. No, Mr. DeMarco, we're not going to face the knife, or the extensive recovery. He leaned forward. But we will be the ones that find the heart, remove it, bring it here, and place it inside you. I, in particular, am the one who wields the knife. A smile slowly crossed his face. So I'd think about an attitude adjustment if I were you. They stared long and hard at each other, and Angel knew that neither one of them was used to losing. Finally, he said, Consider it adjusted. Allenford grinned. Good. I'll let the social worker fill you in on all the details. I'll speak with Dr. Hillyard tomorrow and check on the results of your tests. After that, I'll make all the necessary decisions. Angel got a queasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. He tried to ignore it, couldn't. He was in Seattle, scene of the old crime, and Madeleine's old man had always wanted her to be a doctor. Dr. Hillyard? Madelaine Hillyard is the best cardiologist on the team, and she doesn't mind difficult patients. His ragged heart skipped a beat, maybe even stopped. It was the first time he'd heard her name spoken aloud in years, and it brought a sudden tide of memories. Fleeting images, remembered moments. Madelaine, her long brown hair tangled and dripping wet, her knees drawn up to her chest, her fingers plowing through the sand for hidden treasures. Laughing. Always laughing. The starlit night they'd huddled beneath a huge old oak tree, burying bits and pieces of carnival glass amidst a shower of grown-up words. I'll always love you, Angel. Always. Madelaine, his first love, had become a cardiologist. Bitterness drew a thin smile from his lips. Just what her daddy wanted. He stared at Dr. Allenford, who was standing up, getting ready to leave. Angel wanted to say something, but his throat had seized up and nothing would come. At the doorway, Allenford nodded, then left the room, closing the door behind him. Angel lay motionless, breathing hard, feeling the catch and release of his stuttering heart, listening to the blip, blip, blip of the monitor. He'd run out of second chances, out of second opinions. His life came down to this moment, this instant in time when he was broken and alone. What was he supposed to do now? Lie in the single metal-barred bed and wait for some poor sucker to die? Lie here and let them cut his chest open, rip his heart out, and throw it in the trash like so much garbage? Heart transplant. The words were knives, tearing his guts open. What they wanted to do with him was an abomination, an obscenity, and Madelaine would be the one to do it. No way. He threw the covers off his body and plucked the needles from his arms. He tossed his legs over the side of the bed and stood up. He was getting the hell out of this place. They weren't gonna cut his heart out and sew in someone else's. He couldn't, wouldn't live that way. He'd die the way he'd always lived, full tilt, taking no prisoners. He took a single step, just that, and pain exploded in his chest. With a cry, he crashed to the floor. His arm flung out, caught a table and sent it sprawling. Water splashed the floor. Plastic cups and pitchers banged on the linoleum. He lay there, unable to breathe, gasping for air like a mackerel, and hurting. Christ, even with the drugs, he was hurting like he'd never hurt before. Suddenly, he understood. He was dying. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. Soon. It didn't matter whether he wanted the surgery, didn't matter that he'd be a freak when it was over. He had no choice. He twisted around and crawled back to the bed. Grabbing the metal bed frame, he hauled himself upright and collapsed on the mattress. He slid back under the covers and closed his eyes. It hurt so badly he wanted to cry. If only he had someone to talk to, someone real, who cared about him. Someone who was the kind of friend Frances and Madelaine had once been. Madelaine. How many nights had he lain awake in the dark, wondering how his brother was doing, what Madelaine had become? How many times had he picked up the phone to call them both, only to hang up before anyone answered? He sighed heavily. Madelaine. Even now he could bring her face to mind. The thick brown hair that fell in waves to the middle of her back, the slashing eyebrows and gypsy-tilted eyes, the rounded curves of her body. Most of all, he could remember her laugh, throaty and soft. Back then, she had laughed all the time. Back then, before he'd walked out on her. The last time he'd seen Madelaine, she sat hunched on the end of the tattered sofa, looking so out of place in his family trailer, her cashmere sweater drooping sadly across one shoulder, her cheeks stained with tears. He allowed himself to remember it all again. and with remembrance came the burning shame, the lies he'd told her, the words that fell like poison from his lips, the feel of the blood money in his hand, the lingering memory of her perfume, baby powder and ivory soap. And now the ultimate revenge was hers. His life depended on the woman he'd betrayed. Chapter 5. Madelaine sat on the edge of Lena's bed. Here and there she could see patches of the pale blue Laura Ashley striped wallpaper she'd put up so many years ago, but most of the walls were covered with posters of rock groups Madelaine had never heard of. Thousands of tiny tack holes in the expensive paper, each one an imprint of Lena's emerging personality. Madelaine lay back on the bed and closed her eyes, thinking of her daughter. For a second, all she could bring forth in her mind were long-gone images, puffy baby cheeks and laughing blue eyes, a pair of fat legs waddling across the dining room floor, a toothless first-grade grin. Did all mothers feel this way? Did all mothers keep a portrait of their babies inside their hearts, expecting grown girls to still smell like talcum powder and baby shampoo? She'd made so many mistakes. She should have told Lena the truth about her father years and years ago. Even last year, when she'd seen Lena sliding downward, she should have guessed at the cause and come clean. But she'd been so damn afraid of Lena not loving her anymore, so afraid of her baby leaving home. It had been wonderful when it was just the two of them, the baby and the mother in the quiet house, making cookies and reading bedtime stories. Long-forgotten memories crept into her mind of the days when she'd been a teenager going to college and raising a baby alone. Images of that horrible apartment of theirs on University Avenue, with the windows that didn't open and the radiator that never worked, the rickety steps to the purple front door, the car that stalled on the corner of 15th and University every morning, the nights when they both ate Raisin Bran for dinner and she hoped the milk was still fresh. Yet, even in the worst of times, during the 18-hour workdays and nighttime study sessions, Madelaine had always had Lena right there with her, a curious-minded toddler slung on an exhausted resident's hip. Back then, it was just the two of them against everyone. But the world had intruded, had come forth with its sticky fingers and demanded Lena's presence. That was the beginning of the end, when Lena had begun to grow up and ask questions and see Madelaine's faults. Maybe if Madelaine had attended public schools, had grown up with girlfriends around her, she would have known how to handle the daily traumas. But her father would never have allowed such a thing, would never have allowed Madelaine to mix with what he called the riff-raff. Every day of her childhood had been spent alone, dreaming about friends who would never visit and excursions that would never take place. She didn't know anything about proms or mixers, and less about rebellion. She didn't know anything about teenagers who were scared and belligerent and confused. All Madelaine knew about was hiding, pretending, smiling when the ache was so strong and deep that sometimes you couldn't breathe. And she didn't want her baby to learn that skill. Sighing, she got to her feet and stood there, uncertain. What was she going to do when Lena finally came home? If she came home. Madelaine shivered. She wouldn't think that way, wouldn't keep listening for the phone or the doorbell, waiting for the worst to happen, wouldn't keep worrying that Lena would do what Madelaine had done so many years ago. She moved toward the tape player that sat on Lena's desk and thumbed idly through the tapes and compact discs stacked beside it. At the bottom of the pile was the old Helen Reddy tape they used to listen to. She picked it up, dusted off the clear plastic cover, and snapped it open. Then she put it on the machine and hit play. The music slid through the room on a tide of bittersweet memories. "No fair, Mom," said a shaky voice. Madelaine spun toward the door. Lena looked incredibly young and vulnerable, a child in grown-up clothes, her makeup smeared down her pale cheeks. She was so petite, her bones as fine as a baby bird's, her face small and heart-shaped. The jet black of her unruly hair contrasted sharply with the pale, pale cream of her skin that offset her electric cornflower blue eyes. Madelaine gave her a tentative smile. "Hi, Lena. I've been waiting for you." Lena shoved a hand through her spiky black hair. "Yeah, right. Wanted to say happy birthday again, huh?" Madelaine moved slowly toward her daughter, but halfway there, she stopped and instead sat on the bed, gazing up at her 16-year-old daughter. "I have some explaining to do," she said at last. "Yeah?" Lena yanked a chair from beside her desk and sat down. Hunching forward, she rested her elbows on her knees and drilled her mother with an angry look. 4 silver earrings sparkled in a ladder-like curl up her left ear. "So explain. Tell me about my dad." Dad. The word was the nick of a razor. Madelaine flinched. He wasn't a dad. A dad stuck around, protected his family, and helped when the baby had a fever or a nightmare. A dad didn't walk out on everyone. Lena sighed dramatically. "Look, Jet is waiting for me outside." "You're dating a boy named Jet?" "Are you going to talk or not? Otherwise—" "I met your father when I was about your age." Madelaine tried to smile. "It's a story you've heard a million times before. I got pregnant and he couldn't leave town fast enough." Lena's blue eyes narrowed. "Did you ever hear from him again?" Madelaine tried not to remember how long she'd waited for a phone call, a letter, anything. Tried to forget how she'd cried every Christmas for years afterward. "No." "What's his name?" Madelaine knew this was the question that would ruin it all. No matter how she answered, it would be wrong. If she lied, Lena would hate her. And if she answered truthfully, Lena would contact her father. Only he wasn't the kind of man who'd welcome a midnight, "Hi, I'm your daughter" call. If he'd wanted to know his child, he wouldn't have left in the first place. If Lena found him, he'd break her heart. A word, a gesture, a little laugh, anything that meant he didn't care would kill Lena. "Well?" Lena demanded. Madelaine knew she had no choice. This was something she should have done a long, long time ago, but she couldn't just throw his name out there. Madelaine had to speak to him before Lena did. The thought of it, just the thought of picking up the phone and calling him after all these years, terrified her. It would change everything. God help us all. "I can't tell you his name right now, but—" "Don't!" Lena jerked to her feet and kicked the chair away. "Let me finish. I can't tell you his name right now, but I'll—" It took everything she had inside to form her next words. "I'll contact him and tell him about you." Lena's eyes widened. A tiny smile plucked at her mouth. "You mean he doesn't know about me?" Madelaine thought of all the ways she could answer that question, some angry, some bitter, some sad. In the end, she chose simple honesty. "As far as I know, he doesn't know you were ever born." Lena bit down on her lower lip to stop a smile. Madelaine could see the excitement on her daughter's face, shining in the bright blue eyes. Lena wanted so desperately to believe that her father was a good man, a loving father who'd been robbed of his chance to parent. "I knew it." Madelaine stared at her. Lena hadn't considered what the words really meant, and Madelaine was glad. "You promise you'll tell him?" "I've never lied to you, Lena." "Only by omission." Madelaine winced. "I'll tell him." "He'll want to see me," Lena said, and Madelaine could hear the desire in her daughter's voice. The need. Madelaine got to her feet, moved cautiously toward her. When she was close enough to touch her, she stopped, and though she wanted to stroke her baby's hacked-up hair, she didn't move, didn't lift a finger. "He might disappoint you, sweetheart." "He won't," Lena whispered. Madelaine couldn't help herself. She reached out. "Baby, you have to understand that—" "I'm not your baby. It's you he doesn't want, you. He won't disappoint me. You'll see." Lena turned and ran from the room, slamming the door behind her. Madelaine heard her footsteps thundering through the house, then the faraway click of the front door closing. And she was left, all alone in the room, listening to Helen Reddy. You and me against the world. Hillhaven Nursing Home lay stretched across the narrow suburban street like a half-toppled pile of children's building blocks. On a low hill above the tree-lined road, it gazed serenely down on the quiet cul-de-sac. Cropped grass, burnished to an autumn brown by last night's cold snap, rolled alongside the cement driveway. Behind the 6-foot ironwork fence, a few elderly men and women wandered through the dying gardens, talking softly among themselves. Francis eased his tired Volkswagen up to the curb and parked at an awkward angle. Leaning over to the passenger seat, he plucked up his Bible and black leather bag, then climbed out of the car. Cool, rain-sweetened air ruffled his hair and sent a wayward look into his eyes. He stood there for a moment, watching the goings-on in the yard. He could hear the familiar thump, scrape of metal walkers being pushed along the sidewalks, and the distant motorized whine of a mechanical wheelchair. Orderlies in crisp white uniforms milled casually among the patients, stopping here and there to offer assistance. He walked up to the entrance and went to the yard. The gate closed behind him with a clang that cut through the conversations. A dozen heads turned to him, and he saw expectation light up every pair of eyes, all of them hoping it would be a family member visiting. "Father Francis!" Old Mrs. Bertolucci squealed, clapping her gnarled, arthritic hands. He smiled at her. She looked so pretty right now, the sunlight tangled in her white hair, joy in her rheumy eyes. The left half of her face was paralyzed, but it didn't detract from her beauty. He'd known her for 15 years. Like so many of the people who resided here, she'd lived and worked in Francis's old neighborhood. He'd taken communion alongside her for years, and now he was here to give it. One by one, they shuffled toward him. He smiled. This was what he lived for. And in that instant, he felt at peace, blanketed once again by the comforting heat of his faith. He was meant to be here, had always been meant to be here. It was now, doing the work of the Lord, that he felt whole and content. He knew that tonight, when he lay alone in bed, listening to the wind through the eaves and the rattling of the window panes, he would be vulnerable again. The doubt would creep through the ragged curtains and nibble at his soul, and he would wonder and worry. He would think of Madelaine and Lena and all the choices he had made in his life. He would think of how he'd encouraged Madelaine to keep the truth from Lena, and the shame would suffocate him. And most of all, loneliness would close in on him like the walls of a fortress. But for now, he was happy. It was why he'd hurried over to the home, an hour early. Here and now, with the white collar taut around his throat and a Bible tucked under his arm, he felt safe. He knelt on the hard carpet of grass, and they gathered around him, all talking at once. Fred Tubbs hacked out a cough, then pulled a worn pack of cards from his breast pocket, the same pack he'd been brandishing for years.
"Time for a quick game of cards, Father?"
Francis grinned. "You cleaned me out last week, Freddie." The old man winked.
"I love to play cards with a man who has taken a vow of poverty."
"Well, maybe just one hand," Francis said, knowing he'd spend hours in the recreation room, playing cards, looking at the same family photographs he'd seen a million times, rereading Christmas cards and letters from loved ones who never had the time to visit. And they knew it, too. He could see the joy in their faces, the pleasure of simply being remembered on this sunny autumn afternoon. He got to his feet and took hold of Mrs. Bertolucci's wheelchair. They were still talking to him, one at a time now, in their crackly, paper-thin voices as they moved toward the front door. He started up the ramp, then paused, looking around. "Where's Selma?" Silence. And he knew. The usual sadness welled up in his chest. "Yesterday," Sally McMahon said, shaking her dyed head of jet-black hair. "Her daughter was with her." There was a murmur of relief that Selma hadn't been alone.
"We thought maybe you could say a special mass for her, Father," Fred said. "Miss Brine said it would be fine, in the rec room at 4 o'clock.
Francis reached out for the man and squeezed his rail-thin shoulder. He glanced at the faces around him, one by one, at the wrinkled, age-spotted skin and thinning hair, at the thick glasses and hearing aids and strands of Kmart pearls, and knew what they needed from him now. Faith, hope, strength. And he had it to give. The smile he gave them was slow and came from the depths of his heart. "She is beyond her pain now," he said softly, believing the words that he'd repeated many times before. "She is with God and the angels and her husband. It is we who feel the pain at her passing." Mrs. Costanza laid her purplish, big-knuckled hand on Francis's arm and looked up at him through watery eyes.
"Thank you for coming, Father," she said in her rickety voice. "We needed you."
He smiled at her lovely, time-ravaged face and remembered suddenly that she used to give him flowers from her corner shop on Cleveland Street. It was 100 years ago, and it was yesterday. "And I need you all," he answered simply. Carefully holding her cup of morning coffee, Madelaine waved at the nurses as she made her way down the wide, linoleum-floored hallway. She turned into her office, a small, box-shaped cubicle, decorated in the English country style. Bold floral drapes in the shades of burgundy and green parenthesized the small window. Heavy mahogany bookcases, filled to overflowing with hardback and paperback books and mementos from grateful patients, lined one wall. Plants huddled on the windowsill, and photographs of Francis and Lena hung in beribboned groupings on the green-striped wallpaper. A 19th-century dining room table served as Madelaine's desk, its glossy surface dotted with photos of Francis and Lena. She sat at her desk and began thumbing through the stack of papers there. Before she got halfway through it, someone knocked at the door. She didn't look up. "Come in." Dr. Allenford, the transplant team's cardiovascular surgeon, pushed through the door and strode into her small office. "I don't suppose you have another cup of coffee?" he asked, as he sat down in the floral visitor's chair. She shook her head. "Sorry." He shoved a hand through his steel-gray hair and sighed. "Ah, well, Rita's been after me to quit drinking so much." Madelaine chuckled and waited for Allenford to get to business. "We've got a new transplant patient." Madelaine never tired of hearing those words. Suddenly, she wasn't exhausted or depressed at all. She was itching to hear more. "Really?" "Don't look so excited. He's a bad risk. Former drug user, world-class partier and woman chaser, if the media is to be believed, and he definitely has a bad attitude." "Oh." Madelaine edged back in her seat and studied the man who had taught her most of what she currently knew about heart transplants. Allenford was one of the top doctors in his field, driven, ambitious, and gifted. If Chris said the patient was a bad risk, he knew what he was talking about. "The situation is critical." "Stats?" 34-year-old male, HIV negative and cancer-free. End-stage cardiomyopathy. I ran routine bloods yesterday and everything looks good." Chris leaned forward, slid the thin manila folder across the desk. "But as I've said, he's got a bad attitude. One of those rich, famous Hollywood types who thinks the world owes him something." Madelaine had had this discussion with Chris before. As always, Chris looked to the success rate of the hospital and the long-term viability of a candidate's chances before allocating the very precious resource of a heart. Madelaine didn't envy Chris the enormous responsibility of his job. Every time he chose someone to receive a heart, there were other patients who would most likely die because of that choice. One lived, one died. It was as simple as that. They couldn't afford to put a new heart in someone who wouldn't take care of it. "I'll talk to him, Chris," she said. He looked up at her, and in a single glance, they communicated perfectly. They both knew that she had just stepped in, shouldered some of his burden. "I'll tell you if he should have this chance." It was a choice no human being should ever have to make about another person, yet they did it every day.
We're protecting his anonymity at all costs. Got him checked in under an alias. So tell your staff I'll have their jobs if his identity or prognosis is leaked to the press.
Understood.
I'll contact the team and get them up to speed. Hilda will need to run the rest of the tests and get him educated quickly. He gave her a swift, meaningful look. If this one doesn't get a heart in record time, he's in big trouble.
She nodded in understanding. You want to meet for coffee this afternoon to discuss the particulars?
Sure. 4 o'clock unless something blows up.
Good. Smiling at him, Madelaine flipped open the folder on her desk and looked at her patient's name. Angelo Dominic DeMarco. She slapped the folder closed, but not quickly enough. Memories surged to the front of her mind, so powerful it was as if he were standing in front of her. She remembered Angel's loud, cackling laugh and the slight swagger of his walk, the way he drove his hand through his long brownish-black hair. But most of all, she remembered his eyes, malachite green, sunk beneath dark, slashing black brows that made him look dangerous. Until he smiled. Even all these years later, she remembered the power of that smile. It was like the cliché, sunlight bursting through the clouds. Francis. She thought of him suddenly and knew that this would break his heart. His baby brother was sick, maybe dying. God, how would she tell him?
Madelaine?
Chris's voice broke in. She looked across the desk at him, trying to find the words, but all she had were memories, images, and a stark, sudden fear. I can't take this patient, Chris.
What?
Angel is Father Francis's brother.
Ah, your priest. Do you know Angelo?
It took Madelaine a second to collect herself. Yes, no, not really. She shrugged. I knew him a long time ago, when we were kids. Chris's eyes narrowed.
When you were kids, huh? Have you kept in contact with him?
No.
Hate him?
Madelaine swallowed hard, thinking. No, she said at last. I don't hate him. He smiled.
Love him?
The question caught her off guard. In her mind, she saw a dozen pictures of Angel as he'd once been. The laughing, dark-haired boy with the big dreams. The boy who'd stolen her heart and kissed her for the very first time. Then came the darker images, the memories that hurt. No, I don't love him.
Good.
He pushed to his feet and rested his hands on her desk, giving her a meaningful look.
He needs you, Madelaine.
Don't do this to me, Chris. Give him to someone else.
No one else is as good as you, damn it, and you know it.
This young man is going to die, Madelaine. You're his best hope. At least meet with him. She stared at Allenford, knowing that she had no choice. She couldn't just let Angel die. Okay, Chris. He smiled.
Great.
He turned, heading for the door. Just as he opened it, he turned back around.
I'll need your report today. If he's going to get a new heart, he needs to be placed on the UNOS list immediately. And remember, we have to handle his celebrity status with kid gloves. I won't have this hospital's reputation compromised.
Right. Allenford left her office, closed the door behind him. Madelaine sat, still stunned, her glassy eyes trained on the door. Angel DeMarco was back. Chapter 6. She stood outside Angel's door so long it became noticeable. Finally, footsteps came up behind her, a warm, bony hand pressed against her shoulder. You okay, Madelaine? She stiffened, forced her chin up, and drew her gaze away from the name on the door. I'm fine, Hilda, she said, turning slowly to face the small, no-nonsense nurse who ran the transplant team like a drill sergeant. Hilda beamed up at her, her bird-like head tilting suddenly to the right. I was going to see our Mr. Jones. Shall I wait until you're done? Yes, I'd like some time alone with him. Hilda gave her a quick wink. If the staff knew who he was, you'd be stampeded. Only Sarah, Karen, and I will be allowed in here. We'll handle the security. Madelaine tried to dredge up a smile. She really tried. Good. Hollywood types, Hilda said disapprovingly. According to the Inquirer, and God knows they're reputable on such things, he drinks like a fish and screws anything with tits bigger than his. With another pat on the shoulder, Hilda turned and scurried down the hallway, vanishing into her office. Madelaine took a deep, steadying breath and marched into the lion's den. He was sleeping, thank God. Quietly, she closed the door shut behind her. Weak autumn sunlight shone through the small window, giving the room a respite from the cold impersonality of fluorescent lighting. The narrow, metal-framed bed cut the room in half. He lay as motionless as death, the washed-out gray sheeting tucked haphazardly across his chest. Dark brown hair lay in a tangled heap against the white cotton of the pillow. His chiseled face looked sunken and too thin. His lips were pale. A stubbly growth of black beard shadowed his triangular jaw and darkened his upper lip. Even so, he was so handsome he took her breath away. She sank unsteadily to the chair. For a second, she couldn't think about his illness or what was at stake here. All she could think about was the past and how much she'd loved this man. He had swept her, laughing, into a whole new world, a world of lights and possibility and hope, a place where rules and responsibility didn't exist. She'd clung to him, giggling, believing, following wherever he led, so proud that hers was the hand he wanted to hold. She'd fallen in love with him in the wild, abandoned way that only teenagers could, making excuses during the day to be together, sneaking from her father's austere house in the middle of the night. It was the first time she'd ever disobeyed her father, and it made her feel recklessly confident. With the distance of so many years, she knew that she'd never really fallen in love with him, not in the way that lasts. She'd been consumed by his brushfire passion, transformed by him. There had been that night, under the old oak tree at Carrington Park. They'd been lying in the grass, staring up at the night sky, wishing on stars, sharing their dreams, holding each other. But she'd known it was time to go home. Her father would be getting back from his business trip. She pulled away from him, staring down the long, darkened street. The thought of leaving him, returning to that cold house and her even colder father, made her feel almost sick with desperation. I don't want to go back. She realized instantly that she'd said too much. She held her breath, waiting for Angel to call her silly or stupid or childish, all the words her father hurled at her with such regularity. But he didn't. He touched her cheek, gently turned her face to his. Don't. Stay with me. We could run away, raise a family, be a family. Madelaine had never known what it could feel like to love someone until that moment. The emotion swept through her, filling her soul with heat until, suddenly, she was laughing. And then she was crying. I love you, Angel. It had been so painfully sweet. He pulled her into his arms, held her so tightly she couldn't breathe. Together they dropped to their knees in the spongy grass. She felt his hands on her, stroking her hair, her back, her hips. And then he was kissing her, tasting her tears, claiming her so completely with his mouth that she felt dizzy. At last he drew back and stared down at her. There was an intensity in his eyes that stole her breath, made her heart beat wildly. I love you, Madelaine. I've never... Tears squeezed past his eyelashes, and he started to wipe them away. She stopped his hand. Don't be afraid, she whispered. He gave her a trembling smile. In that instant, she understood so much about him, about the way he was. He went about swaggering and blustering and acting like the rebel, but on the inside, he was just like her, scared and confused and lonely. He didn't believe in himself, didn't think he was good. But he was. She believed in him enough for both of them, and he loved her like no one had ever loved her before. Such powerful, powerful words. I love you. After that, she'd told him everything, opened her heart and soul to him, and let him become a part of her. Without him, she hadn't thought she could live. What if he could do that to her again? She forced herself to remember the other things, the other moments, letting the pain wash through her in a cold, cleansing sweep. She'd thought she'd forgiven him for what he'd done to her, for leaving her without so much as a goodbye. Honestly, truly, she thought she had. Time and again, she'd replayed the sequence of events in her head. She told herself she didn't blame Angel for running out on her. She told herself that 17 was young, so young, and with each advancing year of her life, it felt younger still. She told herself it had been for the best, that they never would have made it, that they would have ruined each other's lives. Yes, she'd told herself a lot of things, but now, in this second, staring down at him, she recognized the truth at last. They were lies. All of them lies. Pretty foil paper on a dark, ugly gift. She hadn't forgiven him. How could she? He'd killed a part of her that summer, a part he'd created and nurtured and claimed to love, a part she'd never gotten back. Angel came awake slowly. For a single blissful second, he didn't know where he was or what had happened to him. Then the muted sucking sound of machines drifted to his ears, the murmur of the heart monitor. After his futile jailbreak attempt, Hilda, the bird woman, and a marine-sized nurse had hooked his useless heart back up. The machine kept its clicking record, spitting out reams of paper. He felt like hell. His chest ached, his head pounded, and the needles in his arms burned like spots of fire. He couldn't move without hurting somewhere. He could feel the telltale whirring of drugs in his bloodstream. He'd used narcotics too often in his life to be fooled. He groaned, letting his head loll to the side. The smell of old cotton, green jello, and boiled turkey filled his nostrils. Lunchtime and cardiac hell. He winced as the sunlight stabbed deep in his head. Blinking, he tried to wet his parched lips and reached shakily for the Wedgwood blue plastic pitcher labeled 264W. "I'll get that for you." The voice washed over him. At first, all he noticed was the soothing huskiness of it, the Deborah Winger throatiness. It reminded him of something, some distant night in his past when he'd picked up a waitress in Tulsa, taken her home, and Oh, Jesus. That wasn't the right memory at all. His idiotic heart lurched, rammed into his rib cage, and started to knock like an old engine on bad gas. The monitor beside him spat a sudden Gatling gun clatter into the room. He couldn't breathe. "Breathe deeply, you asshole. Calm down." Slowly, he tilted his chin and saw her beside him. God, after all these years. She sat perfectly erect, her upper body camouflaged by a lab coat, with only the barest hint of a forest green sweater visible beneath the wide white lapels. Her face was magnificently emotionless, her wide, silver-green eyes utterly blank. No smile lurked at the edges of her full, unpainted lips. For a second, an image flashed through his mind of a heartbroken 16-year-old girl standing at a barred window, her pale, slim hand pressed to the glass, her cheeks streaked with tears, mouthing his name. He'd fallen in love with a candy striper with long brown hair and laughing mist-green eyes, but there was no remnant of that girl in the woman sitting beside him. She was regal in her bearing, in the well-styled precision of her short, honey-brown hair, in the classical perfection of her face, the perfect physician in complete control. Strangely, it pissed him off that she'd done so well for herself. He ought to have been happy. Hell, he ought to have been proud of her. But all he felt was cheated and angry, as if all his memories of her were an invention. This woman couldn't have been broken by his betrayal, couldn't have cared for long. And obviously, Daddy's money had financed the best possible education. "Angel," she said in that barmaid's voice he'd never been quite able to forget. "How interesting to see you again." "You've done all right for yourself, Mad," he said bitterly, more bitterly than he intended. "Don't call me Mad." She gave him a completely professional smile and flipped open his charts. "They tell me you need a new heart." "It shouldn't surprise you." "It doesn't." He could feel the judgment radiating from her. That was all he needed, another pair of accusing eyes, Another person judging him by some invisible standard and finding him lacking.
Look, Mad, I think we'd both agree I should have another doc.
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, Ellenford wants you to have the best.
So do I, but
I'm the best there is, Angel. You're lucky to have me. She brightened. But if you don't want me, I'll have you transferred to someone else. He felt a twinge of irritation.
You don't want me as your patient?
Not particularly.
Then I want you,
he said sharply, regretting it the minute he said it. But he'd wanted to rattle her cage, shake up this woman he ought to know intimately, and yet didn't know at all. She studied his chart. Lucky me. The harsh tone of her voice seemed absurdly out of character for the polished, picture-perfect woman beside him. He couldn't help himself. He laughed.
I guess little Mad has grown up.
She looked at him, hard. Med school will do that to a girl. She turned her gaze from his face and studied the pile of charts on her lap. You appear not to have changed at all, Angel.
That's not true. I have to shave every day now.
She didn't crack a smile. Your blood work looks good. Despite obvious alcohol abuse, all of your organs are functioning well. Now it's a waiting game. Hopefully we'll find a suitable donor in time. As you have probably been told, fewer than 1% of all accidental deaths make suitable donors. Brain death is extremely rare.
So it's a waiting game, he said, feeling the anger rising.
He told himself that she was his cardiologist, the person who held his life in her hands. But he couldn't seem to stop the anger. She was the last person on earth who would give him a fair shake. If you improve substantially, you may be able to live outside the hospital. Of course, you're too sick to do that now. He couldn't believe it. She sat there, talking to him as if he were a child, looking at him as if he were an insect. So damned doctor-like, as if she'd never known him before, never cared about him. He knew it was irrational to suddenly be furious, but he'd never been a real rational guy, and he saw no reason to start.
No.
That surprised her. She actually looked up from the paperwork and turned to him. No? No what?
No, Dr. Hillyard. I'm not going to lie here like a pincushion and wait for what you euphemistically call a donor.
Slowly, she set the charts down again. Angel?
And call me Mr. DeMarco. You don't know shit about me, lady. I'm not about to sit around hoping some perfectly nice guy gets broadsided by an 18-wheeler. That is what we're talking about here, isn't it? Somebody dies, and I get a chance to live.
She was slow to answer. Yes, that's what we're talking about, Angel. Donor organs come from a body that has been declared brain dead. He shivered at the thought. Some guy lying on a slab of metal, doctors greedily harvesting his organs.
Well, no thanks.
She stared at him for another full half-minute, saying nothing. Then finally she shrugged. Die then. It shocked him, that response. At first it made him angry, then fear crept in, leaving a sour taste in his mouth.
So compassionate, Dr. Hillyard.
Look, Angel, I can't waste time feeling compassion for a person with a death wish. You smoke, you drink, and there were traces of marijuana in your urine. All of this after 2 heart attacks. She leaned toward him, drilled him with a steely look. You're going to die, and pretty soon if you don't make some very hard choices.
You think I deserve it?
She drew back. For a heartbeat, she looked at him through the eyes he remembered. I'd say you think you deserve it, and I think...
What?
I have no right to say anything. I don't know you at all, do I?
You did once.
No. She said the word softly, but it seemed to echo in the stillness of the room. I only thought I did once. But the boy I fell in love with promised to be with me forever. She laughed, a hard, brittle sound that was nothing like the laughter he remembered. Forever turned out to be about 10 seconds.
I guess that's my cue to apologize.
She frowned. I don't want your apology, Angel. I stopped wanting anything from you a long time ago. Now I'm just your doctor, and as such, I want you to live. But make no mistake about it, I'm not going to waste something as valuable as a heart on a bad boy loser who isn't going to change his life.
You've learned to play hardball, Mad.
This is a hardball game, Angel. No cut corners, no fly by the seat of your pants. You're going to have to decide how badly you want to live. Only you can answer that. He was angry that she could talk about this so matter-of-factly. Angry that she didn't seem to care what he did, and angriest of all that he felt so goddamn alone. He wished for a crazy, desperate minute that he'd never abandoned or betrayed her. She was the only person he ever had really been able to talk to, the one person he could cry in front of, and he needed that intimacy right now. Needed a friend. Angel swallowed the thick lump in his throat. It was too late to be friends with Madelaine, too late for a lot of things. He needed strength and faith and hope, none of which he'd ever had. He looked at her, saw the momentary flash of pity in her eyes, and he lost it.
You'll make me into a freak.
It may feel that way, Angel, but it's not true. With a few adjustments, you can live a full, rich life. I have a patient down the hall who fathered 2 children and ran in the Seattle Marathon after a heart transplant.
I don't want to run a goddamn marathon.
Horrifyingly, his voice broke.
I want my life back.
I don't know what to tell you. Living with a transplant isn't easy. It requires a real commitment, some follow-through. She stared at him, and he knew what she was thinking, that he was a flaky asshole who'd never committed to anything or anyone in his life.
You have no right to judge me.
You're right. Unfortunately, I have to. She leaned toward him, and for a second, just a second, he thought she was going to touch him. A new heart is a gift, Angel. Please. Please don't get in line for one if you don't really want to change your life. Out there, somewhere, is a father who is dying from heart failure. A man to whom a new heart would mean another chance to hold his daughter, or spend another night with the wife he's loved for years. The truth of her words made him feel sick. He was a selfish prick who didn't deserve this kind of chance.
Another party at the Viper's Nest doesn't cut it?
Not in my book. He gave her a weak smile.
We never did have the same book, did we, Mad?
No. He thought for a second about how different their backgrounds were, her growing up in that mansion behind the iron gates, him living in a shitty little trailer park on the wrong side of the tracks. No, they'd never had the same book at all.
So, how is the great Alexander Hillyard these days?
She stiffened. He died a long time ago. He immediately felt like an idiot.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to look over your paperwork and initiate some more testing. She got to her feet suddenly. Please don't humiliate me by killing yourself before we can save your life. And then she was gone. Chapter 7. Angel tried not to think about Madelaine. God knew there were plenty of other things to think about, but she wouldn't leave his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut, battling memories with everything inside him. The problem was, there was so damned little inside him. That had always been his problem. Deep, deep inside, in the place where poets and metaphysicians and priests thought there should be a soul, Angel had nothing. Ever since he was a kid, he'd known there was something vital missing in him, a true sense of honor, of right and wrong, of goodness. He was selfish in a cold, ruthless way. For years he'd tried to refashion that insight, telling himself he was simply a product of crappy parents, or the sleazy little house he'd grown up in, or the food that wasn't on the table. But Francis had grown up in that trailer too, hadn't he? Gone to the same schools, listened to the same drunken lectures from parents who didn't really care, and everyone knew that Francis had no puncture in his soul. Hell, Francis had more soul than the saint he was named for. There had only been one time in Angel's life when he thought maybe he was wrong about himself, thought maybe he had a chance. That summer. The memories of that time were set apart in his mind, a brief and shining Camelot amidst the seedy taverns and dark holes he'd lived in since. And like Camelot, it was probably wrought more of myth than fact. Still, he remembered what it had felt like to have hope, however transitory. When he'd looked into Madeleine's eyes, felt the warm comfort of her small hand tucked into his, clung to her body in the wet sand beneath the piers, he'd told himself he'd found a sliver of goodness at last, something worth fighting for, worth living for. But then he'd gone into that silent, sparkling house on the hill and faced the dark night of his own soul. He'd looked into Alexander Hilliard's fathomless eyes and seen the debilitating truth. They were the same, he and Alex, ruthless, selfish, ugly to the bone. Francis had known it, of course. Don't do it, man. Don't just run away. Whatever it is, we can talk about it, figure out what to do. Angel thought, rubbing his temples, exhaling tiredly. Francis was right. Francis was always right. That was one of the things that stuck in Angel's craw. One of the things that kept him always running harder, faster, going nowhere like a gerbil stuck in a habit trail hell. He was constantly trying to outrun the ghost of good old Francis. He'd thought success would do it, that finally he would come out the winner, but no, he couldn't even do that right. He was a world-famous actor and richer than God. He was also a boozing, drugging, lying slut of a human being. And he liked being that way. He wasn't even a good enough person to feel regret at the way he'd wasted his life. And he knew that given the chance, he'd screw it up again. And Francis loved him, had loved him anyway. He probably didn't anymore, through it all. Through all Angel's drunken harangues, the belligerent tauntings, the cruel jokes Angel made at his brother's expense. Francis had always known that he was the favored child in the family, their mother's sole ticket to heaven, and he'd always been ashamed of her unequal affection, apologizing so often. But Angel had never wanted to listen. It hurt too much to be the screw-up, the one brought home by the police, the loser. He'd put up a brave, obnoxious front, hoping no one would notice his inner torment and pain, his sense of worthlessness. But Francis had noticed, of course, noticed and understood, and forgiven. Angel had seen the forgiveness time and again, felt its soothing warmth. Still, he couldn't cross the bridge back to brotherhood, could never reach out his hand and smile and say, "My brother," the way he wanted to. Could never control his temper long enough to apologize. And so he was alone. Someone knocked on his door, and before he could answer, it opened. Madeleine strode into the room, wearing a taut, false smile that made her eyes crinkle in the corners. He realized for the first time that she had no laugh lines around her mouth or eyes, and he wondered why that was. She stared down at him. "I lied and reported that you were a good psychological risk for the transplant." "Great. I'll just lie here and hope someone gets hit by a bus. Hey, try and get me an athlete sticker, will you? I like my sex rough and tumble." He said it to see if he could get even a second's worth of human emotion from those eyes, the eyes that once had stared at him as if he'd hung the stars. She looked at him with disappointment. God, he'd seen that look 1,000 times in his life. It was not the emotion he'd wanted, and it pissed him off. "Don't look at me that way." "You're going to be here a while, Angel. Francis is going to want to visit you." She handed him a scrap of paper. "Here's the phone number." "No!" The word shot out, surprising him with its ferocity. He knew instantly that he'd erred. He'd thrown his vulnerability on the floor between them. I don't want any visitors. I'm a celebrity," he said, realizing too late that he was yelling. "I don't want anyone to know I'm here." He's your brother, Angel, not a reporter. She moved closer. Don't do this to him, Angel. He's not like you. He hurts easily. Not like you, Angel. Christ, she didn't know him at all. Otherwise, she'd know Angel DeMarco's dirty little truth, that he was the most easily hurt human being alive. No shit. What are you, married to him or something? She sighed. Get some sleep, Angel. It rattled him, that unexpected avoidance. She hadn't answered his question, and the silence sent doubt flooding into him. What if she had married Francis, or lived with him, or was his great and true love? Angel had never even considered it. All these years, he'd imagined Francis as the perfect parish priest, and Madelaine pining away for her lost first love. But Mad wasn't pining. Didn't look as if she'd ever pined. Maybe he was as wrong about Francis as he'd been about her. Maybe his brother had quit the seminary and moved to suburbia. Maybe he sold Cadillacs at the corner dealership. Not once in all these years had it occurred to Angel that he'd left a door wide open and that Francis, the good and perfect, might have walked right through it. He shouldn't care. But he did. Suddenly, irrationally, he did. He didn't want Madelaine to be his brother's wife, his brother's love. He wanted her the way she'd always been. A brilliantly colored photograph in the sepia-toned memories of his life. His and his alone. She stared at him for a long moment, looking disappointed, then very quietly she said, You can get as famous as God, and it doesn't change the facts. She leaned close, so close he could smell her perfume. You'll always be Francis DeMarco's kid brother. I forbid you to tell him I'm here. Angel. At that moment, in that tone of voice, she made his name sound like a curse. Madelaine moved woodenly toward her desk. She sat down, her back ramrod straight. Then, very slowly, she sagged forward, plopped her elbows on the desk, and closed her eyes. It had taken considerable self-control to appear cold and disinterested. Of course, discipline was the one thing she had in spades. She'd practiced it since her hair was in pigtails, lying, pretending. In that big house on the hill, appearances had been everything. Yes, Father, of course, Father. Certainly I will. She was a master of such deception, but she'd never quite been able to overcome the unpleasant side effects. The dry mouth, the clattering heart, the sweaty palms. Any time she had to stand up for herself, she was a wreck afterward. She'd expected Angel to have changed more. World famous now, rich and good-looking and successful, he should have been surrounded by friends. But no flowers or cards or phone calls had come for him. There was no woman waiting in the hallway, no friend hovering about his bed. Now, when push came to shove, he was utterly alone. What did he have now, she wondered. Where did his joy come from? Drug use, free sex, a brawl or two at some seedy tavern, an Oscar nomination? She wondered if all the photographs she'd seen of him over the years were lies, brittle smiles for a flashing camera. In the old days, she'd known his soul. Or thought she had. He'd always been all bluster and anger on the outside, but inside he hurt as badly as she did. She'd known always that he had a hole inside him, a deep secret place from which he bled. She knew it because she had the same hole in her own soul. In her, it had been born of loneliness and fed by the hard realization that her father despised her. Over the years, she'd covered it with a sheer, thin wall of glass that made her feel fragile and easily bruised, but it was some protection at least. With Angel, who knew? The phone on her desk rang, interrupting her thoughts. She reached for it and heard Hilda's voice. It's Tom, Madelaine. He's coding. Shit. Madelaine threw the papers down on her desk and ran for the door. As she raced down the hallway, she heard the alarm blaring through the paging system. Code blue, ICU. Code blue, ICU. She skidded into the room. White and blue-clad people clustered around the bed, yelling at one another, reaching for things. Hilda was already there, hunched over Tom, her hands clasped and pressing on his chest. She saw Madelaine and flashed her a panicked look. "We're losing him." "Get me the cart," Madelaine barked, shoving through the crowd to the bedside. The cart skidded to a stop beside her. "Intubate him," she said. "Lidocaine started," the staff nurse answered. Madeleine's gaze shot to the monitor. "Shit," she hissed again. It wasn't working. "Shit! Defib!" Someone handed her the defibrillator paddles, ready to go. Hilda wrenched Tom's gown open, and Madelaine pressed the paddles over the ugly red scar that bisected his chest. "Clear!" Electricity slammed through Tom's battered body. His back arched off the table, then collapsed back down. All eyes went to the monitor. Flatline. "Again!" Madelaine said. Once more Tom jerked off the table in an inhuman spasm. Madeleine's breath caught. She stared at the black box. A tiny blip, blip, blip came from the monitor. A pink line humped and waved and skidded across. "We've got a pulse. BP's 80/50 and rising." Madelaine sighed in relief, a sound she heard echoed by everyone in the room. "Too close for government work," Hilda said with a tired smile as she extubated Tom. Madelaine didn't answer. One by one the staff left the room, talking among themselves. Already the emergency was over, and it was back to life as usual. Hilda remained behind. She put a hand on Madeleine's shoulder. "He's been doing well up to this point, handling meds well. Biopsy came back negative." Madelaine nodded. She tried to smile, but it took too much effort. "Thanks, Hilda. I'll stay with him a minute." Hilda bustled out of the room and closed the door behind her. Madelaine leaned down and whispered in Tom's ear, "Keep fighting, Tom. Keep working hard. You're going to be fine." She knew that most members of the medical community didn't agree, but Madelaine believed in the power of the mind and spirit to heal the body. At least she wanted it to be true. Tom's eyes fluttered open. "Hiya, Doc," he said in a scratchy voice. "It feels like someone drove a monster truck over my chest." She smiled down at him. "Guilty as charged. I hit a good man when he was down. You women libbers, you're all the same." She laughed quietly. "Women libbers. Now there's a phrase I haven't heard in a while. You're dating yourself, Tom." "Believe me." He coughed and rubbed his throat. "In my position, you're proud of getting older." Then he touched her hand, so gently that for a second she didn't even recognize what he'd done. "Stay for a while." She saw the fear in Tom's eyes, the emotion he was trying so hard to hide beneath a shield of jokes and easy comebacks. "When will Susan be here?" "After work. Not too much longer." Madelaine picked up the phone and dialed the rectory. The housekeeper got Frances on the line. "Hi, Frances," she said softly. "Could you pick Lena up from school?" "You bet. You want me to take her out for dinner?" "That would be great," she answered. "I'll be home in a few hours." She hung up the phone, then reached backward and pulled up a chair. Sitting down, she leaned close to the bed. "Last night you were telling me about your daughter's riding lessons." Frances stood beneath the old oak tree on Pacific Street. Pale sunlight streamed through the yellowing leaves, creating a tangle of gold on the grass. The bell rang. Within moments, kids spilled from the brick building, loping down the wide cement steps. In the center area, they split into lines and fanned out, walking toward the row of buses that were parked in the driveway. As he'd expected, Lena was among the last to exit. She was walking with that hardcore group of hers. They looked like a bunch of refugees from a Red Cross emergency station. He stepped away from the tree and waved at her. "Lena, over here." He knew the instant she saw him. She smiled instinctively, then copped an attitude. Murmuring her goodbyes to the crowd, she hitched up her oversized jeans and ambled toward him, her chopped hair bouncing with each step, her backpack hanging limply from her left hand. The canvas fabric grated along the cement sidewalk as she headed his way. He smiled at her. "Still hanging out with the honor roll, I see." "That's not a very Christian comment." She gave him an arch look. Besides, some of them are perfect Catholic candidates. They dig the missionary position. Francis could feel the heat crawling up his cheeks. He saw Lena's wicked grin and knew she saw his blush. I miss the days when I could wash your mouth out with soap. You never did that. No, I missed my chance, and now it's too late. I'll rinse with tequila. How's that? He stopped suddenly and turned to her. That's not funny. He knew he should say more, but things were going well. She didn't seem to be angry at him for siding with Madelaine on her birthday. He didn't want to rock the boat. Coward, he thought, cringing inwardly, but still he didn't say more. What do you say we get something to eat and rent a movie? Lena sighed. Mom tied up in the paperwork of sainthood again? He put an arm around her shoulder and drew her close. You're acting like a snot-nosed teenager. I am a teenager. I know, but allow me my little fantasies. I like to remember you as you were, when you didn't wear combat boots and your favorite four-letter word was mama. He was laughing, and so was she, as they made their way down the sidewalk. Beside his car, Lena stopped and looked up at him. What was I like? You know, when I was a kid. Was I so different from her then? Francis heard the pain in her voice, the uncertainty. He led her toward a wooden bench at the corner, and they sat down. She huddled close to him, and suddenly she didn't look nearly so cocky. She looked like a thin young girl in big, ugly clothes, a child eagerly wanting to find a way to womanhood. He drew her close. Together they leaned back into the bench and stared up at the crisp autumn sky. I remember your first day of school like it was yesterday. You and your mom lived in that gross apartment building in the U District. Those were the days when she was doing her residency at the UW hospital and she was working around the clock. You spent your days in the pediatric wing, hanging with the post-op kids in the recreational therapy room. Your mom never slept. She worked and studied, and every spare second she was with you, reading to you, playing with you, loving you like I'd never seen anyone loved before. Fairy tales, Lena murmured. She used to read me fairy tales. Even back then you were a fiery, independent little thing. On the first day of kindergarten, your mom took the day off from work. She dressed and redressed you until you looked like a doll, with your shiny black shoes and pink hair ribbons, and your Sesame Street lunchbox. It was set up that parents could ride the bus in with the kids on the first day, and Maddie was so excited. She'd never ridden a school bus before, and she couldn't wait. But when you got to the bus stop, you turned to her and said you wanted to ride all by yourself. Lena frowned. I don't remember that. Well, I do. Your mom almost burst into tears, but she wouldn't let you see how hurt she was. Instead, she let go of your little hand and let you get on that big bus all by yourself. You didn't even wave goodbye, just marched to an empty seat and sat down. When the door shut, Maddie raced home, jumped in that junker of a car she had, and followed the bus to school, crying all the way there and back. He turned to her, touched her cheek. She was so proud of you, and so scared. I know she loves me, Lena said, staring off into the distance. And I love her. It's just hard sometimes. I feel like I don't really belong with her. It's like some alien accidentally left me behind. He tightened his hold. That's part of growing up. None of us know where we belong. We spend a lifetime trying to find out. Easy for you to say. You love Mom and me, but you belong to God. He found himself unable to answer her, but he wished, Lord, how he wished, that it seemed as simple to him. Yes, he said slowly, that pretty much sums up my life. Did you know Mom promised to contact my dad? For a second, Francis couldn't draw a decent breath. Finally, he answered, No, I didn't know that. Lena flashed him a grin. Yeah, I'm sort of nervous, but mostly I'm excited. Pretty soon I'll get to meet him. Francis felt the fear returning, and on the heels of it came the shame. God forgive him, he didn't want Lena to know her father. Well, he said at last, what do you say we go get some pizza? You're going to offer pizza to a cardiologist's kid? He laughed, and it felt good, as if for a second everything in his world was normal. I won't tell if you won't. Long after she'd left him alone in his room, long after the nurses had finished poking and prodding him, long after Hilda had fired off her litany of rules for the soon-to-be eviscerated, Angel still couldn't sleep. He'd asked for more drugs to help him sleep and been denied, so he lay there, wide awake. Thinking was the last thing he wanted to do in this God-forsaken place, but he couldn't force the images from his mind. Frances and Madelaine humping wildly in a 4-poster bed, 12 kids asleep in the bedroom next door, a white picket fence around a sparkling clean jungle gym. He closed his eyes and knew instantly that it was a mistake. The memory came to him, sharp and clear and in heartbreaking focus. It had been daylight, a sunny summer day, and Angel had been confined to a hospital bed. Frances was beside him talking, but Angel was 17 and too angry to listen, angry that he was sick, angry at the stupid doctors who told him he'd have to change his life, that he could die if he didn't take care of himself. He didn't know what the hell myocarditis was, and he didn't give a damn. All he knew was that he felt too good to be hospitalized. He didn't want to be trapped in a bed his mother wasted no time in telling him they couldn't afford. The summer stretched out before him, long and boring, and the diagnosis, viral infection affecting the heart, battered him. The stupid doctors kept telling him he could die if he wasn't careful, that he had to quit smoking and drinking, but he felt perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with his heart. The hospital door opened, but Angel didn't bother to move. He was too busy feeling sorry for himself. Frances leaned close, whispered and awestruck, "Geez." For a second, Angel hadn't known what his brother was talking about. And then he turned his head and saw her, a thin wisp of a girl, Candy Striper volunteer, standing in the doorway, her eyes wide and unblinking, her teeth nipping ever so softly at her full bottom lip. She had pale ivory skin and dark eyebrows that looked like they'd been slashed on with a marking pen. She was clutching a pile of Heartbeat and Tiger Beat magazines to her chest. Angel had thought she was pretty enough, in a bland, private school girl sort of way, but then he'd seen her reflected in his brother's clear blue eyes, and suddenly she'd become more, so much more. The first girl Frances had ever looked at twice. "Jeez Louise," Frances whispered again. Angel made his move without even thinking about it. He flashed the quiet Candy Striper his trademark grin, the one he'd used mercilessly on the girls in his low-rent neighborhood. He knew he was good-looking, a tanned, dark-haired Italian-Irish kid with rebellion in his green eyes. She smiled back, slowly at first, and then more broadly. The smile transformed her features, tilted the corners of her eyes, and made her look exotic and gypsy-like. Waves of light brown hair, streaked in places to the color of sand, shimmered in the artificial light. "I wouldn't mind some company," Angel said. Her eyes widened, and he saw for the first time that they were a soft silver green. "You wouldn't?" Frances sighed, a deep, tired sound of defeat, then scooted back in his chair and got to his feet, a tall, awkward blonde kid, looking at her like a puppy dog, begging her silently to see him. Angel felt a stab of regret, but it was too late to remedy what he'd done, and he didn't want to anyway. It was the first time in his life he'd gotten something Frances wanted, and it felt good. The girl, he'd learned later that her name was Madelaine Hillyard, looked up at Frances as he left the room, gave him a pretty white smile, and whispered goodbye. She hadn't looked at Frances again, not then, and not in the magical months that followed, months that changed all their lives. At first, Angel had wanted Madelaine because Frances wanted her. Plain, unvarnished selfishness, made all the more ignoble and painful because of what was to follow. Quite simply, Angel fell in love with her. Head, heart, body, and soul, he fell in love for the first, perhaps the only, time in his life. The quiet, unassuming teenager with the huge, haunting eyes had become his world for a brief, heart-wrenching summer. She saw something in him that no one had ever seen before. She believed in him. and when he held her in his arms, he almost learned to believe in himself. But not enough. He hadn't believed in himself enough. And though he'd left her, he'd never been able to exorcise her from his soul. That was the tragedy in all of it. He'd abandoned her, broken all of their hearts. And for what? For a life spent drifting aimlessly from seedy bar to seedier hotel room, telling and retelling the same tired stories to dozens of overly made-up eyes, whispering the same worn lines against 100 pairs of lips. But never the right lips, never the right words. And here he was again, back in the hospital. Only this time, maybe Francis had come out the winner. Maybe it was Francis who slept with Madelaine now. Francis who sucked her pale, pink nipples and kissed her full lips. He winced. Jealousy sluiced through him, twisting his stomach, making him suddenly angry. He didn't want Francis to have Madelaine. Christ, he whispered, wishing that it were a prayer, and knowing that it was too late for that. It had always been too late. Chapter 8. Madelaine sat at the edge of the couch, her bare feet pressed together, her cold hands locked in her lap. It was Saturday morning, and she'd gotten up early to fix a good, healthy breakfast. She'd dressed carefully in baggy sweats and an oversized t-shirt. She looked as casual as she knew how, but inside she felt jittery and afraid. "I promise I'll contact your father." She heard the toilet flush down the hall, and she jumped to her feet. Scrambling into the kitchen, she whisked out the cutting board and started busily cutting carrots. It wasn't until she'd peeled and cut 3 of them that she realized she didn't need carrots for breakfast. She pushed the vegetables aside and stared at the closed door. Her anxiety hitched up a notch. What if she couldn't pull it off? What if she couldn't lie well enough to protect her daughter? The bathroom knob turned. The door swung open. Lena stood in the doorway, wearing a tight-fitting ribbed sweater and a pair of pants that an NFL linebacker couldn't have filled out. The crotch hung between her knees, and the frayed, cut-off hem dragged on the floor. "Hey, Mom," she said, slamming the door shut with an army-booted foot. Dragging a backpack, she headed down the hall toward the living room. "I'm going to the mall." Madelaine's throat went dry. "Wait until you eat something." Lena stopped dead. "You're cooking?" I am. Ham and cheese, omelet, and toast." "Made with fake eggs and turkey ham? Yum, yum." "You used to love turkey ham." Lena rolled her eyes. "Get real, Mom. I was too young to know the difference." "Well, you can eat the toast." Lena tossed her backpack on the couch and shrugged. "Whatever." She started to head back into her bedroom. Madelaine wanted to breathe a sigh of relief and let Lena go, but she refused to give in so easily. It was exactly that kind of cowardice that had broken their relationship. It would take a little bravery to bring it back. Rules. She reacts well to discipline. "I'd like you to set the table," she called out to her daughter's back. Lena slowly turned around. "You want me to what?" Madelaine wet her lips. "Set the table." Lena eyed her. Ramming her hands in her baggy pockets, she crossed the room. "Mom?" Madelaine forced herself to stand still for the scrutiny. "Yes?" "Did we move to Stepford?" Madelaine burst out laughing. "Go on, set the table." Lena didn't move, just stood there staring. Finally, Madelaine couldn't help herself. She started to squirm. It was a mistake to try to pretend to be a family, to pretend that a little thing like Saturday brunch could fix what was wrong between her and Lena. "Did you call my dad yesterday?" Madelaine flinched. There it was, the question she'd wanted to avoid, thrown down on the table like a gauntlet. "Father," she snapped. She cleared her throat and tried to sound more rational. "He's your father. A dad is different." "Yeah, whatever." "Did you call him?" Madelaine's gaze fell. She stared down at the carrots, little bits of orange against the jade-green tile counter. "Mom?" Madelaine forced herself to meet her daughter's suspicious eyes. She tried to smile, tried and failed. A tiny headache pricked behind her eyes. "What? Did you call him?" Did I call him? Lena bit nervously on her lower lip. Don't do this to me, Mom. Her voice broke, and for a second Madelaine saw her daughter's stark, painful desperation. It was more than who is he. It was, who am I? She set the knife down and walked around the edge of the counter. Looking steadily at Lena, she forced herself to reach out. Lena stared at her mother's hand, then her gaze lifted and their eyes locked. Madelaine felt a rush of emotion in that single heartbeat. It had been so long since they'd looked at each other, really looked at each other. They'd spent months looking past, around, beyond. Her eyes pleaded with Lena for a chance. She tried to answer, but found that she couldn't. You didn't contact him, Lena said dully. Why? Madelaine maintained eye contact for as long as she could, until her guilt became a strangling hand around her throat. I had such a busy day. This new patient is really... Lena lurched to her feet. She started laughing, or was it crying? Madelaine couldn't tell until Lena turned around and she saw that her daughter was laughing through her tears. Priceless, Mom. You were too busy to call my dad. She grabbed her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. Sniffing hard, she ran for the front door and wrenched it open. At the last second, she stopped and turned back around, giving Madelaine a look that was drenched in hurt. I don't know why I believed you. Then she ran. Francis leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Later, he had to go see Ilya Fiorelli, but he didn't want to think about that yet, and so he sat quietly, listening to Phantom of the Opera. Music filled the rectory's common room, pulsed and pounded and then fell silent again. Slowly, the next song started. Music of the night. He sighed in anticipation. The music began leisurely, deftly, rolling in around him, drawing him into the world of the phantom. A lonely place, that world, filled with heartache and longing and unrequited love. He remembered, as he always did, the first time he'd heard this music. He and Madelaine had gone to the theater together, sitting beside her, feeling her presence, seeing the sparkle of the floodlights reflected in her eyes. He'd felt close to heaven. Let your fantasies unwind in this darkness which you know you cannot fight. Francis sang the words loudly, pretending for a second that he had talent, that he had a lot of things. The music built again, swirling, gathering power, high, pure notes as quivering and sweet as the song of a bird perched in the air. Then they dove and tangled and became melancholy. And the sadness came, as it always did, twisted in the midst of the glorious chords. Francis understood the pain in the phantom song, the agony of living in the shadow of the woman you loved. Madelaine, he thought with another sigh. Francis? He jerked upright, blinking at the sudden glare of sunlight that spilled through the rectory's open front door. Lena stood in the doorway, backlit by the morning's golden glow. She looked impossibly young and fragile, dwarfed in her baggy pants and army jacket. But it was her eyes that drew his attention, made him frown in sudden concern. He kicked down the lazy boy's velour footrest and shot to his feet. Lena, honey, what is it? She didn't answer. Lena? He moved closer, and as he approached, he saw the little things the sunlight had blurred. The way she stood, hooked to one side, half in and half out of his doorway, the swollen redness of her eyes, the cheeks stained blue-black by mascara and tears. And he knew. Lord help him, he knew why she was here, looking broken and lost. Madelaine had told her the truth. Oh, Lord. He felt almost sick to his stomach at the thought. Unsteadily, he flicked off the stereo and moved toward her. And still she stood in the doorway, motionless, pale, so pale, her bloodshot eyes filled with sadness. He remembered 100 other visits, times she'd come to him, laughing, bounding through his door, launching herself into his waiting arms. I didn't know where else to go, she said, biting her thumbnail, watching him through those sad, sad eyes. He reached out for her and she seized his hand, squeezed hard. He saw a glimmer of fresh tears glaze her eyes. He shut the door and led her to the brown and gold sofa. Sitting beside her, he slipped an arm around her shoulders and drew her close. She pressed her cheek against his chest. He felt her shuddering, indrawn breaths. "Shh," he murmured. He wanted to make everything better for her, the way he'd done 1,000 times in her life. She drew back suddenly, sucked in a rattling breath, and stared up at him. Mom didn't call my father. She promised, and then she didn't call him. For a split second, all Frances felt was relief. Tears squeezed past her lashes, fell one after another in a muddy smear down her pale cheeks. I don't know why I believed she would. He walked out on you guys. Maybe it's best if you don't think about him. Tell me who he is, she asked quietly. There would be no going back from this moment on. He knew it. Fear tightened in a band around his chest. Defeat rounded his shoulders, slipped from his mouth in a ragged sigh. He plucked a single tear from her cheek. Oh, Lena Ballerina. Don't do this to me, Frances, not you too. He felt shame welling up, spilling through him. I can't tell you his name. Can't? The word was a whisper of breath. Or won't. Lena, don't. She stared at him, and he saw in that instant that felt like an eternity, he saw that she hated him. It hurt. Sweet Jesus above, it hurt. I used to watch the Brady Bunch reruns when I was a kid. She bit her lip and looked past him. It was a long, long time before she spoke again. It used to make me cry. That silly, stupid sitcom used to make me cry. Frances understood. Even as a child, she'd wanted that sense of family, of belonging. But he and Madelaine hadn't given it to her. They'd wanted to protect her with their silence, but it had only hurt her more. I'm sorry, Lena. She gave a bitter, trilling laugh. Yeah, well, so am I. She got to her feet and snagged her backpack. Slinging it over her shoulder, she pushed past him and headed for the door. He lurched to his feet. Lena, wait. He knew it wasn't the right thing to say, that there was no right thing left, and the words echoed in the room and fell into a frightening silence. She gave him a hard, cold look. What for? He moved toward her. She didn't move, just stood there, staring at him through those hurt blue eyes. Gently, he took her face in his hands, brushed the tears away with his thumbs. I love you, Lena. Always remember that. Yeah, sure you do. Her voice broke. You and Mom both love me. But neither of you will tell me the truth. Lena screeched to a stop in front of Save More Drugs. The store stared silently back at her. Its big, sprawling, well-lit face invited her in. She tossed her bike into the bushes. Excitement pushed past the anger and heartbreak. She needed that excitement now, needed another emotion to sweep her up, embrace her. She swiped at her eyes, trying to erase the last of the useless tears. With the touch, she knew she had no mascara left on her eyelashes, knew it was all on her cheeks in a caked blue-black smear. Probably all that was left of her Oregon cherry blusher was 2 streaks of war paint on either side of the blurred mascara. Yeah, she had to look hot. Sniffing, Lena jerked her chin up and narrowed her eyes. Just let someone say something. In fact, the way she was feeling, she wished they would. She didn't even care enough to call him. Lousy 7 numbers, 15 minutes out of her day. And Frances, the closest thing to a dad she'd ever known, betraying her. I can't tell you his name. Lena felt the horrifying sting of fresh tears, and she spun away from the store. Stumbling sideways, she slipped behind a holly tree and sat down on a pile of wooden pallets. Curling forward, she pressed her damp face into her knees and cried. Her mother knew how important this was to her. She had to know, and yet she was too busy to make a phone call. Lena had always bent over backward to accommodate her mother's schedule. She was proud of her mother's job. It was way cooler than anyone else's mom. Lena had put up with all of the missed dates, the lonely nights, the rushed family meals. But enough was enough. She couldn't put up with it any more. She reached into her book bag and pulled out a CoverGirl compact. Flipping it open, she stared at the small reflection of herself. Electric blue eyes, slashing black eyebrows, small, bow-shaped lips. "Who are you?" she whispered to the girl in the glass. And who was he? This father who had left his mark on her face, her thoughts, her personality, and then moved on. He was the answer to it all. The loudness, the dissatisfaction, the anger. They were all personality traits that must have come from him, must be his living legacy. She kept remembering her question. Am I like him? And her mother's sad, reminiscing smile, the one that excluded Lena from her birthright, from the memories that should have belonged to her. You're exactly like him. Her fantasies spun out again, capturing her in a silken web. They were alike, she and her daddy. Her mom had said so. She was like her father. They would be more than just father-daughter. They would be best friends. Her father wouldn't lie to her or discipline her. He wouldn't work all hours and come home tired or care if her homework wasn't done on time. She didn't know how long she sat there dreaming about him. Long enough for her tears to dry, for her bleeding sadness to harden into anger. Her mother had no right to keep this information from her. Not this. Tired, depressed, she got to her feet and emerged from the bushes. There was a store. She thought about turning away, just going home to think, but the store was so close. She needed the jolt of adrenaline that came from outsmarting everyone. With a quick look in both directions, she repositioned her backpack over one shoulder and headed toward the store, down the wide, azalea-lined cement walkway. Twin glass doors whooshed open in an electronic greeting. She slipped into the bright lights of the super drugstore, feeling glaringly noticeable. A punk kid in ratty clothes in yuppie heaven. She grinned, knowing they were watching her, cataloging her, making a note of her for their detectives. She followed her own routine. First thing she did was buy a newspaper. It looked good to spend money right off the bat. She put 2 quarters in the slot and eased the front plate open, grabbing the newest edition of the small community newspaper. Tucking it under one arm, she strolled down the main aisle, then she turned off, glided down the makeup aisle. She touched everything that interested her, weighing it, feeling how it fit in her palm, looking. She touched a dozen things, putting each one back in its proper place. Then she saw it, touched it, and her heart sped up. Excitement brought a quick, furtive smile. A thin tube of lash intensifier in a clear plastic package. Lena glanced around, saw no one. Her heart sped up even more, started thundering in her chest. A damp, itchy sweat broke out on her palms. The first niggling sense of fear crept in, muttered that she couldn't do it, that she wasn't good enough. Then came the other emotions, the cocky self-confidence she could only find in the overlit aisle of a drugstore, the pulse-pounding jolt of adrenaline. Can you do it? Can you? She walked around for a while, just casually holding the mascara. Her fingers were so slick with sweat, she had to change hands 3 or 4 times. Once or twice she pretended to replace the mascara on the shelves, once with the deodorants, once with the aspirins. In the toothpaste aisle she made her move. She slipped the makeup in her pocket and yanked her hand back out. It was done. Breathing hard, heart pounding, she forced herself to keep moving casually down the store. She paused in front of the videos, flipped through a few horror books. The magazines captured her interest, so she stood there, leafing through the current issue of Rolling Stone. Then, very calmly, she walked down the aisle, past the checkout counter toward the door. With a quick sideways glance, she saw that she was alone, and a grin broke across her face as the automatic doors whooshed open. At the last second, a hand grabbed her shoulder and squeezed hard. A loud male voice said, "Just a minute, miss." Chapter 9. Francis walked slowly along the cracked stone path that led to the Fiorellis' modest white home. He couldn't help noticing the weeds and grass that furred the walkway and crept stubbornly through the autumn flowers. Last summer this garden had been elegant and tended. Now it ran wild. the rose bushes clinging to their dead and dying blossoms, the ground stained with multicolored petals, their edges curled and brown and split. He reached the front door and paused. A small overhang blocked the midday sun from his eyes and cast him in the welcoming cool of shadow. In a niche on the right side of the door stood an old, weathered statue of Christ, his mildew-stained palms outstretched in greeting. For a second, Francis was reluctant to go in. He felt the statue's painted eyes on him, silently condemning his cowardice. The Fiorellis had been friends for as long as he could remember. Back when he and Angel were kids, they had played in this yard, thrown 1,000 baseballs back and forth with the Fiorellis' grandsons. But those days were gone, and he was back for another reason. He took a long last breath of the rose-scented air and finally knocked. There was a rustle of sound from within, and then the plain white door swung open, revealing a thin, stoop-shouldered old man in the entryway, his creased face split in a wide, toothy grin. "Hello, Father Francis. Come in. Come in." The old man stepped aside. Francis plunged into the cool, dark interior. The first thing he noticed was the smell, the vague, musty scent of a house in disrepair, a house in which the roof needed tending as badly as the rose garden. The tiny entry gave way immediately to a small, oval front room, defined on 3 sides by once elegant plaster arches. Dozens of family pictures hung, cockeyed and dusty, from sagging nails, school photographs of children who now had children of their own. An old RCA television was tucked in the corner, its sound a dull, muted hush in the otherwise silent room. Just last year, a beautiful Victorian settee and table had graced this room. They were gone now. In their place, a hospital bed stood stark and threatening in the tiny space, a wheelchair huddled in the corner, waiting for use. But even the time for that had passed. Francis felt it again, the reluctance to intrude on their grief. "Hello." It was all he could say past the lump in his throat. The old man looked up, his face pinched and pale. For a split second, Francis remembered the man who'd once lived behind those dark eyes. He used to laugh all the time, even had difficulty keeping a smile off his face when he took communion, and he'd always had a joke for Francis in the confessional, a sin that could be counted on to cause a young priest to grin behind the safety of the wooden shield. "Bless me, Father, for I put tuna in the chicken salad." "Can I get you something to drink, Father?" Mr. Fiorelli asked in a respectful voice. No smile now. Francis shook his head, pressing a comforting hand on the man's shoulder, noticing how rail-thin he'd become. "No thanks, Edward. How is she today?" Edward looked up again, and in the pale light his face seemed to cave in on itself, collapse in a morass of folds. "Not good." Francis came up to the side of the bed and sat down on the creaky wooden stool, scooting close. His knees hit the metal frame with a dull clang. The woman in the bed, Ilya Fiorelli, blinked slowly awake. At the sight of him, she smiled. "Father Francis." Edward moved to the other side of the bed and sat down, curling his age-spotted, big-knuckled hand around his wife's. "I knew you would come today," she whispered, starting to say more, but then a rattling, phlegmy cough shuddered through her chest. Francis stared down at the pale, withered old woman, her white hair, brushed and combed to salon perfection, curled against the grayed pillow like wisps of goose down. He took hold of her other hand, so slim and fragile, and squeezed gently. Dull, watery blue eyes blinked at him, the corners tucked into folds of wrinkled flesh. Even now, in the last pain-riddled days of her life, she exuded a calm gentleness that touched his heart. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." She spoke so softly, he had to lean forward to hear the words. "It has been 2 weeks since my last confession. I accuse myself of—" Francis squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed the lump that lodged like old dust in his throat. "When was the last time you truly sinned, Ilya? When?" How could a benevolent God heap such misery on a woman like this? A loving, caring woman who'd never harmed a soul. All her life she'd helped people, and now here she lay, cancer eating through her bones, hopelessness spreading like a virus through her blood. And what of Edward, her husband of 57 years? What would he do after her death? How would he go on in this home that she had created for them? "Edward," she said softly, "get Father Francis a cup of tea." Edward let go of his wife's hand and left the bedside, disappearing into the kitchen. She waited for the quiet click of the kitchen door before she spoke. "Father?" She paused, drew in a deep, shaking breath, her hand curling within his grasp into a tight fist. "I am afraid for him, Father. The look in his eyes lately. He isn't ready for me to die." Francis touched her face, gently stroked the velvety wrinkles. "I'll help him, Ilya. I'll be here for him." "I can't stay much longer. The pain." Tears slid down her temples. She squeezed his hand. "Take care of him, Father. Please." Francis brushed the moist trail from her skin and tried to smile. "God will watch out for Edward, and he is infinitely more capable than I. God always has a plan." He couldn't finish. He'd said the same thing a million times, but now he couldn't speak. He needed to say something that mattered, something that would ease this gentle woman's pain, and there was nothing. Nothing. "Of course he has a plan," she whispered, making it painfully easy on him. "It's just my Edward." Tears blurred Francis's vision. He tried to think of something meaningful to say, but in the end, he found nothing, so he lapsed into the ordinary, the rote, absolving her of her sins, although he knew there were none, not really, and blessing her soul for the 1,000th time. "Thank you, Father." He stared into Ilya's blue eyes, seeing the sharpness of life in all its wondrous, pain-filled beauty reflected in her gaze. He saw all the things he'd denied himself, all the roads he hadn't taken, and suddenly he was thinking things he shouldn't. For 35 years, Francis had slept alone, crawled into his narrow wooden bed on sheets that smelled of his own aftershave. Just once, he wanted to sleep on pillows that smelled of perfume. It used to be enough to watch the world go by, loving other people's children, talking to other men's wives. But now, sitting here beside Mrs. Fiorelli, holding her withered hand, he knew how much he'd given up. He could baptize 1,000,000 children, and not one of them would ever call him Daddy. He'd been a bystander to life. He still loved God, but sometimes, in the middle of a cold, dark night, he positively ached for human contact. For Madelaine. 100 times in the past few years, he'd hauled himself out of bed, kneeled on the hard floor, and prayed for guidance and strength. Courage. That's what he needed. For Mrs. Fiorelli right now, and for himself. It was what he'd needed all his life and never really had. Angel had gotten all the courage in their family, and Francis had gotten all the faith. If he'd had courage, just a little bit of it a long time ago, maybe he would have made different choices, taken a different turn. But he'd taken the easy road many years ago. Back when Madelaine was pregnant and alone, Francis had offered to marry her. Only he hadn't wanted to marry her, not really, and she'd known that, just as she'd always known everything about him. She knew that his love for God was the defining passion of his life and always would be. "No, Francis," she'd said quietly, crying. "Be my best friend. Be my baby's best friend. Please?" And they'd never spoken of it again. There were so many things they'd never spoken of. He closed his eyes and prayed aloud, as much for himself as for Ilya. "I believe in God. the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, I believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord. The words spilled through his mind like water from a bucket, one after another, soothing, cleansing, and he lost himself in them. Ilya's voice joined his. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen. The forgiveness of sins. The shame came back, left Francis no place to hide. He should have encouraged Madelaine to tell Lena the truth about her father, or he should have told Lena the truth. He knew there could be no true forgiveness until he made things right. Father? Mrs. Fiorelli's voice jerked him back to the present. He shook the thoughts away and smiled down at the old woman. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fiorelli. You looked sad for a second, Father, Ilya said. What could a handsome young priest like yourself have to be sad about? He should lie to her, should don the mantle of distant perfection that was required of him, but he had no stomach for it. Regrets, maybe, he answered quietly. She reached out a withered, shaking hand and touched his chin in a flitting gesture of affection. Take it from me, Father. Life is over quickly, and you only regret what you didn't do. Sometimes it's too late. Never, she breathed. It's never too late. Angel lay in his uncomfortable hospital bed staring up at the acoustical tile ceiling. God, he felt bad. Worse than bad. He hurt almost everywhere, and in the few places he didn't hurt, he was weak. Breathing had become a painful, unsatisfying chore. His fingers had started to turn cold. At first he'd thought it was nothing, then his toes had become blue. Diminishing blood circulation. Those were the words the nurses used, but Angel could hear past the words to the meaning. It was ending. His life was leaking away. Even yesterday he'd been ready to fight for it, but today he was too tired. He wondered what he had to live for, and even as he had the thought, it pissed him off. He'd lived a life that left no real mark, had no real meaning. He saw that now, saw it with a clarity he should have possessed all along. Yesterday, he'd been visited by the man in the room next door, Tom Grant. It's damned terrifying, Tom had said. Just like that. He'd thrown the fear and uncertainty on the bed between them, as if it were nothing to be ashamed of, as if a man didn't have to be strong. Angel had been his asshole self at first. He hadn't wanted to see himself reflected in Tom Grant's eyes, hadn't wanted to admit he was as sick as Tom. He said meanly. So you're the heart transplant patient twice removed. Tom had laughed, weakly. It was the laughter that diffused Angel's anger, and the honesty that pierced his armor. The worst part, Tom said, is waiting for a donor. It makes you feel ghoulish and sick and perverted and damned. Angel had finally looked at the man, his puffy, medicated face, his flimsy hospital gown that covered a multitude of bloody, oozing, intubated atrocities, his tired, tired eyes, and felt as if he were looking into the future. To his horror, Angel found himself starting to cry. He couldn't remember when he'd been so humiliated. Christ, he muttered, wiping his face with his sleeve. I've cried more tears than a baby. Don't worry about it. Tom leaned close. You gotta focus on how much better you're going to feel when it's over. I know it's scary to think about, but once it's over, it's like a gift. Angel sighed, wishing he could have such simple faith. It isn't going to happen for me, man. God isn't going to give me another chance. He forced a cocky smile. I can't even blame the old man. I've been pretty much of an asshole. Don't do that to yourself, Tom said. Don't make this about morality or goodness or redemption. It's about medicine. Pure and simple. Good people are murdered as often as bad people, and everyone deserves a second chance. Angel wanted to believe it, but it was too late in life to change that radically. He was selfish and reactionary. He had the devil's own temper, and he always had, and becoming famous had made it even worse. He'd accepted the truth about himself a long time ago. He sure as hell wasn't going to change now. What was the point? He was dying. He understood that now. And after Tom left, Angel had lain there, waiting for his next breath, and the next, waiting for each feeble beat of his heart. A surge of loneliness had come over him then, settling deep and heavy in his ragged heart. He'd wanted someone, anyone, to sit with him, hold his hand, and tell him it was all right. "He's not like you, Angel. He hurts easily." Her words had come back to him, stinging his conscience. He'd only ever loved two people in his life, Frances and Madelaine, and he'd hurt both of them. The crazy part was, he'd never really meant to, never wanted to, at least. Suddenly he was thinking of the past, of the times his big brother, no more than 8 years old himself, had hidden Angel from their drunken mother. The times Frances had tried futilely to turn her wrath on himself instead. Times they'd sat in that old weedy lot beside the trailer park and spun their shaky dreams together. How had he forgotten all that? How had he walked away from it? Slowly he reached out and picked up the phone, dialing the number Madelaine had left him. An answering machine picked up on the third ring. Angel left a message and hung up. Angel was more than half asleep when he heard his door open. Quiet footsteps moved into the room. Ah, he thought with relief, Attila the nurse with his fix. He opened his eyes and saw a tall man standing in the door. He had wheat blonde hair and pale skin and blue eyes, and he was wearing a gray UW sweatshirt and faded Levi's. For a second, Angel had no idea who it was. Then he realized. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. "Is that you, Franco?" "Hi, Angel." It was the same voice after all these years. Angel's first emotion was pure elation, a quick thank God that someone cared, that someone had come. Then he thought of Madelaine, of Frances and Madelaine together, and jealousy started, sudden as a dart, piercing through the joy, ripping a little piece of it away. Then there was guilt, acrid and sour, the memories of Angel's betrayal and Frances's hurt. He forced a cocky grin. "It's good to see you, bro. Glad you had time to stop by." Frances flinched. Angel immediately felt like a jerk. But wasn't that always the way of it? Why couldn't he ever do or say the right thing around Frances? "How long have you been here?" "Not long," Angel said at last. "I had another heart attack in Oregon, and they flew me up here." "Another one?" He shrugged. "Technically, it's an episode of heart failure, but it sure as hell feels like an attack." "Are you going to be okay?" "I'm always okay. You should know that." He faked a smile. "They'll pump me full of drugs and send me home. Nothing to it." Frances pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked older than his 35 years, and there was a sadness in his blue eyes that made Angel uncomfortable. Frances had always been such an optimist. "How have you been, Franco?" Frances didn't smile. "That's a hell of a question after all these years. What am I supposed to say, Angel? I've been fine. How about yourself?" Again, Angel had said the wrong thing. He wanted to save this moment, make something of it, but he didn't know how. He and Franco had been fighting for all their lives. At least, Angel had been fighting with Frances, and Frances had taken it. He didn't know how to stop the cycle, how to break out of the mold and say, "Let's start over." "Have you seen her?" Frances asked. No coyness there, not from Franco. No beating around the bush about who she was. Angel felt a sudden, undeniable friction settle into the room. "Yeah, I've seen her. And?" Angel studied his brother, noticing that he was still blonde and still had the lean body of a long-distance runner. Yeah, he was the same old Francis, nearly perfect in every way, good-looking and decent and moral. The kind of man a woman would feel safe with, loved by. The ideal guy to step in and mend a 16-year-old girl's broken heart. The thought made Angel mad.
Well, Frances said. What do you want to know, Franco? Did I screw her? No, I didn't. It's a little tough hooked up to a heart monitor. He saw the distaste in his brother's eyes, the disappointment. Frances sighed, ran a hand through his hair. I know you didn't sleep with her. That's not what I was asking. Angel felt like an insect before his brother's penetrating gaze, and the worst of it was, Angel knew it was all in his own mind, knew that Frances felt none of this tension, none of this childish competition. But as always, Frances brought out the worst in Angel. Are you screwing her? Angel asked, sickened and shamed by his own question, but unable to hold it back. Frances eyed him, saying nothing for a long time. Each second of silence felt like an hour. I'm a priest, Frances said finally. Angel felt a rush of relief, then a surprising pride. He remembered all the times he had sat on the front stoop with his big brother, listening to 10-year-old Frances's dreams of becoming a priest. You did it, huh? Good for you. All in all, it's been good. It made Ma think God would overlook everything about her. Angel found himself smiling. For a second, it felt as if they were kids again. If she made it to heaven, you've been screwed. Frances laughed. That's for sure. What's it like, being a priest? Good. A little lonely sometimes. Angel saw unhappiness in his brother's blue eyes, and a vague shadow of dissatisfaction. He knew suddenly, the way he used to just know things about Frances, that his brother was talking about Madelaine again. You love her. Frances flinched and gave a feeble laugh. You always could read my mind. Yeah, I do. It hurt, that sad, quiet statement of fact. It irritated the hell out of him that it should hurt so much after all these years. And she loves you, Angel shot back. Probably one of those sordid, heart-wrenching thorn birds kind of things. What do? Lock eyes over the communion wafer? She's not Catholic. Angel frowned. It wasn't an answer at all. He felt the anger coming back, prickling him. Now, he thought, shut up now and you'll be okay. But on the tide of the anger came the words, unstoppable, unchangeable. What'd you do? Help her through the rough times after I left? Frances's face turned surprisingly hard. After you left, she was all alone. Alex cut her off and kicked her out of the house. She needed somebody. And there you were, Angel said in a bitter, sarcastic voice. And there you weren't. Angel winced. Touché, big brother. Frances moved his chair closer. What in God's name did you expect her to do? Angel squeezed his eyes shut. He refused to feel shame now, all these years later. It was a useless waste of time. She'd obviously done all right for herself. She believed in you, Angel, Frances said quietly. We both did. Shame tightened his stomach. Yeah, well, life sucks. People let you down. They also change and apologize and seek redemption. Don't give me that saintly crap. It's too late for me to apologize or change, and redemption is way out of my reach. I think I'll just stumble along as I always have. You aren't going to see Madelaine anymore then? She's my doctor. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Angel's gaze snapped up. Quit beating around the bush, Franco. You don't want me screwing her. That's what you're trying to say in that holier-than-thou way of yours, isn't it? I don't want her hurt again. Madelaine is fragile. Angel thought of the ball-buster who'd read him the riot act about his heart and laughed out loud. Yeah, a real magnolia petal. I mean it, Angel. It took her years to get over you last time. Don't break her heart again. Angel laughed bitterly. Don't worry, pal. If anyone's got a broken heart, it's me. With a weary sigh, Francis pushed to his feet. I've got a couples retreat in Oregon for the rest of the month. I could cancel if I'm gonna die tomorrow. Don't bother. I'll be fine. I'll come back and see you when I get home, unless you're going to disappear again. Angel sighed. Already the anger was gone, faded back into insignificance next to the power of his love for his brother. Again, he wished that he'd held back, that just once in his life he'd had some self-control. I'll be here, Franco. Good. Angel forced a pathetic smile. I'm sorry I yelled at you, man. Thanks for coming. Francis looked down at him for a long, long time. Then slowly, he smiled. You're always sorry. Yeah, Angel said softly, stung by the truth of it. Chapter 10. Shoplifting. The phone slipped from Madeleine's hand and hit the floor with a clatter. She swayed and reached for the kitchen counter to steady herself. She took a deep breath, then another and another. Her shoulders inched back as years of discipline training kicked in. Quit pouting, girl. All a milk toast ever gets is wet. She heard her father's booming voice, as if he were in the room with her. Buck up! Act like a Hillyard and not some scared, stupid rabbit! Christ, you embarrass me, girl! Madeleine shivered at the memory and pushed it away. Get your purse, Madeleine. She spoke out loud to the too-empty room. Woodenly, she bent over and retrieved the phone, setting it down on the cradle with an exaggerated calm. Then she plucked her purse off the counter, slung it over her shoulder, and moved toward the front door. Just as she reached for the knob, someone knocked. The door swung open as Madeleine stumbled to a stop. Francis stood in the doorway. Hi, Maddie. She noticed that he wasn't smiling. Odd, but she didn't have time to care, couldn't quite make herself care. Hey, Francis, she responded automatically. She waited for him to move or say something, but he didn't. She blinked up at him, confused. Did we have dinner plans? No, I'm leaving for Portland tonight. I won't be back for a few weeks. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. I saw a... Oh, yeah, Portland. Have a nice trip. She gave him a distracted smile and waited for him to leave. When he didn't, she said, I've got to go to... town now. Maddie, I'm trying to tell you something important. He moved closer, gazed down at her with concern. What is it, Maddie girl? His gentleness made her want to cry. It saddened her that even now, even with Francis, she had so much difficulty speaking of her problems. It's Lena. She's been... Her voice fell to a whisper. She's been arrested for shoplifting. Oh my God. It's my fault. What? Come on, I'll drive you to the police station. He slipped his arm around her waist and started to lead her from the house. She slammed the door shut and let herself be carried away by him, helped along. But as they reached the garage, she knew it was wrong. She'd given away too many moments like this with Lena. Let Francis shoulder too many of the painful times of her life. She had to stand up for herself and be as strong a parent as she was a doctor. She stopped. Francis turned to her. Maddie? I've got to do this alone, Francis. I'm her mother. He took a quick step backward. I left the number in Portland on your voicemail. She moved toward him, gently tucked a lock of hair behind his ear. I'll call you tonight and let you know how it went. Will you? Still, he didn't look at her, and there was a strange tension in his voice. She touched his cheek, forcing him to look at her. When their gazes met, she saw the sheen of tears in his eyes, and it confused her. He looked hurt. Francis? He stared at her for a heartbeat, then squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. Lena came to see me today. I let her down. Oh, Francis. She tried to conjure a smile. I let her down, Francis. Me. No. You're greedy as usual, my Maddie. But this time I'm taking some of the blame. She hesitated. Maybe you should come with me, Francis. No, she's your daughter and you need to handle this. Besides, I've got to get on my way. 4 married couples need the advice that only their celibate priest can offer." He smiled wanly and shook his head at the irony. She wanted to say more, but she didn't know what it was he needed to hear, how she could make this moment what he wanted it to be. For the first time ever, he felt like a stranger to her. "Drive carefully," she said, not knowing what else to say. "Don't I always?" She shot a meaningful look at the dented side of his bug. He gave her a quick grin. "I'm leaving before you start in on my driving. Bye." She watched as he folded into the dented old Volkswagen and drove away. The car sputtered down the narrow road, then turned the corner and disappeared, and she was alone again. She stared down the empty street, sighing quietly. Francis, her Francis, who wore his heart on his sleeve and his soul in his eyes. Francis who loved them all so much and only wanted to be a part of their lives. All he'd wanted was to help. She forgot sometimes how easily he could be hurt. Regret sneaked up on her. Once again she'd made the wrong choice, said the wrong thing at the wrong time. But she'd make up for it. When Francis got home from this trip, she'd make up for hurting him today. Juvenile Hall was a hive of activity. Harried-looking men and women crisscrossed the tile floor like ants, talking and gesturing among themselves. Brown vinyl chairs lined the walls, most empty, but some of them filled with adults who looked as nervous as Madelaine felt. In the center of it all, a white-haired woman sat at a huge desk, answering the phone and directing traffic with a nod of her head or a flick of her forefinger. Madelaine felt acutely conspicuous as she crossed the busy lobby and walked up to the desk. The heavily jowled woman peered up at her. "Hello?" She had to raise her voice to be heard above the din. "I'm here to pick up my daughter, Lena Hillyard." The receptionist flipped through some paperwork. "Oh, shoplifter. John Spencer's a social worker assigned to her case. You'll find him in room 108, down the hall, second door on the right." Madelaine moved along the crowded hallway without making eye contact with anyone, her purse clutched tightly against her side. By the time she reached room 108, she had a terrible twisting ache in her stomach, and she was afraid she was going to be sick. She paused at the open door to room 108. Inside, a young African-American man sat at a hulking metal desk in a brown-walled office. 3 cups of obviously cold coffee stood in a precise line along the upper right edge of the desk. At her entrance, he looked up. "Can I help you?" "I'm Dr. Madelaine Hillyard, Lena's mother." He nodded and flicked through the stack of files on his desk, gingerly pulling one out. Indicating a chair, he flipped the file open. "Please, sit, Dr. Hillyard." Madelaine crossed to the small metal-framed black chair and perched nervously on its edge. After a moment, he looked up from the file and gave her a smile. "Your daughter's a real spitfire." "Yes." "The store detective at Save More Drugs caught her shoplifting some makeup. Nailed her on the in-store video, too. You want to see it?" Madelaine wished she needed to, but she knew Lena had done this, and she knew why. It was Lena's way of getting back at a mother who wouldn't make a phone call. "No." "Good. Some parents just can't believe their precious children would do anything wrong." He shoved back from the desk and stood up. "Here's the deal. It's a first offense, and the store is willing to overlook what she's done." Madelaine almost sagged with relief. But before she could revel in the feeling, Spencer went on. "Course, that won't do jack shit. Pardon my French. For your daughter. She needs to face the consequences of her actions." He looked right at Madelaine. "She's scared. They all are the first time. But from now on, it's up to you." She wanted to ask what to do, to ask for help, but she didn't know how. The words tangled in her throat. She'd read dozens of books on parenting, and all of them told her to reason with Lena, to offer her daughter choices, and teach her to make decisions. It was good advice. Madelaine knew it was, but it didn't work. Not for her and Lena, anyway. And the only other way she knew was her father's way. "I've worked here a long time, Dr. Hillyard. Your daughter is on the brink of real trouble." Spencer moved closer and sat in the chair beside her. "This is a cry for attention. And the next cry might not be so easy to solve. The suicide rate among troubled teens." Madelaine gasped and broke eye contact, staring at the hands clasped in her lap. Suicide. A chill spread through her.
Has she done this before? That was the question she asked, the words she formed. But what she really wanted to know, needed to know, was, how many cries have I missed?
She had a definite routine. Looked to me like she'd done it before.
Madelaine squeezed her eyes shut. Of course Lena had done it before. If Lena were someone else's daughter, Madelaine would have noticed the warning signs long ago. Dissatisfied teenager, angry and rebellious, looking for attention. All of it fit Lena. All of it. The new interest in heavy metal music, the recent ear-piercing frenzy, the truancy, the wardrobe, the attitude. Lena was a teenager in trouble, and shoplifting, whether she knew it or not, was a cry for help. Madelaine had to be strong enough to answer the call.
Dr. Hillyard?
Slowly, she lifted her chin and looked at the social worker. I want to help her, Mr. Spencer, but... The words seemed to drag her down, and it saddened her that she was afraid of this. How could a well-respected physician be so strong with strangers and so weak with her own child? She felt tears of shame and defeat sting her eyes.
I've got a 16-year-old daughter myself, Dr. Hillyard. You can love them more than your own life
and give them everything you have, and... He shrugged.
Shit happens.
I should have disciplined her better, been there more.
This isn't about whose fault it is, Dr. Hillyard. You're a parent. She's a teenager. Believe me, there's plenty of blame to go around. Today, what you have to focus on is change.
She steeled herself. How do I do it?
That's a $64,000 question. Me? I use honesty and consistency.
He smiled. His eyes twinkled.
And when that doesn't work, take away the television, the learner's permit, and permission to use the phone.
Madelaine looked up, surprised. It wasn't the advice she'd expected. She flashed on her own childhood, on dark, frightening images of her father's discipline, and felt nausea rise in her stomach. That works? The books all say... He dismissed the experts with a wave of his hand.
The books are okay, I guess, but there comes a time when talking doesn't work anymore. A kid needs rules, pure and simple. No, and I'd make her apologize to the manager of the drugstore.
He pushed to his feet.
So, Dr. Hillyard, why don't we get your daughter out of detention?
Lena lay curled on the narrow, smelly cot, her knees drawn up to her chest. The tears she'd cried had long since dried on her cheeks. Noises were everywhere in this shadowy place, the clang of iron-barred doors being opened and closed, the disgruntled voices and shrill-pitched shouts of teenaged gang members, the heavy thud of footsteps on the stone floor. Every sound made her curl tighter and tighter on the dirty bed. This place is going to seem like a picnic, little lady, if they send you to the main ward. The social worker's words came back to Lena, frightening her all over again. She couldn't help thinking of her bed at home, big and fresh-smelling and covered in Laura Ashley sheets. I love ham and cheese omelets, she whispered, feeling the tears well again, clogging her throat and stinging her eyes. What had made her act like such a bitch around her mother? Lena knew how hard her mother tried to please her. She'd noticed the baggy sweats, the lack of makeup, the too bright smile that tried to mask a sharp desperation in her mom's eyes. Yeah, she knew her mom loved her, knew she only wanted to do the very best for Lena. So why couldn't Lena cut her some slack? Why did she wake up angry and stay angry all day? Sometimes she knew why she was mad, but more often than not, she couldn't place a cause. She just wasn't happy. Some mornings she felt fat. The next day she'd think she was skinny. Half the time she felt like crying for no reason at all. She wanted everything to be like it used to be. She didn't want to feel so ugly and lost all the time. She wanted to fit in somewhere. She knew she was a disappointment to her perfect mother, Madelaine, the child prodigy who'd earned her high school diploma before she turned 15. Saint Madelaine, who never had a hair out of place, who raised a daughter alone while she attended medical school, who never lost her temper or cried or asked for help from anyone. I'll never shoplift again, God, she whispered brokenly, squeezing her eyes shut against a fresh wave of tears. Suddenly, the door of her dormitory room rattled. Keys jangled in the lock, clicked hard, and the door screeched open. "Hillyard, get up." Lena rolled to face the door and lurched to her feet, her heart pounding with sudden anxiety. "Where am I going?" The fat, polyester-clad woman gave her a deadpan look. "Do I look like a tour director?" She cocked her head toward the corridor. "Get going." Lena hugged herself tightly and eased past the woman. Moving slowly, she walked down the hallway, keeping her eyes down. Finally, they came to another locked door. The woman pushed the intercom and said, "Hillyard!" in a loud, booming voice. The door swung open. Lena hesitated for a second. The woman shoved her, and Lena stumbled forward. The first face she saw was John Spencer's. The second was her mother's. She stared at her mom, saw the sadness in her mother's eyes, the disappointment that pursed her lips, and felt a wrenching guilt. She wanted to take a step forward, throw herself in her mom's arms and be swept up, comforted and held, but she couldn't seem to move. "Lena," Mr. Spencer said, "your mother is prepared to take you home after you make your apologies to the manager of Save More Drugs." He dropped her backpack on the table beside him with a thunk. Lena swallowed hard. "Okay." The word came out on a squeak. Spencer closed the distance between them. His shadow fell across Lena's face. "You spent an hour in detention, little girl. Believe me, you don't want to spend any more." She was so scared she could barely nod. "I'm going to keep in touch with your mom, and if you cause any more trouble—" He let the threat dangle between them. "You understand me?" "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, what?" he boomed. "Yes, sir." "Good." He turned to Madelaine. "I'll allow you to take the minor child home now, Dr. Hillyard, but I'll be calling once a week. I assume this is the last such incident I'll hear about?" Madelaine nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Spencer." Then Spencer left the room, and Lena was alone with her mom. They stood there a minute, staring at each other. Lena tried to think of what to say, how to say it. I'm sorry, Mom." It was an excruciating length of time before her mother answered. She looked confused, as frightened as Lena felt. "I'm sorry, too." She took a hesitant step forward, reached out one small hand. It wasn't enough, just the offer of the hand. Lena wanted to be engulfed in her mother's arms, but she didn't know how to ask for such a thing, and she was afraid of making a fool of herself. Madelaine stopped. Her hand fell slowly back to her side. "I guess we'd better go home and do some serious talking." Lena stared at her mother, feeling further away than ever, more alone. Tears were so close she had to turn her head. She stared at the floor through stinging eyes. "Yeah, sure. Whatever." Madelaine knew that Lena was afraid, but for once she had to be a parent, not a friend. She had to lay down the law and mean it, and if she failed again, she would be hurting her daughter. "Get your things," she said in a thick voice. "We've got to go home." Side by side, in an almost unendurable silence, they walked out of the building. Late afternoon sunlight, weakened to chilly gold by the season, splashed their faces. Still quiet, they slipped into the Volvo and drove to the drugstore. Madelaine watched from a distance as Lena apologized to the manager for stealing the mascara, and when Lena finally turned away, Madelaine saw the tears swimming in her baby's eyes. God, how it hurt to see her daughter's pain. Madelaine wanted to take Lena in her arms then and hold her and comfort her, but by sheer dint of will, she remained motionless and dry-eyed. Then, wordlessly, she led Lena back to the car, and they drove home. By the time they reached the house, Madelaine's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. It was one thing, she knew, to decide to become an enforcer of rules. It was another thing to look at her daughter, whom she loved more than her own life, and say no. Mean no. Flicking the car engine off, she grabbed her purse. Lena bounded out of the car and ran up to the house, disappearing inside. When Madelaine walked into the house, Lena was already on the telephone. Her daughter's voice was a loud, lively chatter, punctuated by ringing laughter. "And then they locked me in this little room?" "Yeah,
It was way cool. Just like what happened to Brittany Levin.
Madelaine stared at her daughter in disbelief. It was one of those crystallizing moments in life, tiny heartbeats of time that pass and leave you changed. Lena had gone through that terrible time in juvenile hall. She'd been terrified and apologetic, but the emotions were leaving her now, slipping away on the tide of the distance between her and the detention cell. And she was counting on Madelaine to keep the memories away, counting on her mother to create some fantasy world in which the shoplifting had never happened. Madelaine felt a stab of anger so swift and sudden, it surprised her. Lena was sure that Madelaine would want to sweep the whole messy incident under the rug, that the shoplifting could be yet another of the endless stream of things that Madelaine was afraid to talk about. Not this time. Madelaine forced her chin up and strode across the kitchen. Wordlessly, she grabbed the phone from her daughter's hand and crashed the receiver down. "What? Huh?" Lena stammered, slamming her hands on her hips and glaring at her mother. "Nice, Mom. Now I'll have to call Jet back." Madelaine stood her ground. "No, you won't," she said evenly. "You have no phone privileges anymore." She shoved her hand toward Lena, palm out. "Bike lock. Now." Lena stared at her mother in shocked amazement. "You must be kidding." "Do I look like I'm kidding?" Lena frowned suddenly. She took a step backward. "Hey, Mom, come on. Give me the lock and keys." She fished them out of her book bag and tossed them to Madelaine. "Fine. Jet can drive me to school." Madelaine shook her head. "I'll take you to school every morning and pick you up. You will go nowhere without permission from me." Lena barked out a laugh. "Yeah, right. Mrs. Never at Home is gonna regulate my social life. I can make myself be at home, Lena. I can take a sabbatical from work and be home all the time. Is that what you want?" "I want my father!" she shouted back. Madelaine should have known. It was only a matter of time before Lena used the incredible unknown father to wound her mother, but still it hurt. "Let's talk about him, Lena. That's what you want, right? You want to know about your father. Well, fine. Your father was a reckless, angry young man who didn't want a family. You're the one he didn't want." Madelaine felt the anger rush out of her at the simple truth. "That's true," she said softly. "It was me he didn't want, me he didn't love, but he also didn't want—" Madelaine stared at her daughter, not knowing what to say, which truth to tell. "Me?" Lena whispered. "No." Madelaine's voice was quiet, barely a whisper. He didn't want to grow up and make hard choices and sacrifices. He just wanted to have fun, and parenting at 17 is definitely not fun. Lena wrenched her gaze away and crossed her arms. "He's a grown-up now," she said stubbornly. "He'll want me." Madelaine stared at her daughter's profile, at the trembling mouth and pale skin, at the tears that streaked unchecked from her eyes. She moved closer, pressed her warm palm to Lena's cold cheek. "I want him to love you, Lena. I want him to want you, but—" Lena turned to her. "But what?" "I'm afraid, Lena. It's as simple as that." She blinked. A tear rolled down her cheek. "Is he violent?" "No, never that." Madelaine brushed Lena's tear away with her thumb. "He's selfish. I'm afraid he'll break your heart." Lena stared at her. "Don't you understand, Mom? He's breaking my heart now." Madelaine sighed, thinking suddenly of all the promises she'd broken over the years. Little things, a dinner missed here, a movie missed there, and how they'd added up, brought Lena and Madelaine to this moment. A mother and daughter who loved each other and hurt each other and didn't know how to change. "I know you don't believe me, baby," she whispered, "but I just want to do the right thing." "I want to believe you, Mom," Lena said. Madelaine heard the quietly spoken words, and they gave her a tiny, sparking ray of hope. She thought of a dozen responses, but in the end it all came down to empty words, promises made by a woman who'd broken too many. Finally, she said the only thing that really mattered. "I love you, Lena." Lena's eyes filled with tears. "I know you do, Mom." They weren't the words Madelaine wanted to hear. Not the right words at all. Chapter 11. Tom Grant was sitting up in bed, laughing quietly at something his wife had said, when Madelaine walked into his room. "Morning," she said, plucking his chart out of the sleeve and quickly reading the newest notations. "Everything looks good. We'll be taking you off the IV meds today, Tom. And those catheters? Consider them gone. You're practically free." He grinned at that. "When can I see my kids? Joe is home from college." She went to the bedside and checked the 2 small wires that protruded from his chest. They were there to monitor the pace and electrical rhythm of the new heart. When she finished, she looked down at Tom. "I'm sorry, but that's not going to be possible today." Tom's smile fell. "What's wrong?" "Joe has a cold, and we don't want to risk it quite yet." Susan released a heavy sigh. "Oh, God, I thought it was bad news." Madelaine understood. The first few post-op days were always terrifying. "I'll talk to Joe myself. We'll monitor him closely for the next few days. Maybe by Monday." She let the words trail off before they became a promise. "He's got straight A's this term," Tom said proudly, gazing up at his wife. Madelaine almost said something inane, an ordinary response, then she caught herself. Instead, she inched closer to the bed. "How did you guys do it? Raise such healthy, happy kids?" "Luck," Tom answered quickly. "And no shit weeks," Susan added with a laugh. Madelaine turned to Susan. It was the first time she'd ever heard the woman swear, and it surprised her. "What do you mean?" "Tom was gone or sick a lot of the time while the kids were growing up. Sometimes I used to tear my hair out. The kids were far apart in age, and they were each so different. It took me a long time to get the upper hand, but in the end, I started doing my no-shit weeks. I would start on Monday, taking absolutely no crap from the kids. I didn't yell or scream. I just quietly, flatly let them know that I was the boss. Usually a week was all it took. After that, they were so tired of bucking the rules, they just toed the line." She grinned. "A good no-shit week would keep them on track for 6 months or so. Then it would start all over again." "Really?" Madelaine said. "Of course, I was often talking to a teenage boy with blue hair. But you've got to fight the big battles and let the little ones go." Madelaine set the chart back in its sleeve and smiled at the 2 of them. "Well, I've got rounds to make. See you tomorrow." Smiling to herself, she walked out of the room. No-shit weeks. It had a certain appeal. Lena sat in the passenger seat of the cushy Volvo, her arms crossed, her jaw set mutinously. Things were not going well. She cast a surreptitious glance at her mother. Madelaine sat as she always did, erect, chin up, eyes on the road, her hands at the invisible 10 and 2 positions on the steering wheel. Lena had tried every trick in her arsenal this morning to get to ride her bike to school. She'd screamed at her mother, begged her, stomped out of the kitchen, and slammed her bedroom door. She'd refused to eat breakfast and refused to pack a lunch. Heck, she'd even cried. None of it had worked. It was as if an alien had invaded her mother's body. Suddenly, Madelaine was Dr. Hillyard all the time. Cold, detached, sure of herself. Not like her mother at all. Lena didn't know what to make of it, how to act. It scared her, this turnaround on her mother's part. For years, Lena had prided herself on running the household, on knowing how to wrap her wimpy mother around her finger with ease. All she'd ever had to do was cry. Heck, just tear up, and Mom would give her the world. Lena had always been able to stay out too late, come home whenever she wanted, eat whatever she wanted. A tear here or there at the right moment, and Mom turned to jelly. Until yesterday. Madelaine eased the car up to the curb and shifted into park. The soft hum of the engine filled the interior. She turned. "I'll be here to pick you up at 3:30. Lena bristled at the order. This was getting ridiculous and embarrassing. How was she going to tell Jet that she couldn't go to the mall after school? That her mom had to pick her up like she was a baby or something? "Mom, it's not like shoplifting's a felony. Lighten up. Jet'll bring me home after we go to the mall." "I'll pick you up at 3:30 sharp. If you're not here, I'll call Mr. Spencer." "And tell him what?" Lena snorted. "You've got a felony failure to pick up at school situation?" "I'll tell him you ran away." Lena's jaw dropped. "They'd send me back to detention." "Would they?" Lena just stared at her mom, feeling as if she were suddenly falling and there was no one there to catch her. "You'd let them do that to me?" "I have no choice, Lena. We've got some changes to make, you and I. You know we do." "You want to make changes, Mom? Quit lying to me." With satisfaction, she saw her mother flinch. "You're going to make everything about him, aren't you?" she said quietly. "Everything is about him. It's your fault I shoplifted. I wouldn't have done that if you'd told me my father's name." "I'll be here at 3:30 to pick you up." Lena felt a rush of pure, blinding anger. How dare her mother be so calm and matter-of-fact and motherly? It made Lena feel off balance, confused. It wasn't supposed to be this way. She was supposed to get what she wanted by using the old tricks. She yanked up her backpack and wrenched open the door. She lurched out of the car and spun around to stare at her mother. "I'll be home when I feel like it." Madelaine stared at her, so cool and calm that Lena wanted to smack her perfect face. "Then give my regards to Mr. Spencer." "I hate you," Lena hissed. "That's too bad," her mother said quietly. "Because I love you." Then she leaned over and shut the door. Lena stood there so angry she was shaking. She wanted to yell or scream or cry. She wanted to kick something in. But all she could do was watch her mother drive away. Madelaine ducked into one of the empty hospital rooms and peered into the bathroom mirror. She looked like Sylvester Stallone at the end of the first Rocky. She poked at the dark circles under her eyes and frowned. It was too bad Maybelline didn't make a combat fatigue face makeup. She looked like she hadn't slept all night. Which she hadn't. This no-shit parenting was harder than it looked. She'd done the right thing with Lena. For once, she'd been a parent. "And what if Lena ran away? What then, Miss Parent of the Year?" The voice was her father's, booming and authoritative, but the words were her own. It was that worry that had kept her up all night, trying to assuage her guilt in books about tough love and hard choices in parenting. But the expert's words were cold and dark against plain white pages. No comfort at all. She left the bathroom and headed down the familiar white corridor toward intensive care. When she reached Angel's room, she knocked lightly and went inside. She couldn't believe what she saw. He was lying there, sucking on a cigarette, then blowing smoke into the air. An open bottle of tequila sat on the bedside table. He didn't even have the common decency to look guilty. Instead, he gave her a bleary, cockeyed grin. Uh-oh, Hall Patrol. He reached for the bottle and hit it with his knuckles. It wobbled and crashed sideways, spraying golden liquid everywhere. The sickeningly sweet smell of tequila wafted upward. He stubbed out the cigarette on the bedside table. A white-hot flash of anger swept through her. She grabbed the bottle and took it into the bathroom, pouring the remaining alcohol down the sink. The bottle hit the wastebasket with a satisfying thunk. She spun around and surged back into the room. "You are the most selfish, self-centered son of a bitch I've ever known." "Way to ruin a good party, Doc." She could smell the cigarette smoke hovering in the room, reminding her with every indrawn breath that Angel was too selfish to change, too weak to really make the decision to live. Even here, in the cold blankness of ICU, with machines hissing and spitting around him, holding his battered heart together with a dozen electric threads. Even here, he couldn't find the strength to change. Instead, he'd brought his partying, irresponsible life into the hospital. "What in the hell were you trying to do?" He laughed, a hacking, breathless sound, a pale shadow of the laugh she remembered. "Die of cancer?" Then, very slowly, he turned his head on the pillow and stared up at her through watery eyes. Suddenly, he wasn't smiling anymore. He looked sick and weak and broken. His hair was greasy and uncombed. 2 days' growth of beard stubbled his chin and darkened his upper lip. Even his eyes, those incredible green eyes, looked inestimably tired. She'd seen this face before, 1,000 times in her career. Sometimes the eyes were blue, sometimes brown, sometimes green, but they were always watery and sad and tired-looking. He was dying. The anger dissolved as suddenly as it had come. She walked over to the bed and pulled out a chair. "Oh, Angel," she said softly, shaking her head, releasing a heavy sigh. "Don't do that to me," he said in a demeral, slurred voice. "I don't—" The rattling wheeze of his breathing seemed to suck the words away. She had to scoot closer to hear him. "What is it?" He stared at her, and the bleakness in his gaze was almost too much to bear. "I don't know what else to do." Madelaine saw his fear, his uncertainty, and though she didn't want to be moved by it, she found herself being drawn to him. She touched his rough, unshaven jaw. "It's okay to be afraid." "Who said I'm afraid?" She smiled gently. "You don't fool me anymore." He moved a little, immediately winced in pain. Grimacing, he dragged the bed's remote control onto his lap and pushed the button. Click, grind. The bed eased upward. Breathing hard, he stared at Madelaine. "What does that mean?" She was surprised by the intimacy of the question. For a second, she remembered so much about them, the little things, the tiny moments, the things they'd said to each other, promises they'd made in the dark of the night. "Until I met you, Mad, I wanted to die." And her answer, so naive and afraid, "Don't say that, Angel, don't ever say that." "What do you mean?" he demanded. She pushed the memories away and stared down at him. "When we were kids, you used to tell me that you wanted to die." There was a long pause, and she didn't even realize she was waiting for his response until he answered. "That was a long time ago." It struck her suddenly how different they both were, how, over time, the same words could take on such different meanings. As a young girl, his death wish had seemed wildly romantic, a gauntlet that she alone could pick up. But no more. Now she saw the words for what they were, selfish and stupid, and a waste. Such a waste. "You're a coward, Angel DeMarco, and you always were." "Fuck you." "Go ahead, swear at me. It doesn't change the truth that you're afraid to live." Anger flashed in his eyes. The heart monitor beeped a warning. "Quit acting like you know me. You don't." "I know who you were once, Angel, and frankly, I don't see much change. You never knew when to compromise, when to really try. What you knew how to do was run. Well, you've tried running and drinking and hiding, and you've ended up here, right where you began." He stared at her a long, long time, until the anger faded from his eyes and was replaced by a worn resignation. Finally he spoke, and when he did, his voice was reed thin. "I don't know how to change." She felt something in that moment that surprised her, a sudden connection with this man, as if, for the single space of a breath, the past had never died, and she'd never watched him ride out of her life on a brand-new Harley-Davidson motorcycle. She remembered in that second the why and how of her love for him, the tiny chinks in his armor that had drawn her in, the bruised vulnerability she'd always seen in his eyes. She thought of how alike they'd once been. I know how hard it is to really change, but you're home now. That must mean something. Francis is here, and I know how much he loves you, how ready he'd be to help you. You're home, Angel. Maybe if you look around, you'll find a reason to live. He gave a weak smile. I think it was Thomas Wolfe who said, "You can never go home again." I don't know, she said slowly, meeting his gaze. Home is part of us. It's in the scars we have on our knees and elbows, in the memories that surface when we sleep. I don't think you can ever really leave. He started to respond, but before he could speak, Madeleine's beeper went off. It was a message from Allenford. She reached immediately for the bedside phone and punched in the 4-digit extension. Chris picked up on the first ring. Allenford. Hi, Chris, Madeleine said. What's going on? DeMarco, I think we have a heart. Angel had thought he understood fear. He'd known the sweaty palms, the knot in the pit of the stomach that tightened with every breath, the metallic taste on the tongue. Once he'd almost overdosed on drugs, and even that, waking up in the emergency room with a dozen faces peering over him, even that was nothing compared to this. Fear was a living, breathing presence inside him, pushing at his skin, seeping from his pores in foul, salty beads of sweat. He closed his eyes and knew immediately that it was a mistake. The images were there, waiting in the darkness like macabre specters. The accident that would bring him life. The donor who would never open his eyes again, never smile at his wife or hug his children. He saw blood, his, the donor's, the mingling of the two. He twisted slightly on the narrow bed, his hands curled talon-like around the warm metal rails. A groan slipped up his throat and released as a sigh. Slowly he opened his eyes and stared sightlessly ahead until the white ceiling blurred into the silver fluorescent fixtures. He wanted to pray, needed to pray, but it had been too long, and he knew that no one would listen. Oh, he knew he could seek absolution from a priest, from his own brother, in fact, but it was too easy, too pat. He couldn't believe in a God that was so forgiving. He knew that he deserved to suffer. And he was suffering. Sweet Christ, he'd never been so afraid in his life. Angel? He heard Madeleine's throaty voice, and for a split second he remembered it all. Every second they'd been together, every touch they'd shared. The memories brought an aching, bittersweet sense of loss. He wondered suddenly what it would have been like. That road not taken, the life he'd run away from. Slowly, hurting, he turned his head to look at her. She stood poised in the doorway, one slim, pale hand lingering tentatively on the jamb. As always, she stood perfectly erect, her chin upthrust just a little, her hair combed into a series of honey-brown curls around her face. He wanted to smile at her, cockily, as if none of this mattered, and he tried. Hiya, Doc. Hello, Angel. Are you ready? He was staring at her so intently that it took a second for her words to register. When they did, they hit with the force of a blow. Ready? He whispered, knowing how pathetic he sounded. He was lying there, shaved from chin to ankles, his skin discolored by antiseptic solution, his veins riddled with intravenous needles, his hair covered by a paper cap. He was going to die, here and now, with his chest cut open and his heart taking its last feeble beats in another man's gloved hands. Madeleine let the door shut behind her and moved quietly toward his bed, sitting down beside him. Dr. Allenford is on his way to Tacoma to check out the donor heart. Donor heart. The words reverberated through his skull, echoing, echoing. One heart cut out, another sewn in. I don't know if I can do this, Mad, he said softly. She leaned toward him, and her touch was cool and comforting on his damp cheek. You never did have much faith in yourself, she said with a smile that came and went so fast he wondered if he imagined it. He gave a laugh that ended in a rattling cough.
When you're lying around waiting to die, you tend to think about what your life means.
Another smile, softer, longer lasting. Don't tell me you're getting philosophical. He wanted to smile at her, but there was no smile inside him right now. There was only that yawning fear and the loneliness.
Don't look so surprised. I almost qualified for Jeopardy in 1986. It was the morality category that screwed me.
It would be. He fell serious again.
My life doesn't mean much, Mad.
Life is what you make it, Angel. Maybe, after the surgery, you'll make a different one.
Life is what you make it,
he parroted, feeling a rush of unexpected bitterness toward her. The bitterness left him, and without it, he felt cold again.
Yeah, you're right,
he conceded, staring at her, seeing for the first time the tiny lines that hung like commas at the corners of her mouth. Self-consciously, she smoothed a non-existent hair from her forehead, and he noticed that a button was missing from her sleeve. It made her look so human, that little tangle of thread on her perfect silk blouse.
I shouldn't have run out on you that way.
He tossed the words out as if they meant nothing, but surprisingly, they did mean something. Even though the apology was pitiful and small and years too late, it felt good to admit to his mistake. He had spent a lifetime running from one bad decision, as if he could change it or outrun it. From a dozen dirty payphones in towns he couldn't remember, he'd called Madelaine and Francis, dialed the numbers and listened to the intermittent ringing, but he'd always hung up before they answered. What could he have said to them? But still he'd tried, until the numbers he had for them had been disconnected. That was a long time ago, Angel.
Sometimes it feels like eons, and sometimes it feels like yesterday. Anyway, I know it doesn't matter, but I wanted you to know. I should have faced Alex with you.
She flinched. He watched as color fell from her cheeks, left her face an ashen white. He saw the pain in her eyes, and it made him feel like an ass. Of course she didn't want to think about that.
Sorry, he whispered.
She didn't move, just sat there staring at him. Her beeper went off, blipping through the tense silence. Absently she reached for it, shut the noise off, and grabbed his phone. Punching in the numbers, she asked for Dr. Allenford. She spoke a few quiet words, then hung up. He knew it was bad by the look on her face.
What is it?
She covered her eyes with her hand, then slowly drew her hand away and looked at Angel. It wasn't right. The heart wasn't in good enough shape. I'm sorry.
No surgery?
He tried to draw a good breath, couldn't, heard himself wheezing. Before he could get the words out, he felt his heart seize up. Pain erupted in his chest. He tried to breathe, but he couldn't. I'm dying, he thought suddenly, and he knew it was the truth. He reached out blindly. Madelaine took hold of his hand, squeezed it hard. Dimly, he heard her click a button, heard her yell, "Code Blue, Cardiac ICU 264 West, Stat, get the cart." Then he felt her hands at his chest, wrenching the cotton gown aside. "Don't you die on me, Angel. God damn you, don't you die on me." He heard her voice through the fog in his mind, through the pain shoving through his chest, shredding his muscles. He wanted to answer, but he couldn't. The pain twisted, turned into fire, and exploded in his heart. Chapter 12. Rain drummed on the city streets, splashed on the asphalt roof of the building next door, and formed murky puddles in the loose gravel. Madelaine stood at the window, staring at the misty gray city 2 floors below her. Down there, it was such an ordinary October day. Nothing different, nothing new. The Madison Street stoplight blipped from red to green to yellow. Multicolored umbrellas moved down the slick sidewalks, weaving in and out among each other. Cars started and stopped and turned down corners, disappearing beneath green canopies of the neighborhood trees. life went on. But not for Madelaine. Even now, as she stood there, looking at the sights she'd seen 1,000,000 times, she saw things she'd never seen before. She noticed how the pigeons that perched on the windowsill stuck together, cooing softly to one another, how the leaves that every so often blew from the trees and stuck to the glass were steeped in color, red, gold, green, and brown, how the sunlight could break through the clouds in a spear of butter-yellow light that seemed to shoot from heaven itself. Slowly, she turned away from the window and moved toward the bed. Angel lay as still as death, his skin ashen, his lips pale as chalk. He was breathing, finally, without the help of a ventilator. Beside him, the cardiac monitor clicked away, spewing out a second-by-second account of the heart that was failing. Had failed. She plucked up the seamless, narrow sheet of paper and studied the graph-like analysis of his heartbeat. Then she leaned over him, brushed the damp hair from his forehead. Her fingers lingered against his warm, sweaty skin. "Come on, Angel. Come on." His eyelids fluttered, but he didn't waken. She pressed her hand to the side of his face and closed her eyes. Quietly, the memories tiptoed into her mind. She remembered the day she'd met Angel DeMarco, the mousy candy striper and the hellraiser. That first day, she meant nothing to him. She'd known that, of course. She could see the falseness in his smile, the way it was just a fraction too calculated to be truly welcoming. Yes, she saw from the beginning that it was a lie, but she didn't care. Even a fake smile was so much more than she was used to, and if she closed her eyes and listened only to his words, it was all so painfully sweet. With the distance of time, she knew what had happened in that moment when he'd first smiled at her. She'd been desperately lonely, and it had never occurred to her that someone would smile at her with genuine affection. Her father had trampled her fragile girl's self-esteem until she expected much too little. Angel had come to her when he was discharged, come to her and held out his hand and whispered, "Come with me." Even now, all these years later, the memory was a current of electricity. She'd been afraid to reach out, but more afraid not to, and so she'd stood there, paralyzed by her own inability to decide. "Come with me." The second time he said it, it was like a gift. She felt herself go hot, then cold. Words bubbled in her throat and slipped out, unspoken, on a giggling laugh. She knew he would turn away then in disgust and blow out of her life on the same wind that had brought him, and the panic of that realization made her heart hammer in her chest and her throat go dry. But he didn't move. He just stood there, his hand reaching toward her. He looked at her, really looked this time, and for a split second the false smile faded and a real one took its place. She knew then, in that instant, that she would do anything to see him smile at her like that again. Angel coughed, and the sound caught Madeleine's attention. She looked down at him. He blinked, coughed again. She waited for him to waken, and when he didn't, she pulled up a chair and sat beside him, quietly reading aloud a passage from The Hobbit, which she'd begun an hour ago. Halfway into the second chapter, he opened his eyes. She waited, not even realizing that she was holding her breath. She closed the book and set it on the bedside table. "I'm gonna die, aren't I?" He gave her a quirky, fleeting smile, and for a second he was the old Angel again, and she was the girl who'd loved him with all her heart. "I'm not going to stop believing in a miracle," she answered quietly, knowing it wasn't the answer he wanted, knowing, too, that there was nothing else to say. "Tell me about this miracle," he said. "Tell me about life with another man's heart. What will it be like?" He said the words easily, as if he were asking for a bedtime story, but she saw the truth in his eyes, the fear he was asking her to assuage. He did want a bedtime story, something to cling to in the darkness of his pain, a reason to keep believing. She moved closer to the bed. "I had this patient once. His name was Robert, and he came to us as broken as you are. He waited 4 months for a donor, and when finally one was found, he almost wouldn't go through with it. He probably wouldn't have, except that his wife insisted. She smiled softly. Afterward, he moved back to a small Oregon town, and I didn't hear from him for 2 years. Then, one day, he came by to see me, and he brought his newborn baby girl with him. They'd named her Madelaine Heartfelt. It was a minute before Angel spoke, and when he did, his voice was ragged and hoarse. "How will it really be?" The simple question hurt. He'd known that it was a fairy tale, that endings like that were for people who believed in them. "You'll be on medication for the rest of your life. You'll have to eat a heart-healthy diet, and you'll have to exercise. Millions of Californians live that way by choice." She tried to smile, but found that she couldn't. She leaned closer, allowed herself to stroke the damp, sweaty hair from his eyes. "But you'll be alive, Angel. You can still act in movies, still throw temper tantrums, still be your larger-than-life self. Everything that matters in life will still be yours for the asking." "What about children?" It took her a second to respond. "Did you want children, Angel?" He gave her a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Please don't talk about me in the past tense. I'm particularly sensitive." He allowed a silence to slip between them before he finally answered. "Yeah, I wanted kids. Once. I used to wonder sometimes. Used to see myself playing ball on an autumn evening with a blonde-haired little boy. Of course now." Madelaine couldn't breathe. The silence stretched between them, lengthening. Madelaine finally said, "Don't do that to yourself." He turned his head slightly, stared at a place just to the left of her head. "Next time." His voice fell to a harsh whisper. "Next time, don't save me. I don't want to." He squeezed his eyes shut, but not before she saw the glistening of tears. "Not like this." And in that moment, so many things fell into place. She gazed down at him, remembering and forgetting everything in the space of a single breath. This man she once loved was hurting, and though he didn't know it, wouldn't admit it, he was reaching out to her just like she'd always secretly prayed he would. Some part of him was counting on the candy striper girl to care about him again. He was the old Angel, the boy who'd taken her hand and showed her a whole new world, the boy who'd cried when he told her he loved her. This man, with his secret dreams of a lost son and his quiet admission of defeat, this man maybe she could trust. She lurched to her feet and turned away from the bed. Chewing on her thumbnail, she walked over to the window and stared outside, watching the silver rain fall. She was afraid of her own emotions right now, afraid she was feeling instead of thinking, and every time she'd done that in her life, it had cost her dearly. "You know, Mad?" His voice drifted softly toward her. Almost against her will, she turned back to face him. He lay there, looking weak and broken. "You haunted me," he whispered, trying to give her a smile. She saw the wrenching emotion in his eyes, the regret and the sorrow, and she realized that her own fear was nothing compared to his. He needed her now, needed her more than he'd ever needed that 16-year-old candy striper, and she needed to be strong, to face her fear of abandonment and do the right thing. "You can't die, Angel," she said softly, so softly she wondered if he could even hear her. She swallowed thickly, feeling as if she were walking out on a narrow, shaky ledge, but there was no turning back. She couldn't let Angel die without giving him the one gift that might make him believe in the fairy tale. He gave her a shadow of that famous grin. "Watch me." She drew her hand back and gazed down at him. "If you died, your daughter would never forgive you." It had to be the drugs. He couldn't have heard what he thought he heard. Your daughter. The words twisted deep. For a split second, he felt a flash of pure, white-hot hope. "Sorry, Mad. I lost track of what we were talking about."
"I said you had a daughter."
"Is this a joke?" he whispered. He thought he saw a sparkle of tears in her eyes, then they were gone. She shook her head slowly. "You think I'd be that cruel?" "No, but—" He stopped, not knowing what to say or what to feel. "A daughter," he said slowly, trying to make it sink in. "A daughter." He squeezed his eyes shut. Madelaine had kept her from him, hidden his child away, as if he had no right to even know of her existence. She knew he'd thought she'd had an abortion, and she'd let him go on thinking that, let him live his life without ever knowing he was a father. "You bitch," he hissed. Anger was a black, bitter taste in his mouth, and he wanted to hurl curse words at her, wanted to make her feel as betrayed and hurt as he felt right now. He was glad when she flinched. Then, wordlessly, she reached into her purse and pulled out a black leather wallet. Flipping it open, she withdrew a picture and handed it to him. For a second, his hands shook so hard he couldn't focus on the picture. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his breathing, ignoring the stuttering misbeats of his ragged heart. Then, very slowly, he opened his eyes. The girl who stared back at him was a mirror. His daughter. She looked young, with electric blue eyes and jet black hair. The smile she wore was familiar, big and bright and mesmerizing. She was dressed in black, a man's tuxedo vest over a t-shirt, and several black loops hanging from each ear. There was a cocky defiance in her gaze that made Angel feel as if he knew her. He couldn't release the picture. He held it, stroking the porous surface, as if by touching the photograph he could somehow get to know the girl, his daughter. Slowly the anger in him bled away, congealed into the cold, hard rock of regret. Of course Madelaine had kept the secret from him. What else could she do? What choice had he given her? "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I have no right—" "No," she said in a steely voice. "You don't." "I thought—" He found he couldn't say the words. She nodded. "I know. You thought I had an abortion. My father couldn't wait to tell me of your reaction." "Tell me what happened." She looked away from him, covering her mouth with one hand for a long time. He knew how much this moment was hurting her. He wished he could touch her, tell her it was okay, that he understood, but he couldn't do it. He didn't understand a damned thing. "It was a long time ago," Madelaine said at last. "After you left, Alex threw a fit." She gave a tired laugh. "You will not have that greasy little wop's child, do you understand me?" she said in a perfect imitation of Alex's blustering voice. "He locked me in my room for 3 days. I waited for you." She gave him a practiced smile. "When I saw the Harley, I knew what you'd done." "Mad." She pushed a non-existent lock of hair from her forehead and went on without looking at him. "Alex decreed that I would have an abortion and there would be no more talk of this disgrace." She drew in a shaking breath. "I agreed. What else could I do? Where else could I go?" She swallowed hard and stared at her own hands. "I got in the limousine and let the driver take me to the doctor's office where Alex had set up the appointment. I was going to do what he asked, just let him decide what was best for me." She shook her head. "I didn't care about anything." He watched as she slumped forward, saying nothing for a long time. Then slowly she straightened, her chin came up. He knew that she was waging a painful battle, and she was fighting the only way she knew, the way Alex had taught her. After a few more seconds, she went on, and her voice was flat. "Everything changed when I got to the clinic." She shuddered, stared blankly at the gray wall. That cold brick building, the yellow sofas filled with girls just like me. I remember when they called my name, I jumped. I followed the nurse to the examination room and took my clothes off. I put on that flimsy cotton hospital gown and climbed onto that paper-covered table. She shuddered again. I stared at those stirrups and thought about what they were going to do to me, to my baby, to our baby. And I couldn't do it. Her pain knifed through him, hurt like hell. Jesus, Mad. I got dressed and sneaked outside. The limo was waiting at the curb, but I knew there was no going back. Alex had made that very clear. I could only please him, the great, unpleasable Alexander Hilliard, by having the abortion. So I called the only person I could think of. Angel knew before she said it. Francis. She smiled when she said his name. You remember what he was like back then? 18, shy, bookish. He had just started at the seminary, and he was on his way to becoming a priest. But he came for me that day, and the next day, and the next. He saved us both. She gave a breathy little laugh. He didn't ask any questions, didn't say anything except, "Hey, Maddie girl, you're in the wrong part of town." He set me up in a halfway house for pregnant teenagers, and I loved it. I'd never known other kids my age, never had any friends except you, and I learned a lot. I'd already gotten my high school diploma, so I started college at 16. Thank God my mother left me a trust fund to cover expenses. I busted my ass to get through med school in a hurry. Angel closed his eyes. He could envision every moment of her life, the way Francis was always there to help out, a shelter from every storm. Not like Angel, who'd never stuck around for anything or anyone. Her name is Angelina Francesca Hilliard. I call her Lena. Suddenly she was a person, this girl in the picture who had his face. Not some imaginary word or image, but a real-life person. A daughter who would want something from her father. Want a lot of things. Panic sneaked up on him, twisted him into knots. Does she know about me? No. He sighed in relief. Thank God. You said you dreamed about a little boy. Dreams, he said dully, staring up at the ceiling. He could feel himself going down the wrong path, doing the wrong thing, but as always he couldn't change it. Didn't really want to. He felt empty inside, eviscerated by her revelation and his own fear. I said I'd wondered about a baby, but... For a second he couldn't go on, his throat was so full. Finally he swallowed hard and looked at her. He could see the pain in her eyes, knew what he was doing to her right now, and though he regretted it, there wasn't a damn thing he could do to change it. A dying man's talk, Mad. That's not a real dream. It's self-pity. Regret. Pretend. It's like turning Catholic at the end, just in case. It doesn't mean anything. She was pale. What are you saying? God, it hurt to let her down like this, to let himself down, but he wasn't worthy of being a father. He didn't deserve a gift like that. Why did you tell me about her, Mad? Why? I thought you needed a reason to live. I thought Lena might make a difference. No, he said, realizing mid-word that he was shouting. What am I supposed to do, Mad? Play daddy on a deathbed for some 16-year-old girl I've never met? Is that what you thought? That you could waltz some strange kid into my room, and I'd hug and kiss her and die a happy man? That she could watch my last gasping breath and feel better for having known me? No. The word was a croak of sound, broken. I thought... She shook her head. I don't know what I thought. You were right not to contact me all those years. He sighed, knowing suddenly the truth about himself, hating it. She wouldn't have made a difference, Mad. I would have walked from her, just like I walked from you. It's what I do. But now? I don't want to meet her, Mad. She drew in a sharp breath. Don't say that. She needs you.
That's exactly why I don't want to meet her." His gaze pleaded with hers for understanding. "You know me, Mad. Even if I live, which I won't, I have nothing to offer the kid. I'll be infatuated with her for a few days, maybe a month, and then the glow will wear off. My feet'll get itchy. I'll start drinking again, and I'll start resenting her for keeping me here." Bitterness tightened his voice. "And then one day I'll be gone." "But—" He reached out, touched her. She leaned into his hand, let his fingers curl around her chin. He gave her the only thing of value, the only truth he knew. "I'll break her heart, Mad. Whether I live or die, it doesn't matter. Either way, I'll let her down. If you love her, protect her from me." She looked at him, and in the depths of her eyes he saw the pain he'd caused, and something else, something he couldn't name. She kept staring at him, saying nothing, and as the clock ticked past the minutes, he began to feel uncomfortable. There was an expectancy in her gaze that nibbled at his self-confidence, confused him. "Don't look at me that way," he said. "What way?" "As if you know I'll change my mind." "You will?" Her voice trembled just a bit, belied the conviction of her words. Then softer. "You have to." Madelaine sat at her desk, staring at the photograph of Lena. The ornate crystal clock ticked past the minutes with a tiny click, click, click. She closed her eyes and sighed. Even now, almost an hour after she'd seen Angel, she couldn't believe she'd told him the truth about Lena. "Oh, Francis," she thought, "where are you? I need you right now." She swiveled around in her chair and stared at the window. The huddled row of plants smeared into a hazy green wash. It had surprised her so much, Angel's quietly spoken dream of a young son to play baseball with. Part of her had been terrified by the turn in the conversation, but another part, a hidden, secret part she hadn't known existed, was thrilled to hear that he'd thought of their baby, that maybe he'd even fantasized about her. And suddenly, she'd wanted to tell him about Lena, wanted to rip the lid off the secret she'd kept for so long. She'd wanted to reach out for the young man she'd once loved and take his hand and walk with him, to laugh about the good times. She found herself going over all of it in her mind, going back to the past she'd tried so hard to forget. It was on a sultry August night when she'd realized she was pregnant. At first, she'd been happy. She and Angel had spun so many cotton candy dreams together in the moonlight, dreams in which they married and had children, and neither one of them was ever lonely or lost or afraid again. But telling him about the baby hadn't gone as she'd imagined. She remembered sitting in that horrible trailer, smelling his mother's cigarette smoke as she whispered her secret. Oh, he'd said the right things, said he loved her and he'd stand by her, but she saw the look in his eyes, the wildness, the fear. He didn't want the baby, wasn't ready for it, and after that look, that second when she stared into his soul and saw the truth, she never believed the words again. She didn't know what to do after that, and neither did he. She was 16, he was 17, and they'd thought they were immortal, thought their love could protect them from the ugliness of the world. But the ugliness came anyway. When Alexander Hilliard found out that his perfect daughter was pregnant, he went crazy. He locked her in her room and barred the windows with thick black iron rails. No amount of tears or pleading words swayed him. He decreed that she would have an abortion, and they would never speak of her indiscretion again. He would not allow this to ruin her future. She waited in that cold, impeccably decorated room for days, huddled alongside the window, staring out, waiting for Angel to come for her. Finally she saw him, a slim shadow standing at the perimeter of the property. She launched herself at the window, clawing it with her fingers, crying out his name, but he didn't hear her. She watched him walk up the brick walkway, then disappear into the house.
She huddled at her locked door, listening desperately for footsteps. Footsteps that never came. 15 minutes later, the longest quarter of an hour of her life, he left the house. She scrambled back to the window and pressed her face to the glass. At the gate, he turned around, his eyes searching the front of the house. Their gazes met, and slowly, so slowly, he shook his head. Then he turned and walked away. She thought she'd seen tears on his cheeks, but it could have been the rain. She'd never been sure. Even after he left, she clung to a fraying thread of hope that he would be back, a thread that broke cleanly the next night. She heard a rumbling sound outside, and she raced to the window, shoving the Alençon lace curtains aside. He was at the side of the road, staring up at her window, sitting on a brand-new, chrome-plated Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And that was when she knew. He'd taken money from her father. This time she was certain that he was crying, but she didn't care. He gave her a wan, tired wave, and then he drove away. It was the last time she'd seen Angel DeMarco, until he showed up in ICU, needing her to save his life. She knew Angel had thought she'd had an abortion. Her father had wasted no time in telling the daddy-to-be that there would be no baby. So what had made her risk it all now, opening the Pandora's box that had been shut for so long? She didn't know the man lying in that bed down the hall, didn't honestly know a thing about him. But she knew his roots, knew where he came from and the kind of person he'd once been. The kind who roared away from responsibility on a brand-new Harley-Davidson. People didn't change, not at their core. She had no doubt that the wild, hell-raising, rebellious 17-year-old boy was still alive and kicking in that broken 34-year-old body. One look, one smile, that's all he'd have to give Lena, and she'd melt, just as Madelaine had done so many years ago. She shuddered. Closing her eyes for a split second, she imagined Lena running away from the cold, perfect mother who never did anything right, running into the sunlight warmth of Angel's smile. Never looking back, never coming home. But the time for such fear was past. Madelaine was tired of lying and hiding and pretending, tired of watching her precious daughter slide into an abyss. Madelaine knew, had always known, she had a rope, and she couldn't go on standing on the sidelines, being a bystander to her own life. She was tired of being afraid. Angel might break Lena's heart, might hurt her daughter irreparably, but maybe he wouldn't. That was the hope that had filled her a while ago. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe the past wasn't what she'd always thought it to be, an immutable spreadsheet of facts and figures and moments found and lost. Maybe it was more amorphous, more forgiving. Maybe Lena and Angel could draw the best out of each other, save each other in this time when both of them were floundering and felt so alone. She had to believe it. He was running late, as usual. Francis plunged his foot down on the accelerator, waiting several seconds for the action to kick in. The tired car stuttered and lurched forward, its engine humming loudly, rattling the cup of coffee wedged between his thighs. The twisting gravel road arced to the left, then to the right and back to the left again, snaking through a forest of old-growth timber. He drove up the mountain, twisting and turning, emerging every now and then onto the sweeping vista of the river valley below. Finally, at just over an hour late, he saw the resort's hand-carved sign. He turned into the tree-lined drive and eased his pressure on the accelerator. Multnomah Lodge sat like a wood-hewn tiara in a grove of towering evergreens. The sweeping circular drive curled into the front door, drawing guests in a friendly embrace toward the entrance. Lights glowed through mullioned windows cut into the log exterior. The last autumn flowers, chrysanthemums, hardy roses, Shasta daisies, lined the stone walkways. He maneuvered his battered old Volkswagen up to the curb. The doorman rushed out and waited at attention. Francis killed the engine, wincing as it sputtered and coughed. Yanking hard on the cold metal handle, he pushed the whining door open and got out. He retrieved his garment bag from the trunk and slung it over his shoulder, then gave the valet the keys and headed inside. The interior of the resort was all wood and glass and stone. Northwest artifacts hung from the skinned log walls, and Native American baskets sat clustered on hammered copper tables. The chairs and sofas were overstuffed and upholstered in boldly patterned wool. "Father Francis!" he heard a woman's voice shriek as he hurried across the stone foyer. He stopped and looked around. His group was seated in a small, glass-walled room that was kitty-corner to the main lobby. He knew immediately that they'd been there for over an hour, waiting for their priest, who was always late. He turned and headed toward the room. They were smiling at him as he walked, and he smiled back, looking at each one of them in turn. Old Joseph and Maria Santiago, who'd been married for 30 years and thought they wouldn't make 31. Sarah and Levi Abramson, whose interfaith marriage was coming apart at the seams. Thomas and Hope Fitzgerald, who'd reached the crossroads in their marriage when Hope's biological clock began to tick louder. Unfortunately, it was a sound only she could hear. And Ted and Janine Canfield, who were having trouble integrating stepchildren into a new family. Such good people, all of them. People who loved each other and God and their families. People who were trying to hold fast to a commitment in an unraveling world that didn't seem to value the old words anymore. And they were looking to Father Francis Xavier DeMarco to show them the way. He felt like such a fraud. What did he, a man who'd experienced so little, have to offer as a torch in the darkness to couples who were afraid? He'd never been part of a loving family, and he'd never held one together. He'd never made love to a woman, or disciplined his own child, or tried to find the money to put food on the table. He'd never worked a 9-to-5 job and lived with those pressures. So many things he hadn't done. He sighed. Readjusting the garment's bag's wide nylon strap over his shoulder, he crossed the few feet that separated the foyer from the meeting room. The 4 couples were seated comfortably on the overstuffed chairs and sofas in the room. Joe Santiago was playing chess with Janine Canfield at a table in the corner. Hope Fitzgerald was sitting on the hearth, her arms looped around her bent legs, her sad gaze fixed on her husband, who sat stiffly on the sofa alongside Sarah Abramson. As Francis entered, they all smiled at him and said hello, but he heard so much more in the silence that came afterward than in the sound that accompanied his greeting. Emotions ran deep in this room. Sadness, anger, grief, love. He steepled his fingers, brushed the underside of his chin with his fingertips as he glanced from face to face, seeing their expectation, feeling the weight of it settling on his shoulders. He wanted to help these people. The hell of it was, he knew that he couldn't. Maybe once, years and years ago, he could have come into this room on a tide of optimism, his thin white collar a protective shield. Back then, the collar never chafed his skin, never felt so tight that he couldn't breathe. It had been freeing, that scrap of starched white fabric, proof that he was a faithful servant of a Lord he loved. With each passing year, though, it had seemed to grow smaller and smaller, becoming at last a barrier between him and his fellow man. And sometimes, like now, he ached to take it off and ask instead of answer. He wanted to turn to Mrs. Santiago and beg her to tell him what it felt like to curl up in bed against the same body every night for 30 years, to wake to the same loving face. He wanted to ask if love was a safe harbor or a stormy sea. He knew that he was experiencing a crisis of faith, knew, too, that it was no different from what thousands of priests had faced before him. But the knowledge didn't warm him. He missed the hot fire of his convictions, the love for God that had once driven his every waking moment. Without it, he felt confused, adrift. He felt unfit to be a servant of the Lord. The memory of how he'd chosen to hurt Lena prickled on his conscience like a fresh burn. "Father Francis?" Levi Abramson's scratchy voice cut into his thoughts. Francis forced a smile. "Sorry, I'm just a bit tired tonight. How about if we begin this retreat by fashioning a list of goals we'd like to accomplish?" There were nods and murmurs of agreement, as always. He saw the hope flash through their eyes, saw the tentative smiles that touched their faces, and Francis felt satisfied he could give them that, if nothing more concrete. "Good," he said, giving them the first honest smile of the evening. "Let's start with a prayer." Chapter 13. Angel woke suddenly, a cold, crushing band of pain encircling his chest. Clammy sheets twisted around his legs, bunched in the hands that lay fisted at his sides. The pillows were damp, sweaty-smelling balls beneath his head. The cardiac monitor blipped wildly. He waited in breathless silence for the computerized alarm to sound, but nothing happened. He released his breath slowly, evenly, focusing on nothing but each pain-riddled exhalation. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door. The childhood rhyme came back to him, and he seized on it, trying to remember the words, trying to focus on anything except the pain. His heart thumped and clattered dangerously. He reached tiredly for the button beside his bed and pressed the red dot. The door to his room whooshed open, and Sarah, the night nurse, waddled to his bedside. "You shouldn't be awake," she said reproachfully, checking the monitors that clustered around him, the bags of fluid that hung suspended above his head. "I need more drugs," he said in a slurred voice. "You get your next dose at 6 a.m. She lifted the thin white strand of paper from the cardiac monitor and studied it, her eyes narrowing. A quiet, tisking sound pushed past her fleshy lips. "How's your daughter?" he asked quietly. She paused and looked down at him. Slowly she smiled. "She's doing better, thank you." He winced. God, it hurt to talk. "I called my business manager. He's sending her an autographed picture." Sarah beamed, then brushed a lock of sweaty hair from his forehead. "Thank you, Mr. DeMarco." He whispered, "No problem." She checked one last bag, then turned and bustled away. The door closed behind her and silence settled into the room again, punctuated only by the computerized blip, blip, blip of the monitor. Angel sighed again, wishing that he could close his eyes and drift off to sleep, knowing that he couldn't. He turned slightly to look out the wall of glass beside his closed door. The intensive care unit was silent and shadowy. The private rooms darkened for the night. Wraiths in white guarded the nurses' station, huddled together in pockets of glowing light. He stared so long his vision blurred, and the nurses and interns became shadows within shadows, talking among themselves, sipping coffee, laughing silently. "I call her Lena." He squeezed his eyes shut. Regret was a raw, throbbing wound in his soul. He couldn't think of anything but the girl in the photograph. The look of her, so like him. The flame-blue eyes, the jet-black hair, the tiny little mole on the pale skin of her neck. He wondered what she was like, this teenager who wore his smile on her heart-shaped face. But before he could even formulate a fantasy, it was gone. He knew he couldn't be a father. Not when he was healthy, and certainly not now when he lay dying. It saddened him, that pathetic realization of his own inadequacy. No man should have to see himself so clearly, know his own bleak soul with such intimacy. But Angel had never been one to lie to himself, only to others. He'd always seen his own frayed edges and known that he couldn't change them. Change was too hard and the outcome too uncertain. Instead, he accepted himself, accepted, and went on. It was what he'd always done, seen the truth and tucked his regrets so deeply in the pocket of his soul that after a while, he'd forgotten they existed. Until a day like today when his shortcomings were exposed. His thoughts spun out like a fisherman's line across the yawning darkness of the room. The years slid away from him, took him back. It had been a breathtakingly beautiful summer evening, a week before he betrayed Madelaine. He remembered it clearly. A midnight sky lit with the bluish white of a full moon, the rustle of maple leaves overhead, and the faraway sounds of a carnival. "Come on, Angel, take me on the Ferris wheel. I've never been on one." He heard the softness of her words whispered against his ear, remembered the gentle tugging of her hand as she pulled him down the midway. It had been a Ferris wheel ride like no other. He felt the seat rock beneath him, sway and creak as it took them up, up, up into the star-spangled sky. When he looked down, he saw a whole new world. Gone was the tawdriness of the carnival, the dirt beneath the bright lights, and the crass cheapness of the prizes. Instead, he saw it as she saw it. Lights, action, magic. He held her close in that swaying seat, clinging to her, wanting her with all the pent-up desperation of a 17-year-old boy in love for the first time in his life. His hand had slid down her arm, feeling the softness of her skin and the sudden goosebumps his touch caused. She turned to him then, and that instant was emblazoned on the ragged organ that was his heart. Her hair ruffled by the wind, her eyes shining with love, her face backlit by a blanket of stars and moonlight. "I love you, Angel DeMarco." He gave her the same quiet declaration, feeling the humiliating sting of tears that he didn't bother to brush away. He felt safe with her in that second, safe enough to cry, and both of them knew it. Afterward, they strolled hand in hand down the midway, and Angel was struck again by the magic of it all. He remembered how it had felt to be swept into that fantasy land. For a boy who'd grown up in a rickety trailer on the wrong side of town with an alcoholic mother, it was a dizzyingly heady time. He spent his money at one booth after another, winning stuffed animals and a wine glass and a cheap bow and arrow set. But it was the last prize he remembered the most clearly. "The earrings," she whispered to him, pointing at a pair of garish red metal hoops. He knew instantly why she wanted them. They were so gaudy and cheap that Alex would be horrified to find them in her possession. She, with her pearls and diamonds and emeralds, the poor little rich girl who had never owned a carnival trinket. It cost him $8.25 to place the earrings in her hand, but the look in her eyes was worth every cent. After that, they walked to Carrington Park and stretched out beneath a 100-year-old oak tree, wrapped in each other's arms as they stared up at the night sky. They talked forever, spilling secrets and making vows, dreaming aloud of their future. He held her, kissed her, and vowed to always be there for her. Dawn washed their night away in shades of pink and purple. As they rose to leave, Madelaine pulled the hoops from her ears and stared down at them. "I can't bring them home. My father, he looks through my things." He reached for them. "I'll keep them." "Let's leave them here. That way a part of us will always exist under this old tree. When we're old, we can come back here with our grandchildren." He could still remember it, the overwhelming love he'd felt for her in that moment. They wrapped the cheap red earrings in one of Madeleine's expensive, monogrammed handkerchiefs and buried their treasure at the base of the tree. Afterward, she looked at him, her eyes moist with tears. "I gotta get home now," she whispered. The next time he saw her, she was sitting on his mother's ratty old couch, telling him about the baby. He knew he said the wrong things then, but he didn't know what to say. He was so damned scared. For a week afterward, he called her house and hung up when her father answered. Finally, he rode to her house and saw the iron bars that had been fixed across her bedroom window, and he knew what had happened. Alex had found out about the baby. He wanted to turn tail and run and run and run. He almost did it. Then he saw something, a shadow pass across the bright light in her bedroom, and he thought of that moment on the Ferris wheel. "I love you, Angel." The memory gave him the courage to park his bike. Flipping his collar up against the pouring rain, he walked up the pathway to the double front doors and knocked hard. There was a rustling of feet, a click of metal on metal, and the door opened. and God stood in the doorway, wearing a Brooks Brothers suit and holding a martini glass. Angel had never seen a man so big and overpowering, so intimidating. He had a voice that boomed into the darkness like a bullhorn. "So you're the little wop who screwed my daughter." The rest of the meeting melted, as it always did, into a blur of shame and regret. Instead of the actual sequence of events, he remembered bits and pieces of their conversation, words that drove through the heart and soul like razors. "Who do you think you are to come to my house, to knock on my door as if you belong here? You're nothing. Nothing." With each word, delivered like a blow, Angel felt himself growing smaller and smaller until, in the end, there was nothing left of him at all. "What'll it take, kid, to get you the hell out of her life? $1,000? 5,000? 10,000? How about if I fire that drunk mother of yours? You didn't think I knew she worked in my mill. I see. The world's full of surprises, isn't it?" It took a minute for the words to register, but finally Angel understood. Alex was offering him a way out. 10,000, kid. Think about it." He didn't want to think about it, tried not to, but the offer seduced him. "You're no hero, kid. Take the money." Angel closed his eyes, hearing, seeing, feeling it all over again, the moment that had forever defined him. He shouldn't have followed Alex into the house, but he had. He shouldn't have gone into that dark, shadowed office, but he had. He remembered it all suddenly, the sound of the desk drawer sliding open, the ripping hiss of the check as Alex eased it from his book. Angel thought now of the moments, the seconds, he could have said no, up until the last heartbeat when he'd held the check in his hand and seen all those zeros. Alex had sensed Angel's uncertainty, smelled it, and gone in for the kill with a hunter's precision. "What'll you give, Madelaine? Life in some sleazy trailer? A beer with your TV dinner after work? And how about you? You going to spend the rest of your life tossing toilet paper like your mother? Or are you going to take what I'm offering and get the hell out of this town?" Angel thought of his parents, 30 years spent toiling on the paper line, only to come home and get drunk and knock the shit out of their son. His father, dead of alcohol poisoning before his 40th birthday. Alex went on relentlessly, waving the check at Angel. "I've seen a million guys like you in my life. You're nothing, going nowhere. You're not good enough to lick her shit-covered shoes." Angel tried. God help him, he gathered his shredded courage and tried. "I could be a good father." But he knew, even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. And Alex knew it too. The old man laughed. To what? She's having an abortion tomorrow. You didn't think she'd really have a child of yours, did you? She's a Hillyard, for Christ's sake. Angel was relieved. Even now it sickened him to remember how relieved he'd been by the words. "Take the money, kid. It's all there is for you." And Angel did it. He turned and ran, the check clutched in his sweaty fingers. All the way out, he told himself it didn't matter, that he could cash the check and spend the money and still come back for Madelaine. But by the time he reached his bike, he knew the truth, and it ripped through him, twisting his insides until he thought he might vomit in the street. He was leaving her because he wanted to leave her, because he wasn't strong enough to stay and take a job in some crummy factory and be a father to his unborn baby. There will be no baby. He tried to take comfort from the knowledge, but somehow it only hurt more. He was scared, God, so scared. He didn't want to give up his whole future, not yet. Slowly he turned. He saw her up there, her pale oval face, trapped between the iron bars that blocked her window, captured in the rain-smeared glass. Then he jumped on his brother's bike and rode away, the check as heavy as pieces of silver in his coat pocket. Angel released his breath in a heavy sigh. Yeah, he'd ridden away, ridden hard and fast and long, and ended up right where he began. "I call her Lena." The words slammed him back into the present, and he felt the first threatening thud inside his chest. He closed his eyes and lay still, taking shallow breaths. The sweat on his forehead turned cold, slid in streaks down the sides of his face. He tried to reach for the nurse's button, but he was too weak. He couldn't lift his arm. The cardiac monitor clattered and hummed, then screamed in alarm. Heart failure. Angel tried to keep breathing. His body seemed to encase him, bloating bigger and bigger, a seeping darkness that filled everything. And in the center of it all was the pain. In some distant part of his brain, he heard the commotion, the door banging open, the light spilling in, the voices raised in alarm. He heard them calling his name, but he couldn't answer. There were layers and layers of darkness between him and the light, and he was tired, so tired. Hours seemed to pass. Then he felt her touch, heard her voice through the screaming cacophony. Angel? He tried to reach for her, but his body fought him, a limp, dead thing without will or ability. He blinked hard, forced his eyes to open. Madelaine was leaning over him, her hair transformed into a halo by the glaring overhead light. For a second he was back on the Ferris wheel, seeing her draped in starlight. Mad, he croaked. Don't you die, Angel DeMarco, don't you dare! She turned her head and gave orders in a composed, controlled voice that calmed him. Then she turned back to him, stroked his damp forehead again. You're going to make it through this, Angel. We'll find you a heart. Just don't give up. Her face kept going in and out of focus. Angel, stay awake. His eyelids felt heavy. He thought there was something he needed to say to her. Then the thought was gone. Pulmonary edema, Madelaine said under her breath. Then louder, get the code cart. God damn it, people, let's move. He knew the word should frighten him, but he couldn't feel anything anymore. Chapter 14. The cool autumn evening sky had begun to soften, blurring at the edges in shades of pink and lavender and blue. Francis sat Indian style on the hardwood floor of the quilcene room, his gaze fixed on the night unfolding beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. Crows cawed to one another, swooping from their perches in the cedar trees, chasing smaller, weaker birds into hiding places along the eaves. He could hear the scraping of their clawed feet on the planks outside. It was just past twilight, the time of night when the horses and cows on nearby farms whickered and lowed for their nightly rations of hay, when deer warily crossed the country roads in search of the last sweet grass before winter. Thick gray clouds drew cautiously together and sent a few spitting drops of rain downward. A breeze tapped the window and kicked up a pile of browning leaves. Pine needles sprinkled to the ground, collecting here and there on the white-painted windowsills. Father Francis? Francis drew his gaze away from the window and glanced around the room at the men clustered near the fireplace. Shards of light leapt from the roaring fire, twisting across the serious faces that stared back at him. It was their 6th night together, the last before a 48-hour break when each of the couples would spend some romantic time together. Francis looked at the men and smiled. As always, he'd refound his faith in both man and God by performing his priestly duties. Yes, he still felt a bit fraudulent, giving advice with so little experience to back it up. But over the days and nights he'd spent with these people, he'd seen the effects of his efforts. In the way Joe Santiago had begun to reach for his wife's hand as they walked to the dining room. In the fleeting smile Levi Abramson tossed to his bride when she spoke of their children. In the slowly developing sense of hope that had started as a nugget of promise and grown into something more. It had strengthened Francis's faith again. Father? It was Thomas Fitzgerald again, quietly bringing Francis back into the conversation. Francis grinned. Sorry, guys, I was just thinking. Any divine inspiration slide your way through the rain? Levi asked with a laugh. Francis started to respond, then stopped. Some wisp of knowledge, shivered in the air around him, collecting like tiny sparks of lightning on a thin metal rod. He could hear it, feel it, calling out to him in a quiet, whispering voice. Could it be that simple? You know, Levi, he said slowly, feeling his way like a blind man through the alley of his thoughts. Maybe it did. Maybe divine inspiration isn't what we think it will be. Thomas scooted closer. What do you mean? Francis stared into the fire, feeling its heat, experiencing its dancing color, hearing the popping crack of a log. God felt close to him all at once, closer than he'd been in years. Maybe it's divine intervention that brought us here in the first place. Maybe that's all God's supposed to do, point us on a road and wait. The road's there, it's always there, through the wind and the rain and the snow. A silence slipped into the room, collected on the indrawn breaths of the men. Francis looked around, sensing their faith in him, in God, in themselves and each other. Goodness, hope, faith. He saw it all in this room. Like you, Joseph, he said quietly, looking at the older man. You love Maria and she loves you. But somehow over the years you've lost sight of that road. Yet still you're here, reaching for her hand, knowing it's her you want to walk with. Maybe what you have to do is stop searching so hard for the road beneath your feet. Just take her hand and begin to walk, and believe that the pavement is solid beneath you. God has given each of you the incredible gift of love. It can't be that easy, Thomas said. He exhaled a heavy sigh, and Francis could see the doubt that twisted the young man's face. I love my wife with everything inside me, but she wants something I don't want. Are you so sure? Francis asked. Thomas closed his eyes for a second before answering. I'm 27 years old. I'm not ready to be a father. Have you told her that? Levi asked. Thomas sighed again. Only 1,000,000 times. I've told her I don't want a child. Francis gave Thomas a small, encouraging smile. That's not the same thing at all, Thomas. Thomas looked surprised. What do you mean? I'm not ready is not the same thing as I don't want a child. But I've told her I'm not ready 1,000,000 times. Have you? Francis said softly. Or have those words been tangled up with other words, harsher words, maybe anger or resentment that she would ask? Thomas turned away, stared into the fire. Maybe, he said at last, then softer. Maybe. I remember when I was your age, Joseph said. I was scared to death to be a father. We had no money, I had no job. Then one day Maria met me at the door with a glass of wine and told me we were having a baby. I laughed and hugged her and drank with her, and then went into the shower and cried. A fine mist covered his roomy gray eyes, and he gave a tiny, jerking smile. And then came our Maggie. The first time I held her, I changed. Sort of grew up. Now it feels like a second has passed, but my Maggie is a dentist in New Jersey. And sometimes I miss her so much. I ache. No man is ever ready to be a father, Ted Canfield agreed with a nod. It's like that road Father is talking about. She gets pregnant and you take a step, praying like hell that something solid is beneath you. Thomas looked at Francis. How about you, Father? Did you ever want children? The question caught Francis off guard. He looked at the men around him, his gaze going from face to face. He knew he should change the course of the conversation. He was their priest, their counselor, and his problems were private. But he didn't want to. Just once he wanted to be a man, only a man in a room of other men, talking about things that mattered. He began talking, slowly at first, uncomfortable with his honesty. I always knew I wanted to be a priest. My mother said it was a calling, but I only knew that the church was safe. I entered the seminary when I was still wet behind the ears, and I loved it. He stared down at his hands, clasped now in his lap, and thought of all the prayers he'd said, all the dreams he'd had. In the bleak days of his childhood, the church had been his escape, his sanctuary. No one drank or screamed or hit anyone there. It was quiet and peaceful, and he'd known, always, that it was where he belonged. Even later, when he'd learned how difficult it was to become a priest, even when he'd learned all the things he would have to sacrifice for his God, still he wanted it fiercely. He knew now, with the distance of maturity and years, that when he'd asked Madelaine to marry him, it wasn't what he'd wanted. Not then. He'd been so filled with the fire of his faith, and she had known it.
"Did you ever regret it?" Joseph asked. "You know, all the things you gave up?"
Regret. Such a powerful word steeped in sadness and pain. "No," Frances said quietly, realizing as he spoke that it was true. He'd never regretted becoming a priest. It had filled him up, his faith, given him a strength and a compassion and a mission. It wasn't until years later, years upon years, that he'd begun, not to regret exactly, want. Yes, that was the word. He'd missed a lot, and sometimes, like Joseph, he'd gone into his darkened bedroom, alone, and cried for what he'd missed. The yearnings that couldn't be assuaged, all the moments that had never truly been his, like when he'd first held the tiny, screaming Lena and known that she wasn't his daughter, could never be his daughter. Or the times he'd looked into Madeleine's eyes and ached at the way she saw him, the chasteness of her love. "Sometimes," he said at last, recognizing the truth of his words, "I guess I wanted it all, children, a wife, a family, but I wanted my faith, too. We can't have everything we want. There are always sacrifices."
"I think we can get what we want in life," Levi said. "It's just that we have the devil of a time figuring out what that is." "Yeah," Joseph added. "Sometimes you have to turn the world upside down to see it right side up."
"But Father is right," Thomas said. "Love is a gift from God. What we do with it is up to us." Frances didn't want to think about that, about what he could have if he found the courage to change his life. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was 7 p.m. "Okay, we have 30 minutes left, guys." He reached into his canvas pack and pulled out a stack of yellow legal pads and a handful of pens. "I want each of you to write a letter to your wife, telling her as much of your feelings, your fears, your hopes and dreams as you can." Thomas's black eyebrows quirked up. "And you pick yellow legal pads for our romantic letters?" He laughed. "Obviously, you've never written a love letter, Father." The men laughed as they reached for the pads and pens. Within moments, each of the men had retreated to a quiet corner and begun to write, pens scratched quietly on paper. "Did you ever want children, Father?" "Want, want, want." The word repeated itself, ran together, and stabbed deep. Oh, he wanted so much, so many things he couldn't have. Visions of Madelaine and Lena came to him, whispering, insinuating their way into his heart, gathering in the air around him. He leaned forward, wanting to reach out, grab them, and draw them close. She loved him. He knew that, had always known it. Love is a gift from God. Frances's breath released in a quiet sigh of wonder. It was as if the words had somehow formed themselves just for him. The same words he'd said 1,000,000 times in his life. But this time he understood them. Love is a gift from God. He knew the doctrine of his faith would call his love for Madelaine a sin, but Frances had never been able to believe that. Breaking vows, yes, that was a sin. But the simple, singular act of loving? He'd never believed that his precious God would deem it such. It was his gift to us, his ultimate blessing. Madelaine wasn't his lover. He'd never truly thought of her that way. She was his love, as was Lena, his precious, precious Lena. And Angel. Angel. He thought of his brother, and as he did, 1,000 remembered images sprang to his mind. At first, they were the usual memories, the ones that had hurt at the time and kept on hurting, the ones that Frances could never quite get rid of. Their mother getting 9-year-old Angel drunk and beating him up, locking him up in that dark closet until he promised to be as good as his brother. And the words, always the words spoken to Angel in that gravelly, slurred voice.
I should have had an abortion.
Francis had always tried to change what couldn't be changed. So many nights he'd held his bruised baby brother in his arms and cried to his God, his own trembling voice begging for help. Then, one day, Angel stopped reaching for his big brother, and that had been the most painful time of all. Francis had seen the dawning suspicion in Angel's eyes, the question that lurked there. Why, those green eyes had asked, why am I so different? But Angel had never asked the question aloud, and Francis had never found an answer, so they went on, living side by side in that crappy little trailer, pretending to be brothers when, with every passing day, they were becoming only strangers. And Angel had become what his mother had predicted he would become, a hell-raising, shit-kicking kid who didn't care about anything, especially himself. There had only ever been two people who believed in Angel, Francis and Madelaine, and Francis had let him down. All those years he'd let their mother terrorize Angel, and he'd stood by, unable to do anything. He'd watched as the goodness was slowly, systematically ripped from his brother's soul. And he'd done it again, just last week. He'd gone to the hospital, seen his baby brother lying in that narrow bed, and done nothing. He'd let the past swirl around them, just opened that damn door and let their mother's ugly spirit in. Francis wasn't a kid anymore, and he wasn't impotent. This time he could be the protector he should have been before. Maybe he could even give his little brother a reason to stay. Believe in the road. Angel coming back, now after all these years. Lena asking the question that had been unasked for so long. It had to mean something. Francis could make it mean something. He could redeem himself in the eyes of God and in his own eyes. He could rectify the mistakes he and Madelaine had made and those that were his alone. He rose to his feet and went to the window. He imagined himself standing in the midst of that rainy darkness, wanting to believe in the road beneath him. His heart was beating so quickly he could hear it thudding in his ears. Please, God, show me the way. Suddenly he found it, the courage he'd been searching for his whole life. It was there in his heart, heating him like that last burning coal in the midst of a black, dead fire. He knew where he belonged and what he had to do. For once in his life he knew. How had he missed it? How had he not seen that for the first time in years, everything that mattered to him was at home? Madelaine, Lena, Angel? He could bring them together, and now, all these years later, they could be the family they should have been all along. Believe in the road. With the thought, it came again, the sense of having been touched at last by the hand of the God he'd prayed to and believed in for all his life. The faith he'd thought he'd lost filled him to overflowing, warming the dark, cold corners of his soul with searing bright light. Grinning, he glanced again at the clock. It was 7:30. He could be in Seattle by 11:30 and back here in time for the Monday morning breakfast. Perfect. He looked dead. Madelaine's gaze shot to the cardiac monitor. The intermittent green line peaked and dipped in sharp, erratic beats across the blank screen, clicking along on its uneven rhythm. The pink line slid along beneath it. She released a heavy sigh and shoved a hand through her hair again, leaning closer to the bed. Her chair screeched across the linoleum floor. Beside her, a tray of cold mashed potatoes and gravy sat congealing into the rolled white flaps of pressed turkey. She knew it had been brought in by mistake, that sickening high-fat meal, but no one had come by to reclaim it yet. She guessed it was because no one thought there was any rush. Angel DeMarco, it was well known, hadn't noticed anything like a bad smell in almost a week. He'd been in and out of consciousness briefly, here and there, bits of time when his eyes were open and his fingers trembled and she knew he wanted to speak. But by the time she got the tube from his throat, he was usually gone again, drifting, babbling, laughing and crying. As always, she stopped by and sat with him for an hour after her shift was over. She kept coming back, urging him to fight harder, to believe in a surgery she found she couldn't believe in much herself anymore. She brushed the damp hair away from his warm forehead. "Lena and I watched one of your movies together last night. It was interesting. Well, since you're unconscious, I guess I can be honest. It was dreadful, actually. Too much blood and violence and sex. But Lena liked it, and your acting was incredible. She thought you were totally cool. Not, of course, that she said this to me. She hasn't spoken to me in days." Madelaine stroked his cheek absent-mindedly, staring out the room's small window. The wind was driving against the glass in shuddering little spurts. Rain blurred the view into a wavering sheet of gray and black. It was the beginning of a powerhouse rainstorm. She could tell. Madelaine went on talking to him, hoping against hope that somewhere inside all that feverish sleep, he could hear her. Maybe even that her voice could be a lifeline he could follow back to consciousness. "I don't know what to do about her, Angel. She's quiet one minute and furious the next. Nothing I do is right. She's in trouble. I need your help." She realized suddenly that she was telling him the truth, not just some words made up to appease or communicate with him, but the truth. Her truth. She jerked her hand back and stared down at it, seeing the tiny trembling in her fingers. Oh, God. When had she done it? Started to believe in him again? She tried to think about it, to rationalize it all away, but sometime in the last week, she didn't know exactly when or how, she'd begun to think of Angel as Lena's father. Not in some abstract biological, genetic way that was clearly factual, but in a more insidious way. A dad. Someone to help out, be there, share the load. Someone who meant that Madelaine wouldn't always be alone in parenting. It was ridiculous to expect that of him. Ridiculous and terrifying. She couldn't count on Angel DeMarco. Hadn't she learned that lesson well enough the first time? "Maybe I'm the one in the coma," she said with a self-deprecating laugh. Before she could say anything else, she heard her name paged over the hospital's intercom. She picked up the bedside phone and punched in the operator, who transferred a call to the room. Madelaine answered on the first ring. "Hello? Maddie?" The voice was broken by static, but she would have recognized it anywhere. "Francis, where are you?" "I'm leaving Portland now. Can I meet you at your house?" She glanced at the darkness outside, then at the wall clock. "It's 7:45. Why don't you wait tonight?" "All right, Francis, I'll stay up. See you about what, 11:30? Maybe a little before, okay?" She laughed. "Francis, you've never been early in your life." "You'll see." She laughed again and felt her anxiety slip away. Tonight she'd make up to Francis for hurting his feelings the other day, and for a brief time, maybe just a night, things could be the way they'd always been. Francis, her Francis, would help her through this rough time and show her the right way. "Okay, Francis. Bye." Then she hung up. Thunder grumbled across the black night sky. Lightning snaked from the bloated clouds. Jet-black evergreen trees climbed up a steep granite slope to the right of the road. A ravine fell away from the left side, its edge marked by a silvery guardrail. The black top traversed the hillside, unfurled down, down, twisting and turning. Francis leaned forward and wiped a hand across the foggy interior of the windshield, staring beyond the blurry streaks to the road in front of him. He had the driver's window partway down, and though it was freezing in the little car, it was the only way he could keep the windshield from getting completely fogged over by his breathing. The defroster was on the blink. Again. Paul McCartney's voice crackled through the worn speakers in a mix of static and rhythm, breaking in and out as a serrated tree line grew and receded along the road. Rain slashed at the car, ran in rivulets across the edge of the windshield, and splattered the side of his face from the half-open window. He couldn't risk taking a hand from the wheel to wipe the moisture away, so he let it slide down his neck and burrow beneath his sweater, collecting in a cold, itchy noose along his collar. He hunched forward, peering through the cloudy glass, clutching the leather-wrapped steering wheel. The wiper blade stuttered across the wet glass in a metronomic wick, wick, wick. He turned a corner and saw with relief that the road straightened. His headlights skipped along the intermittent yellow lane divider. A hint of gray light pushed through the thinning trees, a reminder that he was almost at the base of the hill. Soon he'd be on the interstate, and the storm wouldn't slow him down but a few miles an hour. He glanced at the speedometer, saw that he was doing a leisurely 35 miles per hour, and tapped the accelerator. The red needle jerked a notch, then climbed up to 40, 45. The radio latched onto a solid signal, and Patsy Cline's liquid voice oozed from the speakers. Crazy, crazy for feeling so blue. The road swept into a graceful arc to the right. The silvery guardrail glimmered in the headlight's glow, protecting the road from the steep bank beyond it. He maneuvered around the turn, singing along with the radio. He sensed the danger before he saw it. Instinctively, Francis cut back on his speed, but it was too late. In the dim glow of his headlights, he saw a flashing bud of red, heard the shrill whining of a siren. Flares throbbed through the darkness in scraps of color. He yanked his hand from the wheel and smeared his palm across the murky windshield. It was a police car parked on the side of the road. Beside it, a yellow station wagon was angled across the 2 lanes. Shadows, people, he realized with a dawning sense of horror, stood alongside the patrol car. He tried to scream, "Oh God, no!" but the cry lodged in his throat. His hands clamped around the wheel, gripping tight. His foot jumped from the accelerator and slammed onto the brake pedal. He knew instantly that it was a mistake. The wheels locked hard, rubber screeched on the slick pavement. New tires, he thought irrationally. He needed new tires. These were old and bald and... The back end of the car skidded around. Francis watched, horrified, as his headlights stabbed into the thicket of trees. He took his foot off the brake and eased down on the accelerator, trying to regain control. But the car was on its own, pirouetting down the rain-wet asphalt in a horrifying dance that made him dizzy and sick to his stomach. The smell of burning rubber was everywhere. The guardrail came flying at him. Behind it, a huge tree loomed in the darkness. He thought instantly of the seatbelt he wasn't wearing. Oh God, he thought, help me, help me. The car hit the guardrail and exploded in a shifting, grinding crunch of metal. Francis felt himself pitching forward. I believe in God, the Father. Head smashing through something and the taste of blood, shattering glass everywhere. And then quiet. He heard the dull, winding drone of his car's horn, blaring through the darkness, and the pattering of rain on the curved metal roof of the Volkswagen. There were voices, coming at him from far, far away. Jesus Christ, Sammy, call an ambulance. He crawled out of the wreckage, through the trail of broken glass. Strangely, he felt no pain at all, and the metallic taste of blood had vanished. Slowly he straightened. Rain slashed all around him, thumping on the road, running in rivulets in the concrete gully beside him. But he wasn't wet anymore. It took him a minute to realize that. When he did, he felt a pinprick of fear. He looked at the wreck, at the Volkswagen that was twisted and broken, one headlight shining into the sky like a single unseeing eye. The horn was still blaring. He could barely hear it above the shrieking of the wind and the hammering of the rain. Then he saw his body, draped over the hood of the car, one arm bent at an awkward angle, the other flung to the right. Even from here he could see the blood that pooled beneath his stark white profile and dripped down the hood. A fine dusting of glass sprinkled across his ripped, bloodied cardigan. His eyes were open. People surged across the road, clustered around the remains of the car. One of the policemen picked up his limp wrist. "There's a pulse." Back in the patrol car, the other officer spoke urgently into a handheld radio, spitting out words that Francis couldn't quite make out. Francis wanted to call, "I'm here, over here," but he couldn't seem to speak or move. He just stood there, feeling warm and dry in the middle of the rainstorm, watching the strangers whirl around his body, poking, prodding. An eerie pulling sensation started in the pit of his stomach and radiated outward. The world tilted slowly, slowly, and he felt himself being drawn away from the road, or the road disappeared out from underneath him. He wasn't sure. He felt the darkness falling, closer, closer, the sky curling around him, soothing him. His last thought was Madelaine, and then there was nothing.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.